Chapter Prologue. A History of Deeds Done Beyond the Sea by William of Tyre. William, by the patience of God, an unworthy servant of the Holy Church of Tyre, to the venerable brothers in Christ, to whom this present work may come, eternal salvation in the Lord. No wise man doubts that it is perilous and fraught with great risk to describe the deeds of kings. For setting aside the labor, constant study, and endless vigilance that such tasks usually require, historians face a certain double danger from which it is scarcely possible to escape. Avoiding Charybdis, they fall into Scylla, who, girded with dogs, knows no less how to cause shipwrecks. Either by pursuing the truth of events, they incur the envy of many, or by concealing the truth to appease indignation, they commit a certain offense. For to deliberately overlook and conceal the truth of events is recognized as contrary to their duty. To fall from duty without doubt is a fault, if indeed duty is rightly called the appropriate act of each person according to the customs and institutions of their country. To pursue the untainted sequence of events and not abandon the rule of truth is something that often provokes indignation. As the old proverb says, obsequiousness begets friends, truth begets hatred. Thus, they will either fall from the duty of their profession by offering undue obsequiousness, or by pursuing the truth of the matter, they must endure the hatred of which it is the mother. These things frequently oppose each other and become mutually troublesome. For, according to our Cicero's opinion, truth is troublesome, for from it arises hatred, which is the poison of friendship. Yet obsequiousness is more troublesome, for by indulging vices it allows a friend to go headlong. This seems to be fulfilled by those who, for the sake of obsequiousness, suppress the truth against the duty owed. For those who, out of a desire to flatter, shamelessly weave lies into the accounts of events, are believed to commit such a detestable act that they should not even be counted among writers. If it is wrong to conceal the truth of events, and a failure of the writer's duty, it will be considered a much greater sin to mix the stain of falsehood with the truth, and to pass off what is false. Moreover, an equally or even more formidable danger often confronts historians, which must be avoided with all their might, namely that the dignity of events should not suffer loss due to the dryness of speech and barren expression. Words should be akin to the matters they discuss, and the writer's language should not degenerate from the elegance of the nobler subject matter. Hence, great care must be taken that the grandeur of the subject does not succumb to the weakness of the treatment, and that what is naturally rich and solid does not emerge lean or weak due to the fault of the narration. For, as the distinguished orator says in the first book of the Tusculan Disputations, for anyone to commit their thoughts to writing, who can neither arrange nor illuminate them, nor attract the reader with any delight, is to abuse both letters and leisure intemperately. Thus, we seem to have fallen into this dilemma and multiplicity of danger in the present case. For in the work we have undertaken, we have interspersed many things about the manners, lives, and physical conditions of kings, whether commendable or subject to censure, as the sequence of events seem to demand, which their descendants, upon reading, may perhaps bear impatiently, and unjustly become incensed against the chronicler, considering him either envious or deceitful, both of which, as the Lord lives, we shun as pestilent actions. For there is no longer any doubt that we are impudently striving for a task beyond our capacity, and that our speech does not sufficiently match the dignity of the events. Yet we have accomplished something. For even those unskilled in painting, not yet admitted to the secrets of the art, first lay down earthy colors and sketch the initial outlines, to which a more skilled hand customarily adds completed beauty with more noble hue. First, with great labor, we laid the foundations, upon which a wiser architect, observing the rule of truth, which we have not abandoned in any way, may build more skillfully with an excellent treatise. Amidst so many snares of danger and uncertain peril, it would have been safer to remain silent, and leisure should have been declared for the pen. But the most urgent love of country presses upon us, for which a well-disposed man is bound to lay down his life, if the necessity of the moment demands it. It presses, I say, and with the authority it holds, it imperiously commands that we do not allow the deeds of nearly 100 years. buried in silence to suffer the inconvenience of oblivion, but that they be diligently recorded by the office of the pen and preserved in the memory of posterity. We have complied, and we have given our hand to it, to which we could not honorably deny our service, not greatly considering what judgment posterity will pass on us, and what our lifeless speech deserves in such an excellent subject. We have complied, indeed. Would that it were as effectively as willingly. Would that it were as commendably as devoutly, drawn more by the sweetness of our native soil than by balancing our strength with the assumed labor, not relying on the aid of talent, but on the fervor of pious affection and the sincerity of charity. Moreover, the command of the illustrious memory of Lord Amalric, King, may his soul enjoy holy rest, and his renowned remembrance in the Lord, not easily neglected, and his manifold insistence, which greatly impelled us to this very task, also contributed. At his request, with him providing Arabic exemplars, we composed another history from the time of the deceiver Muhammad up to this year, which is 1184 from the incarnation of the Lord, spanning 570 years, chiefly following the venerable man Seath, son of Patrick, patriarch of Alexandria. In this work, having no Greek or Arabic writings to guide us, instructed solely by traditions except for a few things we have seen with our own eyes, we have arranged the sequence of the narrative, beginning from the departure of the valiant and God-loving princes who, called by the Lord, left the western kingdoms and claimed the promised land and almost all of Syria with a strong hand, and from there up to the reign of Lord Baldwin IV, who, counting Lord Duke Godfrey, who first obtained the kingdom, held the 7th place in the order of kings. We have extended the history with great diligence over 84 years. And so that nothing may be lacking to the reader for a fuller understanding of the state of the Eastern region, we have briefly and succinctly prefaced the time and extent of the yoke of servitude it endured. What was the condition of the faithful living among infidels during this time? And what was the occasion that, after such long periods of continuous servitude, the princes of the western kingdoms were stirred to undertake such a burden of pilgrimage for their liberation? If anyone considers our occupations, by the multiplicity of which we are greatly fatigued, both concerning the distinguished and God-protected metropolis of Tyre, over which we preside not by merit of election, but by the patience of the Lord alone, and concerning the affairs of the Lord King, in whose sacred palace we serve in the dignity of chancellor, and concerning other necessities, which emerge greater than usual. They will be more inclined to indulgence if something occurs in the present work that justly offends. For the mind, occupied with many things, is weaker in rising to examine each matter more diligently. It cannot devote as much diligence to each as it could when residing wholly within itself, uniform, and accustomed to apply singular and unique studies. Hence, it more easily merits pardon. We have divided the entire volume into 23 books, and designated each with specific chapters, so that whatever the reader finds necessary from the articles of history may more easily occur to them, intending with life as our companion. To add to what we have set forth, as the variety of future events in our times will unfold, and to increase the number of books according to the quantity of the material that arises, we hold firmly, nor does this opinion deceive us, that we produce the present work as a witness to our lack of skill. And while we might remain hidden in silence, by writing, we reveal our deficiency while embracing the duty of charity. Yet we prefer to be found without that which puffs up, rather than to lack that which edifies. For many have entered the wedding feast without it, and were found worthy at the king's table. But he who was found without it among the guests deserved to hear. How did you enter here without a wedding garment? Matthew 22:12. May he who alone can, the merciful and compassionate Lord, avert this from us, knowing, however, that in much speaking sin is not lacking, Proverbs 10:19, and that the tongue of a wretched man placed on slippery ground easily merits punishment. We fraternally invite and exhort our reader in the Lord, that when they find a just place for reproof, they may freely use it with charity, and by our correction acquire for themselves the reward of eternal life. And mindful of us in their prayers, may they obtain from the Lord that whatever we have erred in the present work, he may not impute to us unto death. But may the Savior of the world graciously forgive us from his gratuitous goodness, and innate piety, whose tribunal we wretched and unprofitable servants in his house justly fear, dreading our accusing conscience beyond measure. Chapter 1. Book 1. How in the time of Emperor Heraclius, Umar ibn al-Khattab, the third leader after Muhammad, seized all of Syria. Ancient histories recount, and the traditions of the East also affirm, that during the time when Heraclius Augustus governed the Roman Empire, Muhammad, the firstborn of Satan, who falsely claimed to be a prophet sent by the Lord, and led the regions of the East, especially Arabia, astray, had so strengthened his pestilent doctrine and spread his contagion that it occupied all provinces. His successors no longer compelled people into their error through exhortations or preaching, but by swords and violence, forcing them against their will. For when the aforementioned Augustus, having returned victorious from Persia, where he had gloriously recovered the Lord's cross, was still lingering in Syria, he had ordered through Modestus, a venerable man whom he had appointed bishop in Jerusalem, that the ruins of the churches, which Khosrow, the most wicked satrap of the Persians, had hostilely destroyed, be restored to their former state with the necessary funds provided. Umar ibn al-Khattab, the third successor in error and rule after the aforementioned deceiver, had already violently seized the distinguished Palestinian city of Gaza with countless Arab forces. From there, he later entered the territories of Damascus with his legions and the vast multitude he led, and he captured Damascus while the emperor was still in Cilicia, awaiting the outcome of events. When it was reported to him that the Arabs, emboldened by such pride and relying on their numbers, did not hesitate to invade Roman territories and claim their cities, he saw that he lacked the strength to confront such a multitude and to curb their insolence. He preferred to return safely to his own lands rather than commit himself to the uncertain outcomes of war with unequal forces. Thus, as he departed, leaving the afflicted citizens without the protection they needed, the violence of the Arabs prevailed, so that suddenly and within a short time they occupied all regions from Laodicea in Syria to Egypt. As for who this Muhammad was and whence he came, and how he burst forth into such madness as to falsely claim to be a prophet sent by God, what his life and conduct were, how long he reigned, and where, and who his successors were, and how those who followed him in the same error filled nearly the entire world with his pestilential doctrines, we have discussed elsewhere in detail, as can be clearly understood from what follows. Chapter 2, Book 1, The Reason for the Sudden Occupation of the East and the Rebuilding of the Temple in Jerusalem. Indeed, their plan was aided by the fact that a few years earlier, the aforementioned Khosrow had violently invaded Syria, destroying cities, burning the suburbs, overthrowing churches, and taking the people captive. After breaking into the holy city, he killed 36,000 citizens with the sword and carried off the true cross and the bishop of that place, Zacharias, along with the remaining people of both the city and the entire region, to Persia. This most powerful king of the Persians had married the daughter of Emperor Maurice, named Mary, and through this marriage he received the sacrament of baptism. He was a great friend to the Romans as long as the aforementioned emperor lived. However, when Maurice was treacherously killed by Emperor Phocas, who succeeded him, Khosrow abhorred their treachery, considering them guilty of secret complicity and aware of the crime, for allowing such a wicked man, still stained with the blood of their lord, to reign over them. He violently invaded the empire's borders, raging against their possessions, desiring to avenge his father-in-law's death, spurred on by his wife. After subduing other regions under Roman control, he finally, as mentioned before, seized Syria, either killing its people with the sword or taking them to Persia. Thus, when the Arabs entered, finding the land empty of inhabitants, they found a greater opportunity to subjugate it. They captured the beloved city of God, Jerusalem, which was engulfed in similar calamities, sparing the few people who prayed there on the condition that they served them under harsh terms as tributaries. They allowed them to have their bishop and to rebuild the church, which, as mentioned, had been destroyed, and to freely maintain the Christian religion. While the aforementioned leader stayed in the city, he began to inquire diligently from the citizens, especially from the venerable man Sophronius, the bishop of that place, who had succeeded the late Modestus of blessed memory, about the location where the temple of the Lord had been, which is recorded to have been destroyed by the Roman prince Titus, along with the city itself. They showed him the place, pointing out some remaining traces of the ancient structure. With funds designated sufficient for the expense and craftsmen summoned, and with materials provided according to their wishes, both in the variety of marbles and the diversity of woods, he ordered the temple to be built. After it was completed in a short time, according to the conceived plan, as it is known to be in Jerusalem today, he endowed it with many and infinite possessions, so that there would be resources to maintain its perpetual upkeep, renew the old, and sustain the lights through the hands of those who served in the temple. As for its form and the elegance of the work, since it is known to almost everyone, it is not the task of this account to discuss. Moreover, within and outside the temple building, there are very ancient inscriptions in the Arabic language, believed to be from that time, which clearly declare the author, the amount of expenses, and the time when the work was begun and completed. Chapter 3, Book 1. The duration of Syria's subjugation under various dominions, and how the friendship between the faithful under infidel rule and the magnificent Emperor Charlemagne with King Harun of the Persians was beneficial. Thus, the city beloved by God and most holy, due to our sins, was subjected to the dominion of infidel enemies and endured the yoke of undeserved servitude with continuous hardships for 490 years, though under varying conditions. Due to frequent changes in circumstances, it often changed its rulers, and according to their governance, it experienced intervals that were sometimes bright, sometimes cloudy, and like a sick person. It was burdened or relieved by the quality of the present times. However, it could not fully recover, being oppressed by the violent domination of infidel princes and a godless people. Yet, during the days of that admirable and praiseworthy man, Harun, known as al-Rashid, who ruled over the entire East, whose exceptional generosity, urbanity, and singularly commendable character the whole East still admires and praises with immortal accolades. Through the intervention of the most pious and immortal Emperor Charlemagne, who had established a mutual favor and remarkable alliance through frequent exchanges of envoys, peace was granted to the people of God. And the favor of the prince was graciously bestowed for much consolation, so much so that they seemed to live more under Emperor Charlemagne than under the said prince. It is thus recorded in the life of the aforementioned glorious man, with Harun, king of the Persians, who held almost the entire East except for India. He had such a harmonious friendship that Harun preferred his favor over the friendship of all the kings and princes in the whole world, and judged him alone worthy of honor and magnificence. Consequently, when his envoys, whom he had sent with gifts to the most sacred tomb of our Lord and Savior and the place of resurrection, came to him and conveyed their Lord's wishes, not only did he permit what was requested to be done, but he also granted that sacred and salutary place to be attributed to his authority. In sending his own envoys back with them, he directed immense gifts among garments, spices, and other riches of eastern lands, when a few years earlier he had sent him the only elephant he then possessed upon request, not only to the faithful living in Jerusalem under infidel rule, but also to those in Egypt and Africa living under the impiety of the Saracens. He frequently sent the solace of his largesse and extended works of piety, as is read in his life, which states thus: most devoted to supporting the poor in gratuitous generosity, which the Greeks call almsgiving, he took care to do this not only in his own country and kingdom, but also across the seas, in Syria, Egypt, and Africa, in Jerusalem, Alexandria, and Carthage, where he found Christians living in poverty, sympathizing with their need. He was accustomed to send money. For this reason, he especially sought the friendships of overseas kings, so that some relief and alleviation might come to Christians living under their dominion. As for the various changes in circumstances, times, and dominions by which this city devoted to God and the entire adjacent region were afflicted during this period, if anyone wishes to know, let them consult the history which we have compiled with much labor concerning the deeds of Eastern princes. From the time of the aforementioned deceiver Mohammed up to this present day, which is the year 1182 from the incarnation of the Lord, encompassing a series of events over 570 years. Chapter 4, Book 1. How the Caliph of Egypt gained power, and how under the reign of the most wicked al-Hakim, the yoke of servitude became more intolerable for the faithful, and the ruin of the Church of Jerusalem. During this time, there was a fierce and persistent rivalry between the Egyptians and the Persians over supremacy. The observance of conflicting traditions fueled and intensified their mutual hatred, with each group accusing the other of sacrilege and refusing to associate with one another. They even desired to distinguish themselves by different names. Those who follow the Eastern traditions are called Sunnis in their language, while those who prefer the Egyptian traditions are called Shiites, who seem to align more closely with our faith. However, it is not the time to explain the differences in their errors. Eventually, as the Egyptian kingdom grew stronger and occupied provinces and regions up to Antioch, the holy city also came under its common laws. Under this rule, as sometimes happens with captives, there was a slight easing of their troubles until, due to the complete wickedness of men, al-Hakim was appointed caliph of the kingdom. He surpassed both his predecessors and successors in malice, becoming a notorious tale for future generations and those who read of his madness. He was so singular in all impiety and wickedness that his life, hateful to God and men, demands special discussion. Among the many destructive orders he gave, he commanded the complete demolition of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which had been built by the Venerable Maximus, bishop of that place, at the command of Emperor Constantine, and later restored by the most Reverend Modestus during the reign of Emperor Heraclius. A certain official of his, the governor of Ramla named Hieroi, received the royal decree and carried it out, demolishing the church to its foundations. At that time, the venerable man named Orestes, the uncle of this wicked king and brother of his mother, presided over the church. It is said that he did this to provide evidence of his own perfidy to the infidel peoples. He was accused of being a Christian because he was born of a Christian mother. Wanting to rid himself of this accusation, as if it were a crime, he dared to commit this atrocity. Believing that nothing remained that could be used against him as a reproach, and that his rivals would have no grounds for attack once he had destroyed the source of Christian religion and the cradle of the Catholic faith. Chapter 5, Book 1. The condition of the faithful among the unbelievers at that time. From that day, the condition of the faithful in the same city began to worsen significantly, both due to the just grief they felt from the fall of the Church of the Holy Resurrection and due to the doubled burden of increased tributes. Besides the enormity of the taxes and levies, which were demanded from them, contrary to custom, and against the privileges granted by their predecessors, even their religious celebrations were forbidden, which they had until that day celebrated quite freely under other rulers, both in secret and openly. The more significant the day, the more they were confined within the walls of their homes, not daring to appear in public, and even at home they were not safe. They were harassed with stone throwing, the throwing of filth, and violent intrusions, with the harassment increasing on more solemn days. Moreover, for any trivial word or at the suggestion of any accuser, without any investigation of the cause, they were seized for crucifixion and punishment. Their goods were confiscated, their possessions taken away, and their sons and daughters were snatched from their parents' homes, sometimes forced to eyes through whippings, sometimes through flattery and promises, or they were affixed to gallows. The patriarch who was with them at the time was the first to endure insults and reproaches. He would then invite them both publicly and privately to patience, promising eternal crowns for the temporal evils they suffered. Encouraged by his words and example, they consoled each other with mutual love, despising the temporary injuries for Christ. It would be too long to recount individually how much torment these servants of God endured in their own bodies to become heirs in the house of the Lord, and to emulate the laws of their fathers. However, let us bring forth one example from among the many thousands, so that your love may understand how, for trivial reasons, they were dragged to the ultimate punishments. A certain citizen among the unbelievers, driven by insatiable hatred against our people, a treacherous and wicked man, secretly threw a dead dog into the courtyard of the temple, where its cleanliness was diligently maintained by its guardians and the entire city. In the morning, those who came to the temple for prayer found the unclean and foul-smelling carcass, and nearly driven to madness, they filled the entire city with their cries. The whole populace quickly gathered, and all asserted with certainty that the Christians had done this. What more can be said? The destruction of all was decreed, and it was judged that such a heinous crime should be expiated by death. The faithful, confident in their innocence, were prepared to die for Christ. While the executioners stood ready with drawn swords to slaughter the people, a young man full of spirit stepped forward, saying, "It is dangerous, brothers, if this entire church perishes. It is better that one should die for the people, and not the whole nation perish. Allow me to be remembered annually in blessing, and let honor due to my family be preserved forever. I, with the Lord's help, will avert this massacre from you." They gratefully accepted his word and willingly granted what he requested. And to commemorate him perpetually on Palm Sunday, they confirmed that his fellow citizens would bring an olive branch, symbolic of our Lord Jesus Christ, into the city in a solemn procession. Having done this, the young man presented himself to the city's leaders, confessed himself guilty, and declared all others innocent. Hearing this, the judges absolved the others and exposed him to the sword. Thus, laying down his life for his brothers, he passed away with piety, having the best grace reserved in the Lord. Chapter 6, Book 1. How the noble ruler Tyre succeeded his wicked father, and at the request of Lord Romanus, the Emperor of Constantinople, the church was rebuilt with the assistance of John Carianites, with Constantine the monk providing the necessary support. At last, divine mercy appeared, taking pity on the afflicted and bringing the inestimable consolation to those in despair. With the aforementioned wicked ruler removed from the world, the turmoil subsided somewhat as his son Tyre took the throne. Tyre, at the request of Lord Romanus, the Emperor of Constantinople, who was also known as a Heliopolitan, repaired the alliance his father had broken and granted the faithful the power to rebuild the aforementioned church. Upon receiving this permission, the faithful people living in Jerusalem realized that their resources were insufficient for such a great work. They sent messengers to the successor of Romanus, Lord Constantine Monomachus, who then held the scepter. With humble prayers, they expressed the deep sorrow and desolation the people had endured since the church was destroyed. They earnestly pleaded for the imperial generosity to extend a helping hand for the church's reconstruction. Their mission was led by a certain John, surnamed Carianites, a native of Constantinople, noble by birth, but even more noble in character. Having set aside worldly dignity, he followed Christ, adopting a religious habit, and living in Jerusalem as a pauper for Christ. Sent with due diligence and unwavering care, he faithfully worked with the same emperor, securing the necessary and sufficient funds from the imperial treasury for the building project. With the request of the faithful people granted, he joyfully returned to Jerusalem. Upon announcing the success of his journey and the favorable response to their prayers, he rejuvenated the entire clergy and people, as if they were recovering from a grave illness. At that time, the venerable Nicephorus was the patriarch of the church. Thus, with permission obtained and funds provided from the imperial treasury, they built the Church of the Holy Resurrection, which now stands in Jerusalem. In the year of our Lord 1048, 51 years before the liberation of the city, and 37 years after it had been destroyed, with its construction, they received consolation against impending dangers and countless threats of death. However, frequent injuries and new forms of oppression continued against the faithful people. Spitting, blows, chains, imprisonment, and ultimately, every kind of punishment with which the people of God were incessantly afflicted. This affliction was not only upon those in the city, but also upon those in Bethlehem and Tekoa, where only the faithful resided. Whenever a new governor arrived or a newly appointed procurator was sent by the caliph, new accusations were devised against the people of God, and various extortion schemes were invented. Whenever the patriarch and the people jointly resisted any violent demands, if their request was delayed for any reason, they were immediately threatened with the destruction of the church. This happened almost every year, with governors pretending to have a royal decree in hand, stating that if there was any delay or difficulty in paying taxes or tributes, their churches would be demolished to the ground. However, as long as the Egyptian or Persian kingdoms prevailed, the faithful enjoyed better conditions under their rule. But after the Turkish kingdom began to rise again, expanding its influence over the lands of the Egyptians and Persians, and the holy city fell under their control for the 38 years they held it, the people of God began to suffer greater hardships, so much so that what they had endured under the Egyptian or Persian yoke seemed light by comparison. Chapter 7, Book 1, on the rise and first origin of the Turkish people. Since we frequently need to discuss the Turks in this work, given the many significant actions they have taken against us and we against them, and because they persistently continue to attack us, it seems fitting to include in this narrative some account of their origin and rise to the high status they have held for many years. The Turkish people, or Turkomans, for they share the same origin, were initially a northern people, entirely uncultivated and without a fixed abode. They wandered and roamed widely, seeking the convenience of pastures, without cities, towns, or any permanent settlements. When they wished to move, those of the same tribe would travel together, having a leader from among their elders, to whom all tribal disputes were referred, and whose decisions were obeyed by all parties. It was not permissible to disregard his judgment without consequence. As they migrated, they carried all their possessions with them: horses, flocks, herds, servants, and maidservants, for these constituted their entire wealth. They did not engage in agriculture, nor did they understand buying and selling, but acquired life's necessities through barter alone. When they wished to settle temporarily in a pleasant grassy area, they would send some of their wiser members to negotiate with the local rulers, agreeing on terms and conditions, and paying a fixed tribute to the regional leader to stay in the pastures and woods. It happened that a large group of these people, moving separately from others, entered the lands of the Persians and found a region well suited to them. Paying tribute to the reigning king as initially agreed, they stayed there for several years. Their population grew immensely, and their numbers seemed endless, causing the king and the natives, with a sense of foreboding, to view them with suspicion. Consequently, they decided to expel them from the kingdom by force. However, changing their plan, they thought it more expedient to burden them with increased taxes and irregular pressures until they left voluntarily. After enduring many years of oppression and excessive taxes, they decided, after consulting among themselves, that they could no longer tolerate. When the king learned of this, he issued a proclamation ordering them to leave the kingdom within a certain time. Crossing the Kobar River, which marked the kingdom's boundary, they saw their vast numbers more clearly, as they had previously lived separately and did not know their own strength. They marveled at how such a large and innumerable people could have endured the arrogance and harshness of taxes and burdens from any ruler. They realized that they were not inferior in number or strength to the Persians or any other nation, and that nothing prevented them from violently seizing neighboring regions except that they did not have a king, like other peoples. Desiring to create a king for themselves, they counted all their families and found 100 more distinguished than the rest. They instructed each family to bring 1 arrow, and they gathered a bundle of 100 arrows. Covering it, they called an innocent boy, and instructed him to draw 1 arrow from under the covering, with the condition that the king would be chosen from the family whose arrow was drawn. By chance, the boy drew an arrow from the Seljuk family. It was thus decided, as previously arranged, that the future leader would be chosen from this tribe. They then commanded that 100 men be selected from this tribe who excelled in age, character, and strength over their peers, and that each should bring an arrow with their name inscribed. Making another bundle and covering it carefully, they called the boy again, or perhaps another of similar innocence, and persuaded him to draw 1 arrow. He drew one with the name Seljuk inscribed. Selyuk was a very handsome man, noble and renowned in his tribe, advanced in age but strong, with much military experience, and his entire demeanor suggested the elegance of a great leader. They elevated him to a royal throne by common decree, showing him the reverence due to kings and binding themselves by oath to fulfill his commands. Immediately, using the power granted to him, he publicly proclaimed that they should recross the river and, with all their forces, violently seize the Persian lands from which they had come and claim neighboring kingdoms. So they would no longer be compelled to wander foreign lands and endure the unbearable arrogance of other nations. Within a few years, they not only subjugated the Persians, but also all the kingdoms of the East, conquering the Arabs and other nations that held power. Thus, a lowly and despised people suddenly rose to such a height that they occupied the entire East. This occurred barely 30 or 40 years before our Western princes undertook the pilgrimage journey, which we will discuss here. To distinguish between those who had created a king for themselves and gained great glory, and those who remained in their primitive state, not abandoning their former way of life, the former are today called Turks, while the latter retain the ancient name Turkomans. Having conquered the eastern kingdoms, they also sought to invade the powerful kingdom of the Egyptians. Descending into Syria, they violently subjugated Jerusalem and some neighboring cities, oppressing the faithful inhabitants they found there with harsher burdens than usual and exhausting them with multiple exactions, as previously mentioned. Chapter 8, Book 1. The vices afflicting the world at that time. Not only in the East were the faithful oppressed by the impious, but in the West and nearly all over the world, especially among those who were called faithful. Faith had failed, and the fear of the Lord had been removed from their midst. Justice had vanished from affairs, and with equity subdued, violence ruled among the people. Fraud, deceit, and treachery had widely enveloped everything. All virtue had given way or retreated as if useless, with malice creeping in. Indeed, the world seemed to have declined toward evening, and the second coming of the Son of Man appeared nearer. For the love of many had grown cold, and faith was not found upon the earth. With orders confused, everything was in turmoil, and the world seemed to want to return to its original chaos. For the greater princes, who were bound to guide their subjects toward peace, neglecting the covenant of peace, quarreled with each other over trivial matters, delivering regions to flames, plundering everywhere, and exposing the goods of the poor to their wicked followers for pillage. No one's possessions were safe amid so many snares. It was considered a sufficient cause for someone to be dragged to prison or chains, and to endure unworthy tortures in their own body if they were believed to possess anything. The estates of churches and monasteries were not spared, nor did the privileges granted by pious princes confer anything on the possessions of the saints, nor did they claim the usual immunity and their former dignity. The sanctuary was indeed broken into, and utensils dedicated to heavenly uses were seized by force. The sacrilegious hand did not distinguish the sacred from the profane, but with the distinction removed, the vestments of the altars, the garments of the priests, and the vessels of the Lord were open to plunder. From the bosom of the divine house, from the innermost sanctuaries, from the courts of the basilicas, those who had fled there were dragged to death and punishment. Moreover, public roads were beset by wicked robbers armed with swords, laying ambushes for travelers, where neither pilgrims nor religious men were spared. Neither cities nor towns were free from these outrages, in which assassins made all the streets and squares dangerous for the innocent. The more innocent one was, the more they were subjected to plots. Every kind of fornication was also practiced everywhere, and without shame, as if it were a lawful thing, with impunity. Even among relatives or close kin, the bonds of marriage were not safe. Chastity, pleasing to the heavens and God, was ordered to depart as if it were a worthless. There was no place for frugality or sobriety, where luxury, drunkenness, and nightly gambling had taken over entrances and occupied halls. The clergy did not differ from the people in a nobler way of life, but as it is read in the prophet, as the people, so the priest, Hosea 4:9, Isaiah 24:2. For the bishops had become negligent, mute dogs unable to bark, Isaiah 56:10. They were respecters of persons, anointing their heads with the oil of sinners, abandoning the entrusted flocks to the coming wolves, like hirelings, and forgetful of the Lord's word, which says, "Freely you have received, freely give," Matthew 10:8. They did not avoid the heresy of simony, stained and defiled with the filth of Gehazi. What more can be said? To sum it up, every vice stood on the brink, and all flesh had corrupted its way, Genesis 6:12. Nor could the wonders of the Lord, threatening in the heavens above and signs on the earth below, recall those inclined to evil. For there were pestilences and famines, terrors from heaven, and great earthquakes in various places, Matthew 24:7, and the other things which the Lord carefully enumerates in the gospel, but obstinate in their dead works. Like a pig in the mire, 2 Peter 2:22, and like beasts they rotted in their own filth, abusing the Lord's pious patience, as if the Lord were saying to them, "I struck them, but they did not grieve. I healed them, but they were not healed." Jeremiah 5:3. Chapter 9, Book 1. How, due to sins, the Persians occupied all regions up to the Hellespont. Provoked to anger by these and similar offenses, the Lord allowed not only those faithful in the land of promise to bear the yoke of servitude, and be wearied by numerous troubles beyond their strength, but also stirred up an adversary against others, who still seemed to enjoy their freedom, and for whom everything appeared to succeed according to their wishes. This adversary was a scourge of the peoples, a hammer of the whole earth. During the reign of Romanus, surnamed Diogenes, who ruled the Greeks and administered the empire of Constantinople with all prosperity, a most powerful satrap of the Persians and Assyrians named Belpheth emerged from the innermost regions of the east. He led with him an innumerable multitude of unbelieving nations, said to exceed countable numbers and cover the entire surface of the earth. Thus, ascending with chariots and horses, with flocks and herds, and with exceedingly magnificent display, he entered the borders of the empire, subjecting everything to himself, from the suburban plains to the walled cities and fortified towns. There was no one to resist, no one to stand up for safety for children and wives, and, what is more grievous, for freedom. Meanwhile, the emperor was informed of the impending sword, a greater force and a hostile army devastating the Christian empire. Concerned for the republic, he summoned expeditions of cavalry and gathered as many infantry forces as the pressing necessity demanded, and as the entire empire could provide. What more can be said? With the legions gathered and a large cavalry assembled, he advanced to meet the enemy, who had already penetrated the heart of the empire and progressed further inward. He confronted them with a strong hand, but was deprived of divine favor. The battle was fiercely contested on both sides, with nearly equal forces, but greater animosities, such as the pain of sacrilege and zeal for faith usually in sight. What more? The Christian army perished, the ranks of the faithful were overthrown. Blood redeemed by Christ was shed by the impious, and, more miserably, the emperor was captured. The remnants of the army who escaped returned piecemeal, announcing the disaster that had occurred. Those who heard were dismayed, giving themselves to grievous lamentations and despairing of life and safety. Meanwhile, the infidel but magnificent man, elated by such great success, and made more exalted by the victory, ordered the emperor to be presented to him. In contempt of the Christian name and faith, he sat on a royal throne and commanded the emperor to be placed at his feet. Using his imperial body as a footstool before the assembled princes, he ascended and descended. Finally, for such service, he restored him to liberty, allowing him to depart with a few of his noblemen who had been captured with him. Hearing this, the princes of the empire appointed another ruler, deeming it unworthy for someone who had suffered such indignities in his own body to wield the scepter and hold imperial dignity. Moreover, they deprived him of his eyes, and, treating him ignominiously, scarcely allowed him to live a private life. The aforementioned prince, freely pursuing his purpose, occupied all the regions from Laodicea of Syria to the Hellespont, which flows past Constantinople, a journey of 30 days in length and 10 or 15 in width, with their cities and municipalities, capturing the entire population. The Lord delivered them into the hands of their enemies, and those who hated them ruled over them. Among these, the noble and distinguished metropolis, the first seat of the Prince of the Apostles, was captured last and became subject to the infidels under tribute. Thus, he took into his jurisdiction in a short time the noble provinces of Coelia Syria, both Cilicia, Isauria, Pamphylia, Lycia, Pisidia, Lycaonia, Cappadocia, Galatia, both Pontuses, Bithynia, and part of Asia Minor, all renowned for their resources and filled with faithful peoples. He captured the peoples, demolished churches, and pursued the extermination of Christian worship with fury. Had he possessed a fleet, he would undoubtedly have subjected the royal city itself to his power. He had instilled such fear in the Greeks that they scarcely trusted the walls of the royal city and did not consider the intervening sea a sufficiently safe defense. These and similar events added to the misery of the faithful people dwelling in Jerusalem and its borders, plunging them into the depths of despair. For when the empire was previously in a prosperous state, as mentioned earlier, they did not lack frequent assistance from the imperial house in times of need. The intact and flourishing state of the empire, the successful outcomes of neighboring cities, and especially of Antioch, nurtured some hope of future freedom among them. But now, burdened with their own concerns, and those of others, and worn down by adverse rumors to the point of utter exhaustion, they longed for death more than life, wasting away in despair of perpetual certitude. Chapter 10, Book 1. How at that time crowds of the faithful approached the holy city and the conditions they faced both inside and outside, and how the city was again restored into the hands of the Turks. During the treacherous times of this period, a considerable number of people, both Greeks and Latins, driven by devotion, approached the venerable places. As they journeyed to the city through countless perils of death and across hostile territories, they were denied entry unless they paid a gold coin at the gate, which was set as a tribute to the gatekeepers. However, those who had lost everything on the journey and barely arrived with their limbs intact at the desired places had nothing with which to pay the tribute. Thus, it happened that before the city, from such people, 1,000 or more gathered, waiting for permission to enter, and perished from hunger and exposure. These, both living and dead, were an unbearable burden to the miserable citizens, for they strove to feed the living and sustain them with food by any means possible, and they endeavored to bury the dead, though these tasks were beyond their strength. Those who were able to enter the city by paying the usual price caused even greater concern for the citizens, who feared that while wandering carelessly as if wishing to visit the holy places, they might be subjected to spitting and slaps, and ultimately that they might be secretly suffocated and perish. To prevent these evils, the citizens, out of brotherly love and concern for the lives and safety of the pilgrims wishing to hasten to the holy places, followed in their footsteps, fearing that some misfortune might befall them. There was, however, in the city a monastery of the Amalfitans, which is still known today as St. Mary of the Latins, and next to it, a hospice where there was a small oratory in honor of St. John the Almsgiver, Patriarch of Alexandria, under the care of the abbot of the aforementioned monastery. Here, for such miserable arrivals, sustenance was provided as best as possible from the monastery and the donations of the faithful. For out of 1,000, scarcely one arrived who could support himself. Having lost their provisions and consumed by the immense hardships, they could barely escape unharmed. Thus, there was no peace for the citizens, neither outside nor at home, as death threatened them daily, and worse than any form of death, a harsh and intolerable servitude weighed upon them. Adding to the heap of miseries was the fact that their churches, which they had repaired and preserved with so much labor, were violently entered by those who, while divine services were being celebrated, instilled terror among the faithful with fury and noise. They sat upon the altars, making no distinction of sacred places. They overturned chalices and trampled vessels dedicated to divine service, underfoot, shattered marble, and subjected the clergy to insults and beatings. Even the patriarch himself, who held office at the time, was treated as a vile and contemptible person, dragged from his own seat by his beard and hair, and thrown to the ground. Often he was seized and treated like a worthless slave, unjustly thrown into prison, to afflict the people who sympathize with their father. This kind of dreadful servitude, as we have previously mentioned, was endured by the people devoted to God for these 490 years with pious patience, crying out to the Lord with groans, tearful sighs, and constant prayers, that he might mercifully turn away the scourges of his wrath from them, sparing the corrected, for they had descended into the depths of miseries. Hence, as the abyss calls to the abyss, Psalm 42:7, the abyss of miseries called to the abyss of mercies, and they were heard by him who is the God of all consolation. At last, the Lord, mercifully looking down from his seat of glory, wishing to put an end to such labors, decided to provide them with consolation according to their desires, through paternal provision. The manner and divine disposition by which he wished to relieve the long-standing affliction of his people, we have proposed to write in this present work, for the perpetual memory of the faithful of Christ. Chapter 11, Book 1. The arrival of the man of God, Peter the Hermit, and his discussion with the venerable Simeon, Patriarch of Jerusalem. During this time, as the aforementioned city was subjected to such great troubles, as we have previously mentioned, among those who visited the holy places for prayer and devotion was a certain priest named Peter. He came from the kingdom of the Franks, from the bishopric of Amiens, and was known both in deed and name as a hermit. Driven by the same fervor, he arrived in Jerusalem. This man was of small stature and in terms of outward appearance, a person of little regard. Yet a greater virtue reigned in his small body. He was of lively intellect, had a keen eye, and possessed a fluent and pleasing eloquence. According to the common law, once the tribute was paid, Christians wishing to enter the city were allowed to do so. Peter entered the city and was received as a guest by a faithful man, who was also among the confessors of Christ. Being a diligent man, Peter inquired carefully about their condition, and was informed not only about the present dangers of the time, but also about the persecutions their ancestors had suffered in the past. Whatever was lacking in verbal instruction was later completed by what he saw with his own eyes. For as he stayed in the city and visited the churches, he learned more fully what he had previously understood from others' reports. Hearing that the patriarch of the city was a religious man who feared God, Peter wished to discuss the current state of affairs with him and to be more perfectly informed about certain matters. He approached the patriarch, and through a faithful interpreter, they engaged in mutual conversation. The patriarch's name was Simeon. Recognizing from Peter's words that he was a prudent man with much experience, powerful in both deed and word, Simeon began to explain more intimately all the things that were grievously afflicting the people of God residing in the city. As Peter, sharing in their fraternal sorrow, could not hold back his tears, he diligently asked whether any path to salvation could be found against these impending evils. The righteous man replied, "Peter, our tears, groans, and sighs are not heard by the just and merciful Lord, hindered as they are by our sins. For our iniquity is not yet fully purged, and thus the scourges do not cease. But if your people, true worshippers of God, whose strength remains intact by the Lord's abundant mercy, and whose empire flourishes far and wide, formidable to our enemies, would be willing to sympathize with us in brotherly love, and seek a remedy for the calamities that oppress us, or at least intercede for us with Christ, there would be hope for us that our affliction might soon end. For from the empire of the Greeks, although they are closer to us in kinship and location and possess greater wealth, we have no hope of any consolation. They scarcely suffice for themselves, and as your fraternity may have heard, their strength has withered, so much so that within a few years they have lost more than half of their empire." To this Peter replied, "Know, Holy Father, that if the Roman Church and the princes of the West have a diligent and trustworthy instructor regarding this calamity you suffer, without any doubt they would quickly attempt to procure remedies for your evils, both in word and deed. Therefore, write diligently to the Lord Pope and the Roman Church, as well as to the kings and princes of the West, and strengthen the letter with the authority of your seal. For the remedy of my soul, I do not refuse to undertake this labor, but, with the Lord's help, I am prepared to meet all, to urge all, to earnestly proclaim the vastness of your sufferings, and to diligently invite each one to hasten the remedy. The proposal pleased both the Lord Patriarch and the faithful who were present. After offering great thanks to the man of God for his compassion, they entrusted him with the requested letter. Chapter 12, Book 1. The revelation made to Peter in the Church of the Holy Resurrection. Truly great are you, Lord our God, and your mercies have no end. Truly, good Jesus, those who hope in you will not be put to shame. For how could this poor and needy pilgrim, lacking the support of necessary resources, and far from his homeland, possess such confidence to undertake a task beyond his strength, and have faith in the fulfillment of his vow? Except that he had cast his thoughts upon you, his protector, except that, inflamed with the fire of charity, he was compassionate to his brothers, loving his neighbor as himself, striving to fulfill the law. Though strength was lacking, charity urged him on, and although what his brothers commanded seemed hard and impossible, the love of God and neighbor made it light, for love is as strong as death. Faith, therefore, works through love, which earns merit with you, and merits are not idle with you. Thus you do not allow your servant to waver for long, but you reveal yourself to him and strengthen him with your revelation, so that he may not falter, indicating an apocalypse, through which he might rise stronger to fulfill the work of charity. It happened one day, while this servant of God was more anxious than usual about returning home and fulfilling the mission he had undertaken, that he turned with all devotion to the fountain of mercies and entered the Church of the Holy Resurrection. There, as he spent the night, exhausted by prayers and vigils, overcome by fatigue, he lay down on the floor to satisfy the sleep that was overtaking him. And when sleep, as it usually does, had deeply enveloped him, our Lord Jesus Christ appeared to him as if standing before him and enjoined the same mission, saying, "Arise, Peter, hasten, and fearlessly accomplish what has been commanded to you, for I will be with you. It is time for the holy places to be cleansed, and for my servants to be aided." Awakened, Peter, strengthened by the vision he had seen in the Lord, became more inclined to obey, and following the divine admonition, he eagerly broke off delays, prepared to return. After completing his prayers as usual, obtaining permission and a blessing from the Lord Patriarch, he descended to the sea, finding there a merchant ship that intended to cross to Apulia. Boarding it and enjoying a favorable voyage, he reached Bari. From there he traveled to Rome, where he found Pope Urban in those parts. He presented the letters from the Lord Patriarch and the faithful residing in Jerusalem, explaining their miseries and the abominations occurring in the holy places by the unclean nations, and he executed his mission as faithfully and prudently as he could. Chapter 13, Book 1. The dispute between Emperor Henry and Pope Gregory VII, how Urban, his successor, kindly received Peter, returning from Jerusalem. Some years earlier, Henry, king of the Germans and also emperor of the Romans, had engaged in a significant dispute and controversy with Lord Pope Gregory VII, the predecessor of this Urban, concerning the ring and staff of deceased bishops. A custom had developed, especially within the empire, that upon the death of church prelates, the ring and pastoral staff were sent to the emperor. Subsequently, he would invest one of his householder chaplains and send him to the vacant church to perform the duties of a pastor, without waiting for the election by the clergy. Observing that this was done against all propriety and perceiving that ecclesiastical rights were being trampled upon, the Pope admonished the emperor once, twice, and a third time to desist from such a detestable presumption. When he could not persuade him with these salutary warnings, he bound him with the chain of anathema. The emperor, taking this action very indignantly, began to persecute the Roman Church and raised Guibert, Archbishop of Ravenna, a learned and very wealthy man, as an adversary against the Pope. Relying on the emperor's power and trusting in his wealth, Guibert forcibly excluded the aforementioned venerable man and invaded the apostolic seat, so deluded and lacking in sound judgment that he believed himself to be what he was falsely proclaimed, while the unfortunate world, already set in wickedness, followed perilous and useless paths, as we have previously mentioned. It inclined to worse due to this schism, casting all reverence for God and men behind its back, pursuing harmful things, and turning away from what was salutary. Bishops were captured, and any church prelates who did not consent to the emperor's perversity were imprisoned as if guilty of murder, their goods confiscated. Not only were injuries inflicted upon them temporarily, but they were permanently excluded, and successors were forcibly installed. Therefore, Lord Pope Gregory, fleeing the emperor's wrath, withdrew to Apulia, where he was honorably received and kindly treated by Lord Robert Guiscard, Duke of Apulia, whose assistance allowed him to escape the emperor's hands. Eventually, coming to Salerno, he ended his life there and was buried. After him, Lord Urban succeeded, following Lord Victor, who had held the seat for only 2 months. Urban, avoiding the fury of Henry, the successor of the aforementioned Henry, who was obstinately set in the same malice, hid in more fortified places among his faithful, never fully secure. In his adversity, he kindly received the aforementioned Peter, a venerable man returning from Jerusalem, who was fulfilling the office of the aforementioned legation. He promised to be a faithful cooperator, in the word of which Peter was the bearer when the time was right. Peter, burning with divine zeal, traveled through all of Italy, crossed the Alps, and visited all the Western princes individually, urging them earnestly, reproving and arguing, and with grace cooperating. He persuaded some by admonition not to delay in helping the brothers in such affliction, and not to allow the holy places, which the Lord deigned to illuminate with his presence, to be profaned by the filth of infidels any longer. Nor did it seem sufficient to him to spread this among the princes, unless he also encouraged the common people, and those of lower status, with pious exhortations to the same purpose. Thus, traveling through nations and kingdoms, piously diligent, he faithfully fulfilled his legation even to the poorest and most abject persons, proclaiming the same message. The Lord, considering the merit of his faith, granted him such grace that rarely did people gather without bearing fruit. He was very necessary to the Pope, who had decided to follow him beyond the mountains without delay, in the same word. For having performed the office of a forerunner, he had prepared the minds of the listeners to obey, so that the Pope, wishing to persuade them, might more easily achieve his purpose and incline the hearts of all more readily to himself. Chapter 14, Book 1. On the arrival of Pope Urban in the regions beyond the mountains and the council held at Clermont, in the year of our Lord 1095 during the 4th indiction, while Lord Henry IV was reigning as King of the Germans and also as Emperor of the Romans, in the 43rd year of his reign and the 12th of his empire, and while the illustrious King Philip, son of Henry, was reigning in France. The aforementioned Lord Urban, seeing that the wickedness of men had exceeded all bounds, and that everything seemed inclined towards evil, after holding a council at Piacenza with representatives from all over Italy to correct the excesses of men, fled the wrath of the aforementioned emperor. Departing from Italy, he crossed the Alps and entered the kingdom of the Franks. There, witnessing, as he had previously heard, the divine commandments being trampled upon everywhere, the teachings of the gospel being scorned, faith having perished, and charity and all virtue being in peril, while conversely the power of the adversary and prince of darkness seemed to extend far and wide. He was greatly troubled. As his duty required, he pondered how he might confront the monstrous vices and prodigious sins that were so miserably flourishing and enveloping the world. He decided to convene a general council, first at Le Puy, then at Clermont, in the city of Auvergne, with divine grace as his companion. In November, a sacred assembly of bishops and abbots gathered from all the provinces beyond the Alps in the name of the Lord, with some princes from those regions also present. There, with the council of the church's prelates and God-fearing men, institutions were established that seemed to address the restoration of the church's declining state. Canons were promulgated that could contribute to the edification of morals and the correction of grave sins, and that could restore peace, which had been lost, as suggested by Peter, the hermit, who was diligently concerned with the task entrusted to him. Finally, he turned to this exhortation, saying, Chapter 15, Book 1, The Pope's Exhortation to the people for the journey to Jerusalem. Beloved brothers, and it is fitting for your charity to know how the Redeemer of the human race, taking on flesh for the salvation of us all, and living among men, illuminated the promised land, which he had long ago promised to the fathers, with his own presence, Through the works of his assumed dispensation and the frequent display of miracles, he rendered it particularly significant. This is taught by the series of the Old and New Testaments in almost every syllable. It is certain that he loved it with a special prerogative of affection, so much so that he deemed it worthy to call that part of the world, indeed a mere portion, his inheritance, even though the whole earth and its fullness are his. Isaiah 34:1. Thus, through Isaiah he says, Israel is my inheritance, Isaiah 19:25. And again, the vineyard of the Lord of hosts is the house of Israel, Isaiah 5:7. Although he dedicated the whole from the beginning as a principal part to himself, he particularly adopted the holy city as his own, as the prophet testifies, saying, The Lord loves the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Psalm 86, start. Glorious things are spoken of it, namely that in it, teaching, suffering, and rising again, the Savior worked salvation in the midst of the earth, chosen from ages past to be aware of such great mysteries and a familiar chamber of mysteries. Indeed, it was chosen, as he who chose it testifies, saying, And from Jerusalem, the city which I have chosen, the Savior will come to you, although God, due to the sins of its inhabitants, has often allowed it to be handed over to the hands of the impious by his just judgment, and has permitted it to endure the yoke of harsh servitude for a time, it should not be thought that he has cast it away, as if rejected. For it is written, God disciplines every son whom he receives, Hebrews 12:6. But he stores up wrath for him to whom he says, My zeal has departed from you. I will no longer be angry with you, Ezekiel 16:42. He loves it, and the fervor of his love has not cooled towards it, to which he says, You will be a crown of glory in the hand of the Lord, and a royal diadem in the hand of your God. And you will no longer be called desolate, but you will be called, My delight is in her, because the Lord delights in you. Isaiah 62:3. These therefore are the cradles of our salvation, the homeland of the Lord, the mother of religion. Possessed violently by a people without God, the son of the Egyptian handmaid, and imposing extreme conditions on the free sons who were held captive, whom it deservedly ought to serve in reverse. But what is written? Cast out the bondwoman and her son, Genesis 21:10. For the impious race of the Saracens, followers of worldly traditions, has for many past times oppressed the holy places with violent tyranny, where the feet of the Lord once stood, subjugating the faithful and condemning them to servitude. Dogs have entered the holy, the sanctuary has been profaned. The people of God have been humiliated. The chosen race suffers unworthy burdens. The royal priesthood serves in mud and brick. The prince of provinces has become tributary. The city of God, whose soul does not melt, whose heart does not languish when these things come to mind. Who can hear these things with dry eyes, dearest brothers? The temple of the Lord, from which the zealous Lord cast out the buyers and sellers, so that his Father's house would not become a den of thieves, Matthew 21, has become a seat of demons. This very thing kindled the commendable zeal of Mattathias, the great priest, progenitor of the holy Maccabees, as he himself testifies, saying, The temple of the Lord is like a man of no repute. Its vessels of glory have been taken captive, 1 Maccabees 2:8. The city of the King of all kings, which gave others the rules of undefiled faith, is compelled against its will to serve the superstitions of the nations. The church of the Holy Resurrection, the resting place of the sleeping Lord, endures their dominion, is defiled by the impurities of those who will not partake in the resurrection, but will be assigned as chaff to the eternal fires. The venerable places dedicated to divine mysteries, which received the Lord in the flesh as a guest, saw signs, felt benefits, and present full evidence of all these things in themselves, have become stables for flocks, stalls for beasts. The praiseworthy people, whom the Lord of hosts blessed, groan under the weight of burdens and sordid exactions. Their children, the dear pledges of Mother Church, are seized to serve the impurities of the nations, and are compelled to deny the name of the living God or blaspheme it with sacrilegious mouths, or detesting the impious commands, they are slaughtered by swords like sheep to be joined with the holy martyrs. There is no distinction of places for the sacrilegious, no respect for persons. Priests and Levites are killed in the sanctuaries. Virgins are forced to fornicate or perish through torture. Nor does a more mature age protect matrons. Woe to us, who have descended into such misery of perilous times, which the faithful King David, chosen by the Lord, foresaw in spirit and lament, saying, O God, the nations have come into your inheritance. They have defiled your holy temple. Psalm 78, Warson. And again, they have humbled your people and vexed your inheritance. Psalm 94:5. Why, O Lord, are you angry forever? Will your wrath burn like fire? Psalm 78:5, 89:47. Where are your former mercies, O Lord? Psalm 89:50. Is it true what is said, will God forget to be merciful? Will he withhold his mercies in his anger? Psalm 76:10. Remember what has happened to us. Look and see our disgrace. Lamentations 5:1. Woe to us! Why were we born to see the corruption of our people and the destruction of the holy city, and to sit there when the holy things are given into the hands of enemies? 1 Maccabees 2:7. Therefore, beloved, arm yourselves with the zeal of God. Gird each one with his sword upon his thigh, O mighty one. Psalm 44. Gird yourselves and be sons of the mighty. For it is better to die in battle than to see the evils of our people and the saints. If anyone has the zeal for the law of God, let him join us. Let us help our brothers. Let us break their bonds and cast away their yoke from us. Psalm 2:2. Go forth, and the Lord will be with you. Turn the weapons which you have unlawfully stained with mutual slaughter against the enemies of the faith and the Christian name. Redeem thefts, arson, plundering, murders, and other such acts, which those who commit will not inherit the kingdom of God, with this service pleasing to God, so that these works of piety and the intercession of the saints may obtain for you the swift forgiveness of the sins by which you have provoked the Lord to anger. We therefore admonish and exhort you in the Lord and enjoin for the remission of sin, that you compassionately share in the afflictions and labors of our brothers and co-heirs of the heavenly kingdom. For we are all members of one another, heirs indeed of God, and co-heirs with Christ. Romans 8:17, who dwell in Jerusalem and its borders, and with due retribution restrain the insolence of the infidels who strive to subject kingdoms, principalities, and powers to themselves, and confront with all your strength those who intend to erase the Christian name. Otherwise it will happen that soon the Church of God, bearing the yoke of undue servitude, will feel the loss of faith with the superstition of the Gentiles prevailing. For some of you know in what great affliction they are placed, who have seen with their own eyes what we speak of. And the present letter brought to us by the hand of Peter, a venerable man who is present, teaches us. But we, trusting in the mercy of the Lord and the authority of the blessed apostles Peter and Paul, grant remission of the penances imposed for their sins to faithful Christians who take up arms against them and assume the burden of this pilgrimage. Those who die there in true repentance should not doubt that they will have both the forgiveness of sins and the reward of eternal merit. Meanwhile, we receive those who, with the fervor of faith, undertake this labor to expel them. Under the protection of the Church and the protection of the blessed Peter and Paul, as sons of true obedience, and we decree that they remain secure from all disturbances, both in their possessions and in their persons. If anyone dares to molest them in the meantime with reckless audacity, let him be struck with excommunication by the bishop of the place, and let the sentence be observed by all until both the stolen goods are returned and adequate satisfaction is made for the damages inflicted. Bishops and priests who do not strongly resist such actions shall be punished with suspension from their office until they obtain the mercy of the Apostolic See. Having said these things, he ended his speech, instructing those present, the prelates of the churches, to return to their own places and diligently exhort and invite their people to the same with all urgency and due care. Having said these things, he ended his speech, and the synod was dissolved, and bidding farewell to one another, they returned to their own places, above all laboring faithfully according to the decrees of the synod. That peace, which in common speech is called a truce, be observed inviolate by all, so that no impediment is given to those wishing to go and attend to necessary matters. Chapter 16, Book 1. Those princes who offered themselves for the journey, and the sign of the cross imprinted on their garments as a vow and symbol of future pilgrimage. The Lord granted his faithful servant, who preached with great power and in the exalted word of glory, an effective word and a speech worthy of all acceptance in the eyes of all, due to the merits of faith. And the matter appeared to be from the Lord, so that his command, though it seemed very arduous and difficult, was embraced eagerly by both great and small. Not only did the fervor of this desire, kindled by his word, arm those present for the journey, but the same message, spreading far and wide, also inflamed those absent with equal zeal for the same cause. The bishops, as they had been instructed, showed themselves to be faithful collaborators, inviting their congregations to the same purpose. They traveled through their parishes, spreading the word of life among the people, and not a single jot fell to the ground without bearing fruit. Thus, it could truly be said that the word of the Lord was fulfilled. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. Matthew 10:34. Husbands were separated from wives, wives from husbands, fathers from sons, sons from parents, and there was no bond of charity that could hinder this fervor. Many monks left their cloisters, and those who had voluntarily enclosed themselves for the Lord's sake left their cells. However, not all were motivated by the Lord or by the virtue of discretion, the mother of virtues, in making their vow. Some joined so as not to abandon friends, others to avoid being considered idle, and some merely out of frivolity, or to evade creditors to whom they were heavily indebted. Thus all hastened for various reasons. In the Western kingdoms, there was no one who wished to remember age, sex, condition, or status, nor was anyone deterred by any persuasion from their undertaking. All indiscriminately joined hands. All unanimously professed their vow with heart and voice. It seemed literally fulfilled what is written in Tobit. Jerusalem, city of God, nations will come to you from afar, bringing gifts, and they will worship the Lord in you. They will hold your land in sanctity, invoking a great name in you. Tobit 13:13. Among those present who had attended the council, many joyfully received the implanted word. The first of whom was Lord Adamar, the Bishop of Puy of blessed memory, a man of venerable life who later served as the apostolic legate and faithfully and prudently led the people of God on the same expedition. Also Lord William, the Bishop of Orange, a truly religious man and God-fearing. Among the absent princes of both kingdoms, inflamed with the same fervor, they prepared themselves for the journey, frequently exhorting each other and setting a certain day to gather the necessary supplies and companions for the journey. It truly seemed divinely ordained, the matter of which we speak, and the word truly came forth from the Lord. For people flocked in crowds wherever they heard that one of the princes had vowed the journey to join his company and invoke his name over them throughout the journey, promising service and loyalty. And because the saying was publicly spoken, "Let the last be seized by scabies, it is shameful for me to be left behind," they strove eagerly to equip themselves with necessities, desiring to outdo each other. Truly divinely ordained, for this purifying fire was necessary to wash away past sins, which were excessive, and this useful occupation to avoid future ones. For there was no regard for God among mortals, nor reverence for men. It was agreed among all, and it was also commanded by the Lord Pope, that all who bound themselves by the vow of the aforementioned journey should imprint the saving sign of the life-giving cross on their garments, and carry its memory on their shoulders, intending to visit the place of his passion. They imitated him whose government was upon his shoulder for our redemption, Isaiah 9:6. It seems not unfitting to understand Isaiah's words. The Lord will raise a sign among the nations, and gather the dispersed of Israel, Isaiah 11:12. And the Lord's command seemed to be fulfilled literally. Whoever wants to come after me, let him deny himself, take up his cross, and follow me. Matthew 16:24. Chapter 17, Book 1. The names of the princes who undertook the journey from the kingdoms of the Franks and the Germans. From both kingdoms, as a pledge of their future pilgrimage, many noble men took up the sign of the cross. Among them was the illustrious Lord Hugh the Great, brother of King Philip of the Franks, Lord Robert, Count of Flanders, Lord Robert, Count of the Normans, son of King William of the English, Lord Stephen, Count of Chartres and Blois, father of Count Theobald the Elder, Lord Adhemar, Bishop of Poix, Lord William, Bishop of Orange, Lord Raymond, Count of Toulouse and Saint-Gilles, along with many other renowned and noble men. Also the valiant and distinguished Lord Godfrey, Duke of Lorraine, and with him his brothers, namely Lord Baldwin and Lord Eustace. Baldwin, who was surnamed of Bourke, a relative of the aforementioned, son of Count Hugh of Rethel, Count Garner of Grez, Baldwin, Count of Hainaut, Isouard, Count of Dye, Rainbold, Count of Orange, William, Count of Forez, Count Stephen of Almala, Retraud, Count of Perche, Count Hugh of St. Pol, moreover, among the greater men who were not counted. Many illustrious and noble men offered themselves willingly for this service pleasing to God. Henry of Asche, Ralph of Beaugency, Ebrard of Poiset, Genton of Bearn, William Amenu, Guastas of Béziers, William of Montpellier, Gerard of Roussillon, Gerard of Cherisy, Roger of Barneville, Guy of Possess and Guy of Garland, the steward of the King of the Franks, Thomas of Feria, Gallo of Chimont, and also the aforementioned Peter the Hermit with a great multitude, which he had gathered with much effort both from the kingdom and the empire. Around the Alps, Lord Bohemond, Prince of Taranto, son of Lord Robert Guiscard, Duke of Apulia, and Lord Tancred, his nephew through his sister, and many others, whose numbers or names we do not hold. All these, awaiting the opportune time, were prepared to join the Christian army with great forces of knights, and to devote themselves devoutly to the labors of such a pilgrimage for the name of Christ. After the winter had passed, when the first signs of the following spring appeared, and the cold had been dispelled, a pleasant temperance was restored to the lands. They prepared their horses, drew their weapons, packed their baggage, and those who were to set out together invited each other with mutual embassies. They carefully planned when they should begin their journey where to meet, and by which route they could proceed more safely and conveniently. For such vast and innumerable multitudes of people could not find the necessary provisions in any single region. Therefore it was diligently arranged that each of the major leaders would lead their own legions separately and not travel the same path. However, before they reached the city of Nicaea, their armies did not converge. For, as will be said below, the Duke with his legions traveled through Hungary, the Count of Toulouse and the Bishop of Pi through Dalmatia, while the remaining princes reached Constantinople through Apulia, but at various times. Meanwhile, preparations were made for what was believed to be sufficient for such a journey, and they tried to measure their provisions according to the length of the journey, unaware that the paths of that journey are not in the hands of man. Mortal frailty does not know what the next day will bring. Nowhere in all the provinces of the West was there a single idle house. Each person, according to their condition, was occupied with their own affairs, as the head of the family here, the son there, and the whole household elsewhere prepared to migrate. Frequent letters were sent in which those who were to set out together exhorted each other, reproaching delays and urging a quicker departure. As those designated as leaders of the troops called upon the others, with sobs and sighs, they parted from the embraces of their dear ones, bidding each other a final farewell, and separated with kisses. Mothers carried their sons, daughters their parents, sisters their brothers, wives their husbands, carrying infants in their arms, and nursing them accompanied the departing with tears and lamentations. And having said farewell, they followed them with fixed gazes as far as they could, unable to follow with their steps. Chapter 18, Book 1. Walter Sanzabar is the first to embark on the journey and reaches Constantinople. In the year of our Lord 1096, on the 8th day of March, a certain noble and valiant man in arms named Walter, surnamed Sanzabar, set out first on the journey with a great multitude of foot soldiers, for he had very few knights with him. Passing through the land of the Germans, he descended into Hungary. The kingdom of Hungary is surrounded by marshes and large rivers, making it inaccessible, except at certain very narrow places, where entry and exit are possible for those wishing to enter or leave. At that time, the kingdom was ruled by a most Christian man, King Coloman, who, upon learning of Walter's arrival, and being informed of his purpose, commended his pious intention. He received him kindly and granted him passage through Hungary for his expedition, not denying him the favor of public trade. Walter, having peacefully traversed the kingdom, reached the river Maros, which is recognized as the eastern boundary of the kingdom, and crossed it safely. After crossing, he reached the borders of the Bulgarians with his troops, arriving at a place called Belgrade. However, unbeknownst to him, some of his company had remained on the other side of the river at a place named Malville to buy food and gather necessary supplies for the journey. The Hungarians captured these men, stripped them, beat them, took everything from them, and sent them back to their comrades. Although the entire army sympathized with their misfortune with full charity, and greatly lamented the unfortunate incident that had occurred, they saw that it was too difficult and almost impossible to recross the river and delay their journey due to arising issues. They deemed it wiser to overlook the injury for the time being than to rashly aspire to something they could not achieve. Hoping in him whom they had set out to serve, that the injury inflicted on Christ's servants would not go unpunished, but that they would receive a fitting reward from him who promised his faithful, saying, "Not a hair of your head will perish. In your patience you will possess your souls." Luke 21:18. Continuing their journey, they reached Belgrade, as mentioned earlier, where Walter, requesting permission to buy provisions from the Bulgarian leader who governed the place, was unable to obtain it and camped outside the city. Unable to restrain his army, suffering from a lack of provisions, he endured a severe loss among his people. Since they could not obtain anything from the Bulgarians for any price, his army went out to procure food by any means possible, lest they be forced to perish from lack of necessary sustenance. Finding the Bulgarians' herds and flocks, they began to seize them by force and bring them to their camp. Hearing of this, the Bulgarians took up arms and went out against those who were taking their animals, intending to reclaim their plunder and attack the raiders. Being superior, they burned 140 of them who had been separated from the main group and had taken refuge in a chapel for safety, setting it on fire while the rest were driven to flight. Walter, knowing he led a stubborn and indiscreet people, left those who were led by their own spirit and had become incorrigible. With the remaining troops, he prudently and cautiously passed through the vast and widespread Bulgarian forests, reaching Strelitz, the distinguished metropolis of inland Dacia. There, he complained to the governor of the city about the damage and injury unjustly inflicted on the people of God by the Bulgarians, and obtained full justice for all the wrongs committed. Moreover, he was treated with great kindness by the same governor, a distinguished man who feared God, and was granted the common law of commerce, so that necessary goods would be sold to him and his people at fair measure and just price. To ensure that nothing was lacking in human laws for his service, he was also granted guides for the journey to lead them to the royal city. Upon reaching there, and being brought into the presence of the emperor, he obtained from his magnificence permission for his army to remain in places near the city, with the freedom to buy and sell until the arrival of Peter, under whose command he had embarked on the journey. The emperor granted this to him. Chapter 19, Book 1. Peter the Hermit, following, experiences the treachery of the Hungarians. While passing through Hungary, Peter, after a short interval, having crossed through Lorraine, Franconia, Bavaria, and the region called Austria, reached the borders of the Hungarians with an innumerable army. This army, gathered from all peoples, tribes, languages, and nations, numbered about 40,000. He sent a delegation to the king, requesting peaceful entry and passage through the kingdom without tumult or scandal. Upon receiving permission and agreeing to the conditions set forth, he entered the kingdom with all his followers. Passing through with complete tranquility, they were provided with abundant supplies at fair prices and under good conditions by the locals, reaching the previously mentioned Malville. There, they learned that the inhabitants had inflicted great injury and impiety upon their companions who had preceded them with Walter. Seeing their spoils and weapons hanging on the city walls as trophies, they were justly enraged. Encouraging each other, they seized their arms and violently breached the city, killing nearly all the inhabitants by sword or drowning them in the nearby river. In this tumult, it is said that about 4,000 Hungarians fell, while 100 of Peter's expedition were reported to have died. After violently taking the city, they remained there for 5 continuous days due to the abundance of provisions they found. Meanwhile, the Bulgarian leader named Nikita, who had previously forbidden trade with Walter and his followers, fled from Belagrava, which he governed, fearing the place's defenses. The inhabitants, abandoning the town with their families, retreated with their flocks and herds into the dense and hidden parts of the forests. While Peter lingered in the captured stronghold, he learned from some that the king of Hungary, angered by the slaughter of his people, was gathering military forces from the entire kingdom to seek revenge. Quickly assembling as many ships as he could find on both banks of the river, Peter ordered his legions to be transported with all speed, taking with him flocks, herds, and abundant spoils from the violently seized place. Once across the river, they camped before Belagrava, which they found deserted. From there, with wagons, vehicles, flocks, herds, and the entire company, they traveled for 8 days through the dense expanses of forests, arriving before the city of Niz. This city was fortified with strong towers and walls, and filled with brave men. Crossing the river that flowed past the city via a stone bridge, they set up camp. As the army began to suffer from a lack of provisions, Peter sent a delegation to the city's governor, requesting friendly trade of goods, especially necessities, at fair prices for the pilgrim people dedicated to divine service. The governor replied that this could not be done unless the army first provided hostages to ensure that no harm or violence would be inflicted on the locals providing the market. With this condition agreed upon, hostages were given, and the citizens came out bringing goods for sale. Chapter 20, Book 1. A dangerous uproar arises between pilgrims and Bulgarians near the city of Niz in Bulgaria. Thus, with all the expeditions, there was a greater abundance of food, as buying and selling contracts were celebrated with mutual goodwill between both peoples. That night passed in complete tranquility and mutual kindness. At dawn, after receiving hostages, they prepared to set out on their journey. While they were on the move and the majority had gone ahead, indeed almost the entire army, some reckless individuals deserving of divine retribution remembered a rather trivial dispute they had the previous night with a certain Bulgarian over buying and selling. Separated a little from the preceding ranks, they set fire to 7 mills that were turning in the river near the aforementioned bridge, suddenly reducing them to ashes. These sons of Belial were of the Teutonic nation, numbering about 100. Not satisfied with their fury, they also set fire to some houses outside the city walls with similar wickedness. Having completed their crime, they hurried to rejoin the innocent crowds, as if they had no awareness of the wrongdoing they had committed. However, the Duke, who had treated them kindly enough the previous night, saw that they had not responded to him worthily for his merits, namely for the benefit given. He was forced to receive punishment. He unjustly attributed the crime of a few to all, considering them all robbers and arsonists. He called upon the citizens, urging them to take up arms, and led a large multitude, encouraging them with words and example to pursue the aforementioned expeditions, and to demand vengeance as if from sacrilegious men. Thus they went out unanimously, pursued those ahead, and attacked the rear of the preceding army with hostility, pressing them fiercely with swords. Finding the aforementioned wrongdoers, who had not yet rejoined the camp, apart from the crowd, they handed them over to death with the most just indignation. But whether by chance or by design, they involved with the wicked stabbing many innocent people with the same punishment. They seized the carts and vehicles carrying both food and all their belongings, as well as the elderly and infirm, and the women with children and girls who could not keep pace with the others, binding them with chains and taking them along. After completing the slaughter, sated with the blood of the slain and laden with spoils, they returned to their own lands. Chapter 21, Book 1. Peter recalls his fleeing army and seeks peace with the Bulgarians again, but the final error is worse than the first, and his legions are scattered. Meanwhile, the venerable man, Peter, and all the leading forces, along with the principal men of the expedition, were completely unaware of the misfortune that had befallen their comrades and continued on their intended path. Suddenly, a man on a swift horse, rushing with great speed, announced the disaster, detailing the slaughter of their men and their capture. Upon learning this and following the prudent counsel of the wise, they retraced the path they had traveled all day. After recalling their legions, they beheld the evidence of the massacre and the funerals of their slain brothers, with tears and lamentation, halting before the city where they had camped the previous night. Peter and those with him, who were more discerning, had a simple and pure intention in this matter. They had returned to understand the cause of the evil and to remove the source of the scandal, hoping to restore a fuller peace between the two peoples and to return to their purpose with a clearer conscience. Therefore, they sent prudent and honorable men to the governor and the city's leaders to diligently investigate the cause of the sudden tumult and the innocent bloodshed. Upon discovering the cause, the envoys understood that the Bulgarians had justly taken up arms in anger, and that it was not an opportune time to demand retribution for the wrongs suffered. They exerted every effort and care to ensure that with peace restored they would recover their plunder, baggage, companions, and all they had lost intact. While they were close to reaching agreement, a tumult arose in the camp due to the rashness and reckless daring of some who indiscreetly sought to violently avenge the injury they had suffered. Peter, wishing to quell their madness and avoid further bloodshed, sent wise and authoritative men to restrain them from their hostile assault on the citizens. When he could not succeed, and they refused to heed his well-intentioned advice, he issued a strict command to the army, under the obligation of promised obedience, that no one should aid or assist those who dared to violate the re-established peace through their recklessness. The army, heeding his command, sat as if arbitrators awaiting the end of the tumult and the outcome of the matter, though sent for the sake of peace to the governor. Seeing that the tumult among the people could not be quelled, but was instead growing, and realizing they could not achieve their purpose, returned to the camp with the matter unresolved, working with Peter, the man of God, to suppress the crowd. But this too could not be accomplished. About 1,000 had rashly engaged in this folly. An equal number of townspeople came out to meet them, and a great battle ensued before the city. Seeing that a schism had arisen among the outsiders, those within the city hoped that, since the fight had been incited against Peter's will and opposition, the rest of the army would not provide them any support. They opened the gates and all came out together, killing nearly 500 of our men on the bridge, while almost all the rest, unfamiliar with the terrain, drowned in the river. Witnessing this, the army, unable to bear such an injury to their comrades, all rushed to arms. As the forces clashed, an immense slaughter occurred, making the final error worse than the first. The common people and the untrained crowd, unable to withstand the Bulgarians' assault, began to flee, compelling others who were valiantly fighting to turn their backs through their example in panic. Thus, the entire army fled, and with their ranks in disarray, there was no one to resist. In this tumult, the oft-mentioned Peter lost all the money he had collected from the generous donations of the faithful princes, intended to provide for the poor and needy on the journey, as the cart carrying all his possessions was seized. The Bulgarians, pressing more fiercely, killed about 10,000 of them with the sword, capturing all the vehicles and baggage, along with a vast multitude of women and children. Those who escaped sought refuge in the forest hiding places and remote areas, and only on the third day, summoned by the sound of trumpets and blaring horns, did they gather around Peter and those who had escaped with him. Having taken refuge on a somewhat elevated hill, Chapter 22, Book 1, Peter, gathering the remnants of his defeated legions, reaches Constantinople, and crossing the Bosphorus, he camps in Bithynia. On the fourth day, after gathering together those who had been scattered and emerging from hiding places where they had lain for 3 days, they regrouped, numbering again about 30,000, and prepared to resume their journey. Although they had imprudently lost nearly 2,000 wagons and carts, they considered it shameful to abandon their purpose and continued their journey, despite many difficulties. As they proceeded, suffering from a great lack of provisions, a messenger from the emperor arrived at their camp. He publicly summoned Peter and the other leaders of the army, delivering the emperor's command, saying, "Noble and illustrious men, a grave report and quite an unpleasant word has reached the imperial ears about you, that you are inflicting great violence upon the inhabitants and subjects of his empire, inciting quarrels and disturbances. Therefore, by his authority, if you ever wish to find favor in his majesty's sight, we command you not to presume to stay in any of his cities for more than 3 days. Instead, Continue your journey with appropriate moderation and direct your expeditions towards Constantinople as quickly as possible. We will precede your army and ensure that necessary provisions are supplied to you at a fair price." Hearing this, their spirits revived, as they had been wasting away from lack of food. Understanding the emperor's clemency towards them, they were uplifted with greater hope. After sufficiently explaining their innocence and the unmerited injuries inflicted upon them by the Bulgarians, which they had patiently endured, they followed the aforementioned leader, abstaining from all excesses, and hastened their journey to Constantinople. There they found the aforementioned Walter, who was awaiting their arrival with his legions. Once their armies were united, they set up camp in the designated area. Peter, summoned by the emperor, entered the city. In the emperor's presence, as a man of great courage and eloquence, he was questioned about his intentions and the cause of such a great undertaking. He explained fully, informing them that the most eminent and God-fearing princes of the western regions would soon follow. He spoke with such steadfastness of mind and adorned his words so well that the palace nobles admired his courage and wisdom, and the emperor himself praised him more warmly. Thus, treated kindly and laden with abundant gifts, the emperor ordered him to return to his people. After the army had been refreshed for several days with provisions and rest, ships were prepared by imperial command. They crossed the Hellespont and descended into Bithynia, the first province of the Asian diocese bordered by the same sea. Finally, reaching a place situated above the same sea, named Civito, they set up camp. Chapter 23, Book 1. His army, in his absence, raids the borders of Nicaea and captures a town near the city of Nicaea. The place was situated on the border of enemy territory. The army had settled there for nearly 2 continuous months, enjoying an abundance of resources and a steady supply of necessary provisions. However, this abundance and leisure led the stubborn and rebellious people to become insolent, as if spurred by excess, as the psalm says, their eyes stand out with fatness. They began to form separate groups against the wishes of their leaders, exploring the region up to 10 miles or more, driving away flocks and herds with them. They had often received letters of admonition from the emperor, advising them not to wander far or provoke the enemy before the arrival of the main leaders who were said to be followed. They were instructed to remain in the designated place and act cautiously. Peter, concerned for the people entrusted to him, had gone to the royal city to try to lower the prices of goods and secure better trading conditions. Taking advantage of his absence, the rebellious and unruly people began to act even more recklessly. A group of about 7,000 foot soldiers, along with 300 horsemen, separated from the main army and, ignoring the prohibitions of others, set out in organized ranks toward Nicaea. From the areas near the city, they gathered a large number of flocks and herds and returned to the camp unharmed. Seeing the success of the Latins in their venture, the Germans and those who spoke their language, driven by the desire for plunder, decided to attempt something similar to gain fame and strengthen their own resources. Eventually, about 3,000 of them, along with 200 horsemen, set out towards Nicaea. In that region, there was a town situated at the foot of a mountain, barely 4 miles from Nicaea. Approaching it, they launched a fierce and full-scale assault from all sides. Despite the strong resistance of the townspeople, they violently captured the town, killing the inhabitants and seizing all their possessions. Attracted by the pleasantness and wealth of the place, they fortified the town, intending to remain there until the arrival of the leaders. Chapter 24, Book 1. Sultan of the Turks recaptures the town and slays all within Suleiman, the leader and governor of that region, having long heard of the approach of the Christian princes. Gathered countless forces of strong men from all over the east, using persuasion, payment, and any means he could. He returned to those parts to provide the desired relief to the citizens and the region against hostile attacks. Upon hearing that the aforementioned band of Germans had captured his town and presumed to hold it, he hastened there with all speed. He besieged the fortress and violently recaptured it, killing all he found inside with the sword. Meanwhile, a rumor spread through the camp, and it was widely reported that the German cohorts, which had recently left the camp, had fallen completely into the hands of Suleiman. Greatly dismayed by this, they expressed their grief with groans and tears, which they could not restrain due to their deep distress. Once the full truth was known, a tumult arose among the people in the camp. The crowd, with loud cries and urgent pleas, demanded that they should not ignore the grievous injury inflicted upon their brothers. They insisted that all, both knights and foot soldiers, should take up arms and proceed together to avenge the blood of their slain brothers. The leaders of the army, who had more experience in such matters and wished to follow the counsel of the emperor, tried to suppress this and calm the indiscriminate fervor of the enraged populace. However, the people, untamed, rose against them, supported by a certain Godfrey, surnamed Barol, who was the leader of the faction. They began to heap insults upon the leaders, attributing their failure to pursue the murderers of their brothers with avenging swords to cowardice rather than prudence. Chapter 25, Book 1. The entire army rises against Solomon for the slaughter of their brothers and is destroyed in battle against him. Ultimately, the opinion of those with worse intentions prevailed. Seizing their weapons, all the able-bodied men, leaving behind the weak along with the women and children and those without arms, gathered into a force of 25,000 armed foot soldiers and 500 armorists. Having organized their ranks and arranged them into battle lines, they advanced through the aforementioned forest towards the mountains, heading in the direction of Nikiadat. They had scarcely proceeded 3 miles when, behold, Solomon, with an innumerable multitude of his own men, entered the same forest, hastening to launch a sudden attack on our camp, which was located in the previously mentioned place. Hearing unusual shouts through the forest, and realizing that our legions had come out from the camp to meet him, he left the mountains and forest and moved to the open fields. Our forces, arriving there and completely unaware of the enemy's approach, upon discovering the enemy army nearby, encouraged each other with mutual cries and rushed upon the enemy, pressing them closely with swords, seeking to avenge the blood of their slain brothers from the hands of the enemy. The enemy, with all their desires and burning resolve, received our attacking forces with swords. Knowing that the matter was one of life and death, they resisted manfully, inflamed with righteous indignation, and confident in their numbers. Finally, as the cohorts on both sides fought vigorously and bravely, our forces, overwhelmed by their multitude and unable to bear the weight of battle any longer, broke ranks and turned to flight. Nevertheless, the Turks pursued them with swords, inflicting immense slaughter all the way to their camp. In that encounter, many noble men who followed Peter's camp fell, including Walter of St. Valery, Reynold of Braise, Fulcher of Orleans, and countless others. Of the 25,000 foot soldiers and the 500 knights who had left the camp, scarcely a single one survived to escape either death or captivity. Chapter 26, Book 1. Solomonus, victorious, plunders our camp. The remaining people are either taken captive or killed. He besieges the fortress of Civito, but upon hearing the emperor's envoy, he withdraws. Finally, having achieved this victory, and emboldened by his present success, Solomonus violently stormed into the camp. Finding no one left who could resist, he slaughtered the remaining survivors with the sword, killing the elderly, the infirm monks, the entire clergy, and even elderly matrons. He spared only the boys and girls who were still prepubescent, whose age and appearance interceded for them, intending to enslave them. Near our camp on the seashore, there was an old half-ruined fortress, uninhabited, without locks or doors. Compelled by necessity and believing they could find safety there, about 3,000 pilgrims took refuge in it. They blocked the entrances with their shields and large stones, preparing to defend themselves as the dire situation demanded. While the Turks pressed on more fiercely, those besieged repelled them with all their might, fighting desperately for their lives and freedom. A messenger in great haste reached Peter, reporting the massacre of his people and informing him that the remaining survivors were trapped in a half-ruined town, suffering from a severe siege and lacking arms and provisions. Approaching the emperor with humble pleas, Peter obtained a promise that troops would be sent swiftly to rescue the remnants of the people from imminent danger, which was indeed done. Upon hearing the emperor's command, the Turks immediately ceased their assault on the town. taking with them those they had captured, along with tents, pavilions, horses, mules, and all sorts of our finest belongings as spoils. They returned to Nicaea. Thus, the stubborn and unmanageable people, failing to heed better counsel, fell into ruin through their own reckless actions. Unable to bear the yoke of beneficial discipline, they reaped the fruitless rewards of their ways, falling to the swords of their enemies. Chapter 27, Book 1. A certain German priest, Godescalc, leads an army again, and reaches Hungary. He does not hesitate to commit shameful acts against the Hungarians. After Peter's passage into Bithynia, not long thereafter, a certain priest named Godescalc, a German by nationality, following in Peter's footsteps and inspired by the same pilgrimage desire, possessed the gift of exhortation and had encouraged many from the entire German kingdom to join the endeavor. Gathering companions for the journey, about 15,000 in number, he entered the borders of Hungary without difficulty. There, when his army was offered goods for sale, under favorable conditions by the Hungarians on royal command, they abused the abundance of provisions and indulged in drunkenness, inflicting enormous injuries on the natives. They engaged in plundering, violently seizing goods brought for sale in public, and caused havoc among the people, disregarding the laws of hospitality. When this became known to the king, he was inflamed with anger and ordered the entire kingdom to be summoned. He commanded the people and even the region's leaders to arm themselves in retribution for such great injuries. For they had committed grievous and exceedingly shameful acts in many places, unworthy of mention, which the king could only overlook with the hatred and fear of his subjects. Therefore, having gathered the military forces of the entire kingdom, they rushed headlong as if against enemies deserving of the utmost punishment, intending to impose death for such excesses. Finally, at a place called Belgrade, located at the center of their kingdom, they found the confused multitude of the aforementioned senseless ones. Aware of the king's approach and not ignorant of his anger, fearing the guilty conscience they bore, they had taken up arms ready to repel force with force and defend themselves from injuries. When the Hungarians saw them armed and prepared to resist, realizing that they could not inflict force upon them without great slaughter of their own, for they were strong men, skilled in the use of arms, and not easily willing to lay down their lives for nothing, they attempted to achieve by deceit what they could not by strength. They sent a delegation to Godescalc and the leaders of the army, speaking to them with peaceful words, but with deceit, saying, Chapter 28, Book 1, The letter of the King of Hungary to the aforementioned Godescalc and his army, and their miserable destruction. A grave complaint has reached the Lord King about your army, that you have inflicted severe and excessive troubles upon the people under his rule, repaying your hosts who treated you kindly with unjust conduct. However, the Lord King's wisdom fully understands that not all of you are guilty of these offenses. He is certain that among you are wise men who fear God, who are displeased by the enormity of others, and against whose will and resistance these acts were committed, which have justly provoked the Lord King's anger. Therefore, fearing to attribute the crime of some to all, lest the just be involved with the wicked, he has decided to restrain his wrath and spare those who share the Christian profession for the present. Hence, we advise that you completely quell his indignation by surrendering yourselves all your possessions here, and your arms into the hands of the Lord King without any condition. Otherwise, not a single one of you will be able to escape death. Being situated in the midst of his kingdom, you are neither equal in strength, nor have the power to flee. Godescalc, therefore, and the leaders of the legions, who from the beginning were displeased with the madness of the rebellious people, relying on the king's kindness in the simplicity of spirit, forcibly persuaded the resisting people, who were prepared to fight for their lives, to submit to the decision to surrender themselves with their arms and all their possessions into the power of the Lord King, making amends for all the offenses they had committed against him. Finally, the entire populace agreed, and having surrendered their arms and all their possessions to the king's leaders and his agents, while expecting pardon, they found death for attacking the people who feared nothing of the sort, deprived of the solace of arms, and not unreasonably relying on the king's clemency. Without distinguishing the just from the wicked, they carried out a most brutal massacre. so that the place was polluted with the corpses of the slain and the blood of the killed, and scarcely any trace of such a multitude remained. Yet some escaped the common peril, and with the Lord's mercy guiding them, avoiding the swords of the Hungarians, they returned home, making those who were about to set out and were bound by vows to the same path more informed about the slaughter of their people and the unfortunate event that had occurred, advising them always to be wary of the malice of the aforementioned wicked people, to proceed more prudently, and to learn to negotiate more cautiously. Chapter 29. Book 1. How an infinite multitude of reckless people followed the preceding armies, slaughtering the Jewish people, and proceeding without discipline. Around the same time, with a short interval in between, countless crowds from the western regions gathered with the same intent, forming an endless band of foot soldiers without a leader or guide, wandering aimlessly and recklessly. Among them, however, were some noblemen: Thomas of Feria, Clarenbald of Vendôme, William Carpenter, Count Herman, and several others to whom the people, impatient of discipline, did not submit. Instead, disregarding the teachings of the wise and better disposed, they roamed freely and indiscriminately, engaging in unlawful acts. Consequently, instead of undertaking their journey in the fear of the Lord and mindful of divine commandments, observing the evangelical discipline to pilgrimage for Christ, they turned to madness, cruelly slaughtering the Jewish people in the cities and towns through which they passed, who suspected nothing and were caught off guard. This was especially the case in the cities of Cologne and Mainz, where a powerful and noble man, Count Emico, renowned in that region, joined their ranks with a large retinue. He was neither a censor of morals nor a corrector of enormities as his nobility would have required, but rather a participant in their misdeeds and an instigator of their crimes. After passing through Franconia and Bavaria, they reached the borders of Hungary and arrived at a place called Meseberg. Believing they could enter freely and without difficulty, they found the entrance closed and halted before the bridge. This place was a stronghold, heavily fortified by the great rivers, Danube and Lethe, and surrounded by deep marshes, making it difficult for a large multitude to force entry against the will of those guarding the entrance. It was said that the number of those who had arrived was about 200,000 foot soldiers and nearly 3,000 horsemen. The king of Hungary had ordered the passage to be denied to those wishing to cross, fearing they might seek revenge for the injuries inflicted by the legions of Godeskilk. The recent event and the enormity of the bloody massacre, widely spread, compelled the king to fear for himself. However, they managed to obtain permission from those assigned to guard the aforementioned stronghold, and from the leaders of the legions overseeing that part of the region to send envoys to the king. These envoys were to humbly petition the king for peace and the freedom to pass through. Meanwhile, they camped on the pastures beyond the marshes, awaiting the outcome of their request. Chapter 30, Book 1. How the castle of Meseberg was besieged and 700 Hungarians were killed, and finally, divinely turned to flight, almost all were slain by the Hungarians. Meanwhile, those who had been sent to the king returned after a few days with their mission entirely unaccomplished. From their report, the leaders in the army learned that they could find no favor with the king. They decided to ravage the lands the king possessed on this side of the rivers and marsh, to set fire to the suburbs, and to act as enemies towards his possessions. While they were diligently engaged in this, it happened one day that 700 soldiers of the aforementioned king, crossing secretly by boat, unexpectedly encountered the pilgrims. They had come to defend the region from the injuries inflicted upon it. Unable to avoid them or return to their own side due to the waters, almost all were killed, except for a few who, having lost their horses, sought refuge and safety in the reeds and marshes. Encouraged by this victory, the pilgrims also decided to construct bridges to assault the fortress and forcefully enter the kingdom. According to this plan, they roused their troops and, protected by shields, approached the walls via the newly built bridges, preparing more boldly for undermining the wall and a violent entry. Their diligent efforts had brought them to the point where, with the wall pierced in several places, entry was almost open to the pilgrims. Those inside the fort had descended into complete despair, utterly losing hope for their lives. Then suddenly, struck by a divinely inspired fear, Those who seemed victorious abandoned the assault and much of their equipment, turning to flight without knowing the cause. It is said that nothing else caused this, but that they had provoked the Lord to anger with their many sins, following impiety, which often instills terror in its followers. For the wicked flee, as the wise man says, when no one pursues, Proverbs 28:1. The Hungarians, finding themselves in a better position, saw the enemy ranks turning their backs and pursued them as victors, whom they had previously defeated. Those whom they could barely withstand within the walls, surrounded by marshes, they now pursued, inflicting not only fear, but also death. Count Amico, fleeing with a large part of the disbanded troops, returned to his homeland. Other nobles, whom we mentioned earlier, turned through Carinthia and reached Italy, from where they entered the borders of Apulia. There they followed the leaders who intended to sail to Dukes. Thus, with these and similar movements, almost the entire West was shaken, and nearly all nations were marching separately, some under leaders, others almost leaderless. However, the shortcut through Hungary, which those who descended had certainly found, was entirely denied to those who had gone before, due to their insolence and excessive outrage frequently inflicted on the inhabitants of the region without cause. This made those who followed more anxious to secure the favor of the King of Hungary. Chapter 1, Book 2. The time when Duke Godfrey began his journey, the nobles who accompanied him, and how he reached Hungary. In the same year, which was 1096 from the incarnation of the Lord, on the 15th day of August, the magnificent and illustrious Duke Godfrey of Lorraine set out on his journey. This was after the departure of Peter the Hermit and the lamentable downfall of his army. As we have previously mentioned, after the massacre of the legions of Gottschalk, and after that unfortunate event which, as we have stated, is said to have befallen the subsequent multitude before reaching Hungary, having summoned his companions for the journey and prepared their baggage in the usual manner, he embarked on his expedition. Among those who joined his camp were noble and renowned men, worthy of perpetual remembrance. Lord Baldwin, his brother by the same mother, Lord Baldwin of Mons, Count of Hainaut, Lord Hugh, Count of St. Paul, and his son Engelram, a young man of excellent character, Lord Garner, Count, surnamed of Grez, Lord Renard, Count of Toul, and his brother Peter, Lord Baldwin of Burke, a kinsman of the Duke, Lord Henry of Esch, and his brother Godfrey Dodo of Cons, Cono of Montague, and many others whose names or numbers we do not hold. All these, proceeding together in a united company, reached the province called Austria, to the place known as Tulln, on the 20th day of September, safe and sound, with all tranquility. This is the place where the river Leitha marks the boundary between the Empire and the Kingdom of Hungary. Upon arriving there, they were very concerned about the reports of what had happened to Gottschalk and his legion. They deliberated on how they might proceed safely in their undertaking. Finally, it was agreed by common council to send an embassy to the King of Hungary to learn more fully the reason why the army of their preceding brothers had perished there. They also sought to negotiate peace with the king, setting aside old grievances, and to work towards securing free passage through Hungary. For taking other routes seemed to be a waste of the journey already begun. Therefore the noble Godfrey of Esch, brother of Henry, was sent, as he had long-standing familiarity with the king, along with some honorable and noble men, to fulfill this mission. Upon reaching the king, after delivering the appropriate greeting, he faithfully carried out his instructions and spoke to the king in these words. Chapter 2, Book 2. The Duke's embassy to King Kalaman of Hungary, through Godfrey of Ascha, and the king's response to the Duke, the illustrious and magnificent Lord Godfrey, Duke of Lorraine, and other worshippers of God who are leaders with him, devoted to divine service, have sent us to your eminence, desiring to know through us why the faithful people, whose remnants we encountered on the road, found such inhumanity among you, who are said to be among the faithful, that they could have turned more safely to any enemies. If the fault of the aforementioned people was so great that they deserve to be punished with the utmost penalties, those who sent me are prepared to endure their destruction with equanimity. For any punishment inflicted justly provokes less anger, and must be borne with greater patience. But if it is otherwise, and you have unjustly accused the innocent without any cause to deliver them to death, they cannot overlook the injury done to the servants of God. Rather, they are prepared to avenge the blood of their brothers. Therefore, they await your responses through our service, intending to shape their minds according to them. Having said this, he finished his speech. To which the king, surrounded by his retinue of attendants, replied in these words, "It pleases us, friend Godfrey, to whom we have long since granted our favor due to your merits, that you have come to us, both to renew our old friendship and to assert our innocence before such a discerning judge. Indeed, we are, as you say, among the faithful, and would that we could fulfill the virtue of this name indeed. But those who preceded you, both those following Peter the Hermit and those adhering to Gottschalk, as well as those who attempted to storm our castle within the borders of our kingdom and violently enter, were followers of Christ, neither in deed nor in name. For when we first received Peter and his armies with hospitality, sharing with them the goods we had, both freely and at a fair price, they repaid their host poorly, like a serpent in the bosom or a mouse in the bed. For at the farthest borders of our kingdom, when they were bound to repay thanks for the benefits received, they broke into one of our cities, utterly destroying the people within it, and departed with their spoils, flocks, and herds, like violent robbers. As for Gottschalk's expeditions, as if we had suffered no injury from the former, they were admitted without trouble or difficulty, yet they dared to commit robberies in the midst of this kingdom, to inflict violence, to procure arson, and to cause slaughter for trivial reasons, provoking the Lord to anger by the enormity of their crimes. We, unable to bear the troubles of our subjects, took action, providing a remedy for the endangered situation. Thus, deterred by the example of the former, it seemed more prudent to keep such impious bands of men, clearly hateful to God, away from the borders of our kingdom, than to suffer injuries and enormous losses from them, or to engage in hostile conflict with them. Therefore, let this suffice as an excuse before you, a prudent and industrious man, for as the Lord lives, we have declared the pure truth as it is. Having said this, he ordered the same envoys to be treated hospitably and with great honor until, after consulting with his advisers, he could send appropriate responses to the aforementioned leaders. Finally, having sent some of his household with the envoys who had come to him, he wrote back to the Duke and the leaders in these words: "We have indeed heard and long since learned from widespread report that you are considered a great, illustrious, and distinguished prince among your people, and that even wise men far away admire the sincerity of your faith and the commendable steadfastness of your spirit. We too, drawn by the good reputation of your name and the fervor of your deeds, have resolved to honor you, though absent, and to show you greater respect. We also believe that the noble men who are with you, inflamed with zeal for the Christian faith, have a pious purpose. Therefore, we do not wish the merits by which friends are usually acquired to lie idle within us. Rather, we are prepared to extend due charity to all and to abound in works of brotherly love towards them. Therefore, since the opportunity presents itself, we ask that you be willing to come to our castle, named Cyprian, so that we may engage in the long-desired conversations with you and give appropriate consent to your desire." Chapter 3, Book 2. The king and our princes meet, and Baldwin, the duke's brother, is given as a hostage to the king. After crossing Hungary and reclaiming his brother, the duke is honored by the king with many gifts. The duke, upon hearing the king's message and consulting with his advisers, selected 300 horsemen from his entire retinue and arrived at the designated place on the appointed day. There, after crossing the bridge, he found the king, who received him with the utmost kindness and great honor. After much mutual exchange of familiarity, it was agreed that hostages would be selected from among the nobles, all rancor would be set aside, and peace would be fully restored, allowing the duke and his legions entry into the kingdom. The king, to ensure greater trust in admitting such a large number of men, lest they presume to disturb the kingdom by relying on their strength and numbers, requested Lord Baldwin, the duke's brother, along with his wife and household as hostages. The duke, agreeing willingly, handed over his brother as a hostage under agreeable terms, and with the legions admitted, he entered the kingdom. The king faithfully fulfilling his promise, issued an edict throughout all the regions the army would pass through, commanding that necessary provisions be provided to the legions at a fair price and weight, and that a market accompany them perpetually. The Duke, for his part, ordered proclamations to be made throughout the camps, both privately and publicly, under penalty of death and confiscation of all goods, forbidding anyone from committing robbery, violence, or injury against those approaching the army. Instead, they were to conduct transactions of buying and selling with brotherly love in the bond of peace. Thus, by the Lord's mercy, they traversed all of Hungary without offending each other, even with a harsh word. The king, accompanying the advancing army with nearly equal steps and a great host of his own men, led the hostages with him on the left flank, ready to quell any potential sedition by his presence. Finally, reaching Malvilla, which we have frequently mentioned before, they camped on the banks of the Sava River until a crossing could be prepared for the army. With rafts constructed, as they found few ships insufficient for transporting such a large population, 1,000 armored horsemen were ferried across to secure the far bank against any enemy ambushes, ensuring a peaceful landing for the people. As the common folk and some of the leaders were barely across, the king suddenly appeared with a great retinue, returning Lord Baldwin, his wife, and the other hostages to the Duke's custody as had been agreed from the start. Honoring both the Duke and the other leaders with abundant gifts, he then returned. The Duke, following the troops that had crossed, joined the remaining leaders and people on the far bank. Proceeding to the town of Belgrade in Bulgaria, which we mentioned earlier, he set up camp there. After organizing their baggage and preparing the legions for the journey, they traversed the forests and wide woods of Bulgaria, reaching first Niš and then Stralicia. Chapter 4. Book 2. Our legions enter the Emperor's land. The entry is described, and the misery of the Greeks is signified. From these regions, which were once more fertile and filled with all kinds of resources, one can infer the extent of the Greeks' misery and the weakness of their empire. For after the Latin princes at Constantinople declined, the empire fell into their power under the first Nicephorus, due to their sins. Immediately, barbarian nations, confident in the Greeks' weakness, invaded their provinces and began to treat the inhabitants as they pleased. Among these, the uncultivated nation of the Bulgarians, emerging from the northern regions, occupied all the lands from the Danube to the royal city, and again from the same river to the Adriatic Sea, so that the names and boundaries of the provinces were confused. This entire tract, said to be 30 days' journey in length and 10 or more in width, is called Bulgaria, with the miserable Greeks unaware that this very name signifies their disgrace. Beyond the Adriatic Sea lay both Epirus regions, one of which had Durazzo as its metropolis, once the kingdom of the valiant and admirable Pyrrhus, king of the Epirotes. The Duke, with his retinue, was to pass through 2 Dacias, Ripensis, which they left on the left, as they crossed the banks of the Danube and Mediterranean, through which they traveled, passing through once excellent cities, Niš and Stralicia. There were also other provinces in the same tract, Arcadia, Thessaly, Macedonia, and 3 Thraces, all equally engulfed in calamity. The Greeks had not only lost these provinces due to their softness, but even after the Bulgarians were subdued by Basil, their emperor, they did not allow inhabitants to enter or cultivate the more distant provinces, especially those bordering foreign kingdoms in both Dacias. The regions, overgrown with forests and thickets, offered no access to those wishing to enter, providing more resistance through the difficulty of the roads and the armor of brambles than through their own strength. Similarly, they left the first Epirus, which begins at Durazzo and extends 4 days' journey to the mountain called Bagularius, deserted and empty of inhabitants. To those wishing to approach, the deserted and impassable woods, lacking sustenance, served as barriers. Thus the Lord Duke, traversing the aforementioned Mediterranean Dacia, also known as Moesia, with his legions, overcame the barriers commonly called St. Basil's and descended to the plains, rich in provisions, reaching the noble and abundant city of Philippopolis. There, learning that Lord Hugh the Great, brother of Lord Philip, king of the Franks, along with some other nobles, were held in chains by the emperor, he quickly sent messengers, urging and earnestly requesting that these men who shared the vow of pilgrimage and were unjustly imprisoned, be released and allowed to depart. The illustrious man, having set out first among all, crossed the Alps, descended into Italy, and reached Apulia. Crossing the sea with a small retinue, he had stopped at Durazzo, waiting for those who followed. He did not fear that anything untoward would happen to him or his men in the Greek kingdom, which was said to profess Christianity. However, he was seized by the region's governor, bound and chained, and handed over to the emperor to be treated at his discretion. Thus, the emperor held him in prison as if he were a robber or a murderer, waiting for the arrival of the princes said to be following. If they arrived successfully, he would appear to release him out of favor. If not, he would keep him in perpetual chains. Chapter 5. Book 2. The Duke sends envoys to the emperor to release Hugh the Great and other nobles held in chains. The entire region is exposed to plunder, and finally our forces reach Constantinople. At that time, the Greek Empire was ruled by a deceitful and wicked man named Alexius, known by the surname Comnenus. He had been greatly honored in the imperial palace by Lord Nicephorus, surnamed Botaniates, who was then reigning as emperor. Alexius held the office of Megadomesticus, which we customarily call the Grand Seneschal, making him second to the emperor. However, he maliciously rebelled against his lord and benefactor, and 5 or 6 years before our people arrived, he had usurped the empire by overthrowing his lord and presumed to hold it by force. The envoys of the Lord Duke were sent to the emperor and urgently demanded the release of the aforementioned nobleman and his companions, as they had been instructed. When the emperor flatly refused them, the envoys returned to our forces, which had already passed through Adrianople and were resting in the pastures there. Upon hearing from the envoys that the emperor would not release the nobles, the duke and other leaders by common council exposed the entire region to their legions for plunder. After remaining there for 8 continuous days, they devastated everything. Hearing of this, the emperor sent messengers to the duke, requesting that his army cease the plundering, and that he receive the nobles he had demanded, now freed. The duke gladly agreed to this request, halted the plundering, and with his legions pacified, reached Constantinople. There before the city he set up camp with a strong hand and a large army pitching tents. The aforementioned noblemen, namely Lord Hugh the Great, Drogo of Neala, William Carpenter, and Clermont of Vendôme, came out of the city to the duke's camp to express their gratitude for their release. The duke received them with great kindness and due honor, keeping them with him for some time and compassionately sharing in their undeserved sufferings. Chapter 6. Book 2. The emperor invites the duke to enter, he refuses. Hostilities arise between them. The emperor's deception leads the duke's army to a narrower place. Meanwhile, they had scarcely ended their mutual embraces and were refreshed by their conversations when, behold, messengers from the emperor arrived, urging the duke to hasten to the emperor with a few companions. The duke, however, after consulting with his advisers, delayed going there. This caused the emperor to become greatly indignant, and he forbade the sale of goods to the legions that had arrived with the duke. The leaders of the people, seeing the scarcity and lack of provisions once again, by common counsel, spread out far and wide through the suburbs with large armed forces, gathering flocks and herds from all around and bringing an abundance of provisions back to the camp. So much so that even the lower ranks had plenty to satisfy them. Seeing the entire region exposed to plunder and fires, the emperor, fearing that something worse might happen, ordered the restoration of trade. As the solemn day of the Lord's nativity approached, our leaders decided, out of religious consideration, to refrain from all plunder and any injury for those 4 days. After these days were spent in complete peace and tranquility, a messenger from the emperor arrived, speaking peaceful words, yet with deceit, advising them to cross the bridge near the palace called Blachernay, and move their legions to the palaces along the shores of the Bosphorus, where they would find ample lodging. He could easily persuade them, for the harshness of the winter was pressing, and the unprecedented severity of the rains was such that their tents could scarcely keep out the dripping water. Consequently, their food and all their supplies were being ruined and rotted by the constant moisture. Neither men nor beasts nor any other living creatures could endure the penetrating cold, and the frequent, almost continuous snowfall which tormented them beyond their strength. Though the emperor seemed to sympathize with them in words, his mind was far different. His entire intention was to place the legions in narrower locations where they would have less freedom to roam, and he would have greater power to control them at his discretion. To understand this more fully, something must be said about the location of the aforementioned city. Chapter 7, Book 2, Description of the City of Constantinople. The Duke sends envoys to the emperor. Our army faces unexpected ambushes from the Greeks. The Black Sea, named after the adjacent region, lies to the north of the aforementioned city, 30 miles away. From there, a portion flows southward like a river through certain straits, running directly for 230 miles between the ancient cities of Sestos and Abydos, one in Europe, the other in Asia, before emptying into our Mediterranean Sea. This influx, transferred from the aforementioned sea, after descending in a continuous stretch for 30 miles from its initial entrance, forms a bay to the west, 5 or 6 miles long and about 1 mile wide. This narrow sea, extending 230 miles from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, is called the Bosphorus of the Propontis, or the Hellespont. Solinus, in his 17th book on memorable things, confirms this, stating, "The Gulf of Europe begins at the Hellespont and ends at the mouth of the Meotis, and all this width which divides Europe and Asia is narrowed to a strait of 7 stadia. This is the Hellespont, which Xerxes crossed by a bridge of ships. Europe extends to the Asian city of Priapus, where Alexander the Great, driven by the desire to conquer the world, crossed, and the sea, spreading out into a vast expanse, narrows again into the Propontis, then contracts to 500 paces, becoming the Thracian Bosphorus, where Darius transported his troops. The origins of these names seem to be drawn from ancient poets' tales. The Bosphorus is said to be named because Jupiter, in the form of a bull, is read to have carried Europa. The daughter of Agenor across this sea, the Hellespont, is named after Helle, the sister of Phrixus, who is also said to have crossed it on a ram with her brother. In common speech, it is called the Arm of St. George, the boundary between Europe and Asia, with the length we have mentioned. However, the width is not uniform everywhere. Depending on the adjacent region's layout and disposition, it sometimes narrows to a mile, while at other times it spreads over 30 miles or more. The aforementioned bay, extending westward, as we have said, is one of the most famous harbors in the world for its convenient anchorage. Within this bay and the Bosphorus, in a certain corner, lies the aforementioned city, once called Byzantium, an insignificant place, almost the last among the cities of Thrace. Now marked by the more fortunate name of the enlarger Augustus, it has become the chief of provinces and the imperial residence, envying the name and prerogative of dignity of old Rome. Founded earlier by Pausanias, king of the Spartans, as contained in the 3rd book of Paulus Orosius. It has the shape of a triangle with 3 unequal sides. The first side extends from the angle between the harbor and the Hellespont, where the Church of St. George, called Mangana, is located, directly to the new palace named Blachernae, along the harbor. The second side runs from the same monastery of St. George to the Golden Gate, along the Hellespont. The third side stretches from the same gate to the aforementioned palace of Blachernae, across the plains, distinguished by walls, towers, and outworks. A certain river enters the harbor, modest in summer, but in winter, swollen by rainwater, it becomes more torrential, with a bridge above it. Our army, crossing this bridge, settled in many buildings on the shore of the Bosphorus for lodging. While they lingered there, awaiting the arrival of the other leaders, the Duke was frequently urged by the emperor's envoys to come to him. Distrustful of his familiarity and fearing a meeting, he hesitated to respond to the emperor's summons. However, realizing it would be entirely inappropriate and against the discipline of propriety not to come in person, or at least send suitable representatives, he dispatched noble men, Lord Conan of Montague, Lord Baldwin of Bork, and Henry of Ascia, to excuse himself to the emperor. Seeing the Duke's steadfastness and that he could not summon him by any means, the emperor again prohibited trade. Yet even this could not soften the resolve of the steadfast man. Therefore he secretly sent archers who, arriving by ships at the part where the Duke had set up camp, attacked at dawn, shooting many of our men who had gone to the sea or were watching from windows, killing many. Chapter 8, Book 2. The army returns to the city, and a great battle is fought. The Greeks suffer a great defeat. After this was reported to the Duke, he gathered the leaders of the people and with their common council, instructed his brother to take a portion of the army and hasten to seize the bridge they had crossed, so that they would not be trapped in those narrow passages and suffer losses to their forces. His brother, acting swiftly, took 500 armored men and hurried to the aforementioned bridge, seizing it by force. By then, not only those who had disembarked from the ships were showing themselves as enemies, but the entire city was arming itself against them in hostility. Our men, realizing that their adversaries were deliberately and diligently prepared against them, and that all the citizens were rushing to arms for their destruction, set fire to all the palaces where they had lodged, burning them continuously for 6 or 7 miles, both private and imperial buildings. Then, with trumpets blaring and at the call of the horns, they gathered from the various places where they had gone to lodge, and followed the Duke, who was already hastening to the bridge with his troops arranged in battle order. They took up arms and followed him in haste. Those with greater military experience greatly feared that if the bridge were occupied by the enemy, they would be more easily overwhelmed in the narrow places. Therefore, with such urgency, scarcely waiting for the infantry, all the cavalry gathered there. But Lord Baldwin, the Duke's brother, as we mentioned earlier, had already seized the bridge by force against the will of the enemy. Having driven them away and put them to flight, he secured the far bank of the river for our forces. Thus, the Duke and the entire army, with their baggage and all their equipment, crossed without difficulty and once again took position before the city in open and spacious areas. There, a conflict occurred between the Church of the Holy Martyrs Cosmas and Damian, which is today commonly called the Castle of Bohemond, and the new palace called Blachernae, situated at the corner of the city near the port. Around the evening hour, after countless were slain, our forces, unable to bear the weight of battle any longer, compelled the Greeks to retreat within the city. Our men, having valiantly secured the field, camped as victors in a suitable location. Perhaps, had the citizens attacked again, a more dangerous engagement and greater slaughter would have followed, fueled by hatred, if nightfall had not brought an end to the mutual conflicts. Here, for the first time, it became clear and undeniably evident with what intention the aforementioned wicked emperor had ordered the camp to be moved, namely, to confine the suspect people in those narrow places as if within certain barriers. Chapter 9, Book 2. The people take up arms and devastate the entire region. The camp is filled with an abundance of provisions. Once daylight returned, a public decree was issued for the people to rise up in arms. A portion of the forces under appointed leaders was to scour the entire region, gathering supplies that the emperor had forbidden to trade, either by force or by purchase, sparing neither flocks nor herds, crops, nor any kind of provisions. Meanwhile, another group, along with the commander and certain other nobles, was to remain with the army to guard the camp. Aware of the emperor's deceit in his traps, they armed themselves with as much caution as possible. Consequently, those who went out to forage, breaking through the surrounding suburbs for 6 continuous days, with a great multitude of both cavalry and infantry, brought back to the camp on the 8th day such a vast quantity of provisions that it exceeded all expectations. They could scarcely manage to lead the throngs of flocks, herds, vehicles, and beasts of burden before them. Chapter 10, Book 2. Bohemond's messenger approaches the Duke, urging him not to meet with the emperor. The Duke's response, while these matters were unfolding in the camp: "Behold, a messenger from Lord Bohemond appeared before the Duke, bearing a letter from the aforementioned prince with these words: Know, most excellent man, that you are engaged in a matter against a most wicked beast and a vile man, whose intent is always to deceive and to pursue the entire Latin nation to death by all means. My judgment of him will also be confirmed by your own in due time. For I know well the malice of the Greeks and their persistent and obstinate hatred against the name of the Latins. Therefore, if it pleases you, withdraw from the city and move to the regions of Adrianople or around Philippopolis, and command the legions entrusted to you by the Lord to be refreshed in fertile places with food and rest. I, however, with the Lord's guidance, will hasten to be present at the beginning of spring to offer counsel and aid with brotherly love as to my Lord against the impious Greek prince. After the letter was read and its contents fully understood, he responded with the common counsel of the princes, both in writing and verbally, with these words: "Dearest brother, I know, and have long been informed by reputation, that the Greeks' cunning has always fervently sought to persecute our people with implacable hatred, and whatever knowledge I lacked before, I learn more fully each day through experience. Nor do I doubt that you are moved by just zeal against them and rightly judge their wickedness. But having the fear of God before my eyes and considering my purpose, I am reluctant to turn arms meant for infidels against a Christian people. Nevertheless, the army, beloved of God, who is with us, eagerly awaits your desired arrival and the presence of other God-devoted princes." Chapter 11, Book 2. The emperor sends his son, John Porphyrogenitus, as a hostage, and invites the duke to meet him. The duke enters, adopts him. Peace is restored between them. The emperor, deeply troubled with his close advisors and household, was anxious because he saw the entire region exposed to plunder and could not bear the cries and lamentations of his people. Additionally, he had learned of Lord Bohemond's embassy and knew he was coming soon. Fearing that if the arriving princes met before he reconciled with the duke, they might unanimously conspire against him, he urgently sent messengers to persuade the duke to come to him. He advised and earnestly encouraged the duke to enter without any mental reservation, having received his son John Porphyrogenitus, whom he sent as a hostage. The proposal pleased the leaders, and after receiving the emperor's son through the noblemen Conan of Montague and Baldwin of Bourke, who were sent for this purpose, and assigning him to the careful custody of his brother, the duke, leaving his brother in charge of the army, entered the city with the other leaders. He presented himself to the emperor, who had long desired his presence. The emperor received him with great honor, surrounded by nobles eager to see the man they had heard much about, and partially knew. He greeted the leaders who came with him according to their rank, admitted them to the kiss of peace, and inquired diligently about their well-being. Going through the names of each, he showed himself affable and kind to win their favor. Finally, addressing the duke, he spoke these words: "Our empire has heard, dearest duke, that you are most powerful among your princes. Your purpose of piety, which you pursue with commendable fervor of devotion, is well known. Moreover, the fame of your steadfast spirit and sincere faith is celebrated far and wide. Thus you have earned the favor of many who have not seen you in person due to the elegance of your character. Therefore, we also wish to embrace you with all the affection of charity and honor you more earnestly. Today, in the presence of the nobles of our sacred palace, we have decided to adopt you as a son, placing our empire in your power, so that through you it may remain unharmed and secure in the face of the present and future multitude." Having said this, he dressed him in imperial garments, and following a certain solemnity customary in such adoptions, according to the custom of the region, adopted him as a son, fully restoring peace and favor between them. Chapter 12, Book 2. The duke, laden with gifts, departs temporarily. A market for goods is established. The duke's legions cross the Bosphorus and camp in the region of Chalcedon. Having done this, the emperor opened his treasures and bestowed upon the Lord Duke and his companions immense gifts of gold, gems, silks, and precious vessels, which surpassed human estimation, both in the elegance of their craftsmanship and the dignity of their materials, all in accordance with his generosity. Thus, they were laden with gifts to the utmost, marveling at the incomparable wealth and the prince's munificence. This generosity was not shown just once, from the day of Epiphany until the ascension of the Lord each week. As much gold coin as 2 strong men could carry on their shoulders, and 10 measures of copper coins were provided to him from the imperial palace. Yet he distributed everything liberally to the nobles and the people, as seemed necessary to each, keeping nothing for himself. Having taken leave temporarily from the emperor, they returned to the camp. There, they sent back John, the emperor's son, whom they had held as a hostage in the camp, until the duke's return with an honorable escort to his father. The emperor, by a publicly announced edict, decreed that any violators would face the penalty of death, and ordered that all necessary goods be sold to the Duke's army at a fair price and weight. Likewise, the Duke proclaimed in the camp, under the penalty of death, that no harm or injury should be inflicted upon the emperor's men. Thus, supporting each other suitably, they engaged in mutual trade with complete tranquility. Finally, in the middle of March, the Duke, hearing that other princes with their armies were arriving nearby, and at the suggestion of the emperor, with the desire of both his people and leaders, crossed the Hellespont with prepared ships. He stationed his army in Bithynia, the first of the Asian provinces encountered, and camped in the region of Chalcedon. Chalcedon is a city in Bithynia where, in the time of Pope Leo the Elder and Emperor Marcian, the Fourth General Council convened against the impieties of the monk Eutyches at the monk Eutychiarch of Alexandria. This place is near Constantinople, separated only by the Bosphorus, allowing all to see the city nearby. Those drawn by urgent business could travel to the royal city and return to the camp 3 or 4 times a day without difficulty. The reason the Duke's army was compelled to cross earlier by persuasion was not due to sincere faith, but was a deceitful scheme to prevent his forces from mingling with others arriving. Indeed, the rest who followed were compelled to cross individually by the same artifice, so that never were 2 armies before the city at the same time. Chapter 13, Book 2. Bohemond hastens. The nobles who follow him are described. The emperor secretly lays traps for him. Meanwhile, while these events were unfolding around Constantinople through the emperor and the leader of the people, Lord Bohemond, son of Robert Guiscard and Prince of Taranto, who had crossed the Adriatic Sea with his army before the onset of winter and had reached Durrës, was slowly advancing through the deserts of Bulgaria, waiting for those who followed him. Many noble and powerful men from Italy and other provinces had joined him and his camp, whose names and numbers we partially record for perpetual memory. Among them were Tancred, son of Marquis William, Richard of the Principate, son of William Fairberkia, brother of Robert Guiscard, Ranulf his brother, Robert of Anxa, Herman of Carney, Robert of Cerdeval, Robert son of Tristan, Humphrey son of Ralph, Richard son of Count Ranulf, and the Count of Rosanolo with his brothers and Bowl of Chartres, Albert of Cagnano, Humphrey of Montescabioso. All these followed Lord Bohemond's banners and reached the city of Castoria, where they celebrated the feast of the Lord's Nativity. There, since the citizens did not offer goods for sale to the passing people, they were compelled to seize flocks, herds, and other necessities by force, inflicting damage on the inhabitants who abhorred them as enemies. Moving on from there, they camped in the very fertile region called Pelagonia. Hearing that a nearby town was filled solely with heretic inhabitants, they hastened there with all speed, violently seized the fortress, set the buildings on fire, and, with some of the townspeople slain by the sword and others consumed by the flames, they carried off all the plunder and rich spoils. The emperor, hearing of Lord Bohemond's approaching legions, secretly ordered the commanders of his army, whom he had stationed in those regions for this purpose, to follow them without pause up to the Barda River with all the forces of those regions. They were to seize any opportunity, whether by night or day, secretly or otherwise, to harass the advancing army. He was highly suspicious of Lord Bohemond's entry, for he had suffered many injuries from both him and his father. However, being a cunning man, skilled in feigning and concealing his intentions, he sent some nobles from his household to the distinguished man, speaking to him with peaceful words and deceit, attempting to see if he could somehow deceive him. The tenor of the words, which he conveyed both in person and through letters sent by messengers, was as follows. Chapter 14, Book 2. The letter of Emperor Alexius to Bohemond. The emperor's army secretly attacks Bohemond's camp. Some are captured, revealing the emperor's treachery. Our empire, protected by God, is well aware and no way doubts that you are a great and powerful prince, and the illustrious son of a magnificent, mighty, and industrious prince. We have always held you dear and esteemed as your merits demand, even though we have not seen you in person. And now, since we have heard that you have girded yourself for the service of God and have joined the company of other God-devoted princes on this pilgrimage, It is our heartfelt desire to love and honor you more strongly and with greater inclination. Therefore, our dearest command the people who follow you to spare our subjects, cease violence, plundering, and burning, and come quickly to our presence, assured of our manifold honor and grace, with which we intend to greet you in many ways. We have also instructed the bearers of this letter to procure necessary supplies for your armies at a fair price, so that they may be continuously provided with an abundance of goods for sale. These words of the emperor, though they seemed on the surface to possess much humanity, concealed within them a hidden poison. However, Bohemond, being a shrewd and astute man, aware of the emperor's malice, feigned ignorance of his intentions, and conducted himself cautiously, expressing gratitude to the emperor for his concern about his situation. Thus, with these leaders, he reached the Bardar River. When part of the army had already crossed the river and was stationed on the opposite bank, while another part was still preparing to cross, behold, the emperor's soldiers, who had been following our army's tracks with an immense force, thinking they had found an opportunity, launched a hostile attack on the part of the army, still in the process of crossing, pressing with as much force as they could muster. Tancred, understanding this, as he was a most capable man, swiftly rushed to the scene. Swimming across the river that lay between, he reached the far bank, followed by about 2,000 knights. They immediately broke the ranks of the aforementioned cohorts with their swords upon their arrival, and pursuing them as they fled, they cut down many, capturing several, whom they brought before Lord Bohemond. When these captives were questioned more closely about why they were attacking the Christian army, they replied that they were the emperor's men and were obliged to serve him for their wages. At this point, it became fully known to all that whatever the emperor had spoken to them was deceit and trickery. Yet because they had to pass through his territory, Bohemond preferred to overlook the injuries rather than provoke him to anger uselessly. Chapter 15, Book 2. The Duke meets Lord Bohemond, and reluctantly introduces him to the emperor, where he is greatly honored. Meanwhile, Tancred moves the troops to Bithynia, where they join the Duke's forces. Having crossed Macedonia and all of Illyricum, hastening the journey with appropriate speed, they began to approach the city. When they were nearby, on the Thursday before the Easter celebration, the emperor's envoys came again, urging Bohemond to leave his army and enter with only a few of his close companions. He hesitated for a while, delaying the execution of the command, as he suspected the emperor's intentions. While he was thus uncertain, behold, the illustrious Duke Godfrey, persuaded by the emperor's persistent request to meet Lord Bohemond and bring him without hesitation, approached the aforementioned man with an honorable company of nobles. There, after mutual embraces and a kiss of sincere affection, they exchanged pleasant conversations and inquired about each other's well-being. Duke Godfrey urged Bohemond to enter the emperor's presence, as he had been summoned. Although Bohemond initially showed reluctance and did not fully heed the Duke's advice, suspecting the emperor's intentions as mentioned before, he was eventually persuaded by honest reasoning. With the Duke leading, he confidently entered the emperor's presence. There he was received with a kiss of peace, abundant grace, and multiple honors. After many familiar discussions with both, it is said that Lord Bohemond became the emperor's vassal, offering his loyalty with a manual pledge and a bodily oath, as faithful subjects customarily do for their lord. After this was done, gifts from the imperial treasury were presented to Bohemond, including gold garments, vessels, and precious stones, incomparable in value and dignity. With these matters thus peacefully settled, while Lord Bohemond still lingered in the palace, Tancred, a commendable man in all respects, and Bohemond's nephew through his sister, diligently avoided the emperor's presence and conversations. Meanwhile, he had moved the entire army to Bithynia, beyond the Bosphorus in the region of Chalcedon, where the Duke's army had long been stationed, awaiting the arrival of those who were to follow. When the emperor learned in full that Lord Tancred had thus avoided his presence, he was greatly displeased. However, acting prudently, he concealed his displeasure and once again showered the present nobles with immense gifts, sending them back across the Bosphorus with great honor to their own camp. There, the armies joined together in full harmony and charity, residing in view of the city, awaiting the arrival of the other princes. Once the legions were united, they intended to continue the journey they had undertaken with one accord. Meanwhile, provisions necessary for sustenance were supplied abundantly from both the royal city and the surrounding suburbs to the people stationed there, so that they had more than enough to satisfy their needs. Chapter 16. Book 2. Count Robert of Flanders arrives, is summoned by the emperor, receives great gifts, crosses the sea, and joins the aforementioned princes. Meanwhile, the illustrious Count Robert of Flanders, who had crossed the sea with his retinue at the beginning of winter, had landed at Durazzo, a maritime city of Apulia. There, in fertile places rich with forests, pastures, and all manner of conveniences, he avoided the harshness of the approaching winter. Finally, around the beginning of spring, he set out on his journey with great determination to join the other princes who had already crossed the sea. Before reaching Constantinople, as had happened to others, he received imperial envoys who instructed him to leave his army and approach the emperor's presence, accompanied by only a few. Having been fully informed about how those who preceded him had conducted themselves with the emperor, he arrived in Constantinople and entered the palace with a few companions. There he was received with great honor by the emperor and treated kindly. Following the example of others, he pledged his loyalty in person. As a result, he gained greater favor and received substantial gifts, with his companions also being honored with similar generosity according to their rank. After his army had been refreshed with provisions and rest near the city for several days, and he had frequently conferred with the emperor about necessary matters, he took leave and moved his troops to join his fellow travelers. He was warmly and affectionately received by them, and his retinue was united with their armies. As they daily engaged in mutual conversations about the various events that had occurred to each of them on their journey, they fondly recalled their labors. They then turned their attention to the pressing matter of how and when to complete the task they had begun, while they were concerned about this and criticized the delay of those who were following, blaming them for wasting time without result. A messenger arrived from the Count of Toulouse and the Bishop of Puy, informing them that both were near and about to enter the city. Chapter 17. Book 2. The Count of Toulouse and the Bishop of Puy journey through Dalmatia, enduring many hardships along the way. These two great and illustrious men, from the beginning of their journey, remained inseparable companions with their expeditions. Accompanying them were noble men, renowned in their own lands for both their noble lineage and the elegance of their manners, namely, Lord William, Bishop of Orange, and Rambald, Count of the same city, Gostus of Beaters, Gerard of Roussillon, William of Montpellier, William, Count of Forez, Raymond Pelez, Santonius of Béarn, William Amino, and many others whose names we do not hold. But it is certain they are written in the book of life. These men left behind their homeland, kin, friends, and widely spread inheritances, following Christ and embracing voluntary poverty, all of them, following the aforementioned venerable men with all reverence, descended into Italy. After crossing Lombardy, they passed through the region known as the Forum Julii, and passing near Aquileia into Istria, they finally descended into Dalmatia. Dalmatia is a vast region situated between Hungary and the Adriatic Sea, with 4 metropolitan cities, Zara, Salona, also known as Papada, Antivari, and Ragusa. It is inhabited by a fierce people accustomed to plundering and killing, and is entirely covered with mountains, forests, large rivers, and extensive pastures, with little cultivation of fields. The inhabitants rely entirely on their herds and flocks for sustenance, except for a few who live along the coast, who differ from the others in customs and language, speaking Latin. While the rest use the Slavic tongue and have the appearance of barbarians, entering this province, they encountered many difficulties on their journey, especially due to the onset of winter and the extreme unevenness of the terrain. They also suffered a severe shortage of food and provisions, laboring dangerously for several days in hunger. The local inhabitants, abandoning their cities and strongholds, fled to the mountains and dense forests with their wives, children, and all their possessions, fearing the sight of our people like wild beasts. However, Secretly and from a distance they followed the tracks of the advancing army, killing the elderly and infirm as well as very old women who traveled slowly, finding them separately. The count, bearing the due responsibility for the entire multitude, sent ahead some of the leaders to guide the troops, while he himself always marched last with a large contingent of armored men making camp at the rear. Moreover, the air was foggy and the darkness continuous, almost palpable, so that those who followed could barely keep track of those ahead, and those leading could hardly discern the places a stone's throw in front of them. The land, as we mentioned, abundant with streams and rivers, and almost entirely marshy, produced such daily moisture and thick fogs that the air became almost suffocating. Furthermore, the Slavic Dalmatians, as natives familiar with the terrain, followed the army from the side through the steep mountains and dense forests, frequently attacking the unarmed people by emerging from the woods. The count and other nobles often launched attacks on these assailants, killing many with lances and swords. They would have killed many more if the attackers had not had nearby forests to which they could flee for immediate refuge. However, on one day, when some of these wrongdoers were captured, the count ordered their hands and feet to be cut off, hoping that this punishment would deter their companions from pursuing the army. After traveling through part of the region for 3 continuous weeks on such a laborious journey, they reached a place called Skodra, where they found the king of the Slavs. The count, being a kind, affable, and merciful man, hoped to gain the favor of the locals for his people through generous gifts and friendship, at least to secure access to trade and goods. However, he could not soften the ferocity of the aforementioned people, whom he found even more savage thereafter. After traveling through all of Dalmatia with great effort for about 40 days, they finally arrived at Durazzo. Chapter 18. Book 2. An imperial envoy meets the count at Durez. The bishop of Puy is captured by the Bulgarians, but is freed by the Lord's mercy. Again, at Raidestos, both the emperors and our prince's envoys meet him. The emperor, suspecting the count's arrival because he was a wise and magnificent man and led a large force, sent a delegation of honorable men well in advance to meet him at Durez. He instructed them to greet the count most courteously on his behalf and to treat him with honor. Obeying these instructions, the envoys met him and addressed him kindly both in person and through letters, presenting him with a letter from the emperor. The letter read as follows: "Dearest Count, the renowned reputation of your wisdom and the widespread fragrance of your virtue have long reached the ears of our empire. Your merits have compelled us to love and honor you more deeply. Therefore, we have eagerly awaited your arrival, desiring to discuss many public matters with your noble self, most cherished by our empire. We urge you to pass through our lands without causing disturbance or scandal, and to hasten to us, assured of our grace and the manifold honor we intend to bestow upon you. We have instructed the bearers of this letter to ensure that your people are provided with ample goods and constant trade under favorable conditions." Greatly encouraged by this letter, both the count and his army resumed their journey. After traversing forests and mountains and the entire region of Epirus over many laborious days, they finally descended into a village called Pelagonia, abundant in all supplies, and set up camp. There the venerable lord, the bishop of Puy, had pitched his tent a little distance from the camp, seeking a more convenient lodging. He was captured by Bulgarians who attacked. However, since such a great bishop was still necessary for the people of God, he was preserved by divine mercy. For when one of the robbers demanded gold from him, he protected him against the others. Amidst the ensuing commotion and the cries of those arguing, the entire army was roused. Seizing their weapons, they rushed upon the attacking villains and rescued the Lord Bishop and his companions. Resuming their journey, they passed through Thessalonica and all of Macedonia, enduring many days of continuous labor, until they reached the maritime city of Raidestos, situated on the Hellespont, 4 days' journey from Constantinople. There, once again, an imperial delegation met the count, along with some envoys from the princes who had gone ahead. They urged and exhorted him earnestly to leave the army behind, to follow gradually, and to come swiftly with a few men, so that after completing his business with the emperor, he could rejoin his army more quickly and not hinder those who wished to proceed promptly. He had also sent messengers ahead, who, upon returning, encouraged him to do the same. Chapter 19, Book 2. The Count leaves the army and goes to the Emperor. They do not agree. The Emperor deceitfully orders an attack on his army. The Count, compelled by the insistence of the imperial envoys and the urging of the princes who advised him to hasten, left the army under the care and supervision of the bishops and other nobles who were in the camp. He entered Constantinople with a few companions, having been summoned repeatedly, and presented himself to the emperor, preceded by the imperial envoys. There he was received with honor, both by the emperor and by his illustrious and renowned attendants, and he was treated with great kindness and full courtesy. Subsequently, he was pressed with gentle persuasion and much insistence to pledge loyalty and take an oath to the emperor, as other princes before him had done. But he steadfastly refused, meanwhile, as these events unfolded in Constantinople. The emperor, angered that the count refused to perform homage like the others, secretly ordered the commanders of his legion stationed in those regions to suddenly attack the count's army and harass them by any means possible. Even to the point of not hesitating to commit slaughter, he dared to attempt this, confident that he had bound all the princes to him with oaths of loyalty, and that their entire army had crossed the sea, making it difficult for them to return. For any ships that arrived there, whether for trade or to transport people, were immediately required to leave the far shore, so that the army would lack ships and could not easily contemplate returning. To this end, as mentioned earlier, he had compelled them to cross individually through flattery and cunning persuasion to prevent them from gathering their forces before the city. He was suspicious of our arrival and feared a large assembly even more. What he had seemingly granted to the princes as a gesture of generosity was neither generous nor gracious, but rather an act of desperate fear and deceitful cunning. Proceeding with simplicity of spirit and sincere faith, could scarcely be convinced of the Greeks' malice and the persistent deceit and treachery of their leader, especially when he showed such apparent generosity and feigned grace towards them. Chapter 20, Book 2. The absent count's army is secretly attacked by the Greeks. The count is indignant. The emperor, regretting his actions and fearing for himself, seeks the intervention of the princes, asserting his innocence. Those who had received the emperor's command, centurions, leaders of 50 and officers over military units, carried out the royal order. They secretly and by night attacked the forces of the Lord Count, having warned their own troops beforehand. Finding them unprepared and suspecting nothing, they killed many of them before they could awaken, seized their weapons, and flee, resulting in a disgraceful rout and a miserable slaughter. Eventually, however, prompted by more honorable men, they regained their senses, recovered their courage and strength, and inflicted significant losses on the emperor's marauding forces. Although our men resisted bravely given the time and place, they were disheartened by the difficulty of the journey and the frequent unexpected dangers that arose almost daily. They began to regret the journey they had undertaken, and their enthusiasm for the endeavor waned, worn down by the fatigue of their labors. Many, not only from the common people, but also from the nobility, regretted their undertaking and, doubting the completion of their purpose, forgot their vows and planned to return home. Had they not been recalled by the admonitions and exhortations of the bishops and clergy, and rekindled in their pursuit of their vow, they were ready to abandon the army and attempt a return home at any risk. When this was reported to the Lord Count, he was deeply grieved and cried out that he had been betrayed. He sent some of his noble and faithful men to the emperor, accusing him of infamous treachery, asserting that while he was in the emperor's service by his invitation and repeated embassies, the emperor had ordered his forces to be armed against his army contrary to good conduct. He also made known to the princes, whose plea and insistence had caused him to dismiss his army, the lamentable event that had befallen his men and the emperor's blatant deceit, demanding vengeance from them as brothers. If the count had the power to avenge the injury in accordance with his feelings and will, without a doubt, he could not have been swayed from the anger he had conceived by threats, terrors, or the intervention of any princes. He was known to be a spirited man, perpetually mindful of injuries, and one who greatly trusted his own judgment. The emperor, seeing the situation had escalated too far and regretting his actions, summoned the princes, namely the Lord Duke, Lord Bohemond, and the Count of Flanders, who were still residing on the far shore of the sea with their legions, to reconcile the Count's spirit to him through their intervention. When they gathered at his invitation, although they were greatly displeased by what had happened, they saw there was no opportunity for vengeance. They privately advised the Lord Count and urged him with reasonable persuasion to overlook the injury, which they considered common, lest in pursuing revenge he undertake a task of many days, and hinder those wishing to proceed on the Lord's path. Finally, at the pious intercession of the princes, the Count, as a prudent man, calmed his exacerbated spirit, and yielded to the counsel of the princes, entrusting himself to their judgment. The princes, meeting with the emperor in a familiar manner, unanimously expressed how grievously they felt about what had happened. The emperor, understanding their indignation and the constancy of their unanimity, offered an explanation before the Count and the entire court, both of foreigners and his own household, swearing and protesting that what was said to have happened did not occur with his knowledge or command. Nevertheless, he declared himself ready to satisfy the Count according to his innocence. Thus, day by day, the deceit of the Greeks and the emperor's treachery were increasingly exposed, so that there was no prince to whom it was not manifest and clearer than midday how much hatred he bore towards our people, and how he despised all the Latin race. However, since their intention was directed towards other matters, and they aspired to a purpose more pleasing to God, they judged it safer to overlook the injuries inflicted than to withdraw from such a pious undertaking, or to provide an obstacle to the labor they had assumed. Chapter 21, Book 2. The Count is reconciled with the emperor through the intervention of the princes. He invites the emperor to join the other princes on their journey, those who had crossed the sea-head toward Nicaea. The Count quickly follows them. The Count, following the exhortation of the princes, reconciled with the emperor. According to the terms of the oaths that others had given, he too offered an oath of loyalty and was restored to full favor. He was honored with immense gifts and abundant generosity that exceeded both number and weight. The other princes, having received repeated gifts and taking their leave, specifically urged the Count not to delay after. They crossed the Hellespont and headed to their legions in Bithynia. Meanwhile, the army of the Count also arrived in Constantinople, and by his command joined those who had gone ahead, uniting with the remaining forces. The Count, staying in the city for a few days for personal matters, also attended to domestic affairs, and remained diligently concerned with public matters, as a prudent man would. As he had been requested by the other princes, he frequently invited the emperor with honorable persuasion, as others had done before him individually, to accompany those departing and to be the leader and guide of the Lord's army. The aforementioned emperor was often and repeatedly urged by each of our princes, especially by the Lord Count of Toulouse, to deem it worthy to be the leader and companion of the Lord's army, and to take the primacy of the people who had devoted themselves to divine service. He excused himself, saying that he had fierce enemies nearby, the Bulgarians, Cumans, and Pechenegs, who constantly roamed the borders of the empire, seeking an opportunity to suddenly attack and disturb its peace. Therefore, although he greatly desired to share in such a pilgrimage, and to expect a future reward, he could not abandon the care of the kingdom and give the surrounding enemies an opportunity to do harm. However, whatever he said was deceit and trickery, and he only alleged these things to withdraw his support from our endeavors under some pretext, and to hinder their progress by all means possible. Those who had already crossed the sea, namely Lord Godfrey, Lord Bohemond, Lord Robert, the Count of Flanders, and the Lord Bishop of Puy, tried their baggage, set out again on their journey, intending to proceed gradually towards Nicaea, and thus wait for those who followed. As they advanced towards Nicomedia, the largest metropolis of that province Bithynia, the venerable priest Peter the Hermit, who had avoided the harshness of winter in nearby places, met the legions and princes with a few of his remaining companions. After greeting them, he joined their ranks. He was kindly received by all, and was diligently questioned about the fate of his followers. He explained to them in detail how the people who had gone ahead with him were stiff-necked, unbelieving, and utterly unmanageable, and that the misfortune that befell them was more due to their own fault than to the actions of others. The princes, sympathizing with him and the affliction of his followers, generously bestowed many gifts upon him and those who followed him. Thus, with the army multiplied and various forces coming together into one, made more numerous by the grace of God, they proceeded with appropriate order and reached Nicaea. There, having set up their camps around the city, they reserved places for the arriving princes, and besieged the city on the 15th day of May. Meanwhile, the Count of Toulouse, having concluded his business in the royal city, took leave from the emperor, and once again honored with a great liberality of gifts, quickly followed with his men who had remained with him, and swiftly reached the aforementioned city. Chapter 22. Book 2. Count Robert of the Normans and Lord Eustace, brother of the Duke, arrive in Constantinople with their legions, receiving great gifts and honors from the emperor. Then, crossing the Hellespont, they joined the other princes. Meanwhile, the illustrious Lord Robert, Count of the Normans, and other distinguished men in his company, namely Lord Stephen, Count of Chartres and Blois, and Lord Eustace, brother of Duke Godfrey, sent envoys once more to both the emperor and their brothers, announcing their imminent arrival. With them were Count Stephen of Aumale, Alan Fergant, and Conan, both from Brittany, men of great renown. Also Count Rotrou of Perche and Roger of Barneville. All these, along with many other noble and distinguished men, had descended into Apulia the previous year at the onset of winter, together with the Count of Flanders and Lord Hugh the Great. While others crossed to Dyrrhachium, they, disliking the harshness of the season, spent the winter in comfortable places in Apulia and the lands of the Calabrians. Finally, around the beginning of spring, after gathering their companions for the journey and preparing their supplies, they descended to the sea and, following the path of others, reached Dyrrhachium, continuing their journey with all urgency. Eager to make up for the delay in Apulia, they traveled on. At last, with the Lord's help and enjoying the desired tranquility, they passed through the provinces of Illyricum, Macedonia, and both Thrace, arriving in Constantinople. There, summoned by the emperor and entering the palace as others had done, they were received with great honor by him and his illustrious attendants. After many discussions, both collectively and individually, the emperor persistently requested from them the same pledges he had obtained from others, using gentle persuasion and many promises. These men, having before them the example of others, for they had been thoroughly informed about everything before approaching the emperor, saying to themselves, "We are not greater than our fathers," pledged their loyalty and took oaths according to the form previously given by their predecessors, thus binding themselves to the emperor. Consequently, they were deemed worthy of greater favor and received larger gifts. The treasuries were opened, and they received gifts of gold, precious garments, vessels worthy of admiration, both in material and craftsmanship, and silks of extraordinary and unheard of value, such as they had never seen before. These gifts, surpassing the measure and dignity of our own possessions, filled them with astonishment. Thus laden with such great gifts, and not wishing to appear to delay their companions on the journey, they took leave of the emperor. Crossing the Hellespont, they hastened with their legions to Nicaea, where the entire Christian army was stationed. There they were received with much affectionate embrace by the princes who had preceded them, and with the eager welcome of all, they pitched their tents in the place assigned to them. Chapter 23. Book 2. A certain Tatinus, familiar to the emperor, joins our princes, a man exceedingly deceitful and notorious for wickedness. A certain Greek named Tatinus, very familiar with the emperor, had also joined our camp. He was a wicked and treacherous man, with mutilated nostrils as a sign of his perverse mind. By imperial command, he had been appointed as the guide and future companion of the journey, at the request of our leaders who sought greater caution. He was chosen because he was said to have full knowledge of the places, and the emperor greatly relied on his malice and intricate deceit. Tatinus, along with a group of his own men, was associated with our princes, so that there would not be a lack of a goose to cackle among swans, or a twisted serpent among eels. Where he reported to the emperor all that was done in the expedition and all that was said by individuals, twisting them with sinister interpretation. In return, he received instructions and forms of deceit through frequent messengers. It was here that from the various armies that followed the princes at different times and places, one army of the living God was formed. gaining its integrity from the multitude of parts coming together. For since the aforementioned God-loving leaders and captains of the armies had left their homes and begun their journey, they had not been given the opportunity to see each other or discuss public matters until they gathered and camped before the aforementioned city. There, upon reviewing the number of legions, they were found to have 600,000 foot soldiers of mixed gender and 100,000 armored horsemen. All of them, stationed before the aforementioned city, devoted themselves entirely to its siege, consecrating the first fruits of their labors to the Lord with all devotion. Chapter 1, Book 3. Description of the city of Nicaea and its distinctions, how Solomon, who ruled there, gathered vast forces of Turks from the entire east against us, lying in wait to attack us. Nicaea is one of the cities of Bithynia, which initially looked to Nicomedia, the metropolis of the same region, as a suffragan city. However, it was later emancipated from its jurisdiction by the senior emperor Constantine, out of reverence for the first Holy Synod that convened there. During the time of Pope Sylvester, the Venerable Alexander, Patriarch of Constantinople, and the aforementioned Emperor Constantine, the Holy Synod of 318 Fathers gathered against the impieties of Arius and his followers. They condemned their pernicious heresy and, with the testimonies of the saints, declared the truth, providing the entire Church of God with an unblemished form of faith. Later, in the time of the most pious Emperor Constantine, son of Irene, the Seventh General Synod convened again in this city against the iconoclasts, those who opposed holy images, under Pope Adrian of Rome and the Venerable Tarasius, Patriarch of Constantinople. In this synod, the aforementioned heretics received a sentence of condemnation from the Orthodox Church, worthy of their deeds, against their perfidy. The city is situated in a most advantageous location, established on a plain, yet not far from mountains, which surround it almost entirely, providing fertile land, rich soil, and many conveniences of forests and groves. Moreover, a lake of great breadth and length lies near the city, extending to the western region. This lake, swelling with winds, strikes against the city walls, providing significant protection to the city through navigation from various parts. Around the remaining parts of the wall, there was a moat filled by the inflow of springs and streams, which could greatly hinder those wishing to approach the city for the purpose of attack. Furthermore, it was filled with a warlike population, with high and very dense walls and towers solidly constructed, making it remarkably fortified. Our forces, upon approaching, marveled at the city's fortifications and the solidity of its construction. The lord of this city, as well as the entire region and the adjacent provinces, was a powerful Turkish satrap named Solomon, known as Shah, which means king in the Persian language, a cunning and vigorous man. Upon hearing of our approach, he became very concerned and had long before descended into the east to seek aid from the princes of those regions against the advancing forces of the faithful. Through persuasion, persistent entreaties, and the promise of stipends, he managed to gather countless Turkish forces from Persia and the neighboring provinces, hoping that with their support he could rescue the aforementioned city and the entire region from impending dangers. These provinces, extending from the aforementioned Hellespont to Syria, a journey of 30 days, and from our Mediterranean Sea to the north, also a journey of 30 days, had been violently seized a short time before by Solomon's uncle, named Belfatov, the great Sultan of the Persians, during the time of Romanus, who was surnamed Diogenes, the Emperor of Constantinople, who was the third before Alexius. He had handed over most of these provinces to Solomon. Thus, Solomon possessed and claimed ownership of all the provinces from Tarsus in Cilicia to the Hellespont, so much so that he had agents in view of the city of Constantinople who demanded customs from travelers, collecting the taxes and revenues of the entire region for the benefit of their lord. Meanwhile, with the multitude he had gathered with such effort, he was in the nearby mountains, scarcely 10 miles from our army, seeking an opportunity to attack us with the safety of his forces, and to free the city from our disturbance. Chapter 2, Book 3. Our forces intensely attack the city. The citizens have free movement across the lake. Solomon sends a consoling letter to the citizens. Upon arriving before the aforementioned city, Our army began to attack it with great intensity, though their ranks were disordered and their camps not yet arranged in a definite order. However, those present assigned themselves specific positions and designated suitable places for those who were yet to arrive, focusing all their efforts on denying the citizens entry and exit. Yet the lake, which, as we mentioned, was adjacent to the city, greatly hindered their plan, for both those entering and leaving with boats prepared could move freely and unharmed to various places. Our forces, having no ships at all, were unable to impede their movements. Nevertheless, they took every measure to prevent access by land, diligently watching the roads and entrances. It happened that Solomon, understanding that his city was troubled by the siege, sought to console the citizens and encourage them to resist more fully. He sent 2 of his trusted men to descend to the city by boat across the lake, delivering consoling words to the citizens in this manner. There is no need to greatly fear the arrival of this barbarian people who have presumed to lay siege around our city, for we are positioned nearby with a large company of strong and noble men, awaiting even greater forces that follow us. Soon, with our forces gathered as one, we will suddenly attack their camp. Therefore be prepared, so that when we attack from outside, you too will open the gates and press out together, ready to assist us. You need not fear their numbers, for they come from distant lands, and from the setting sun, weary from the long journey and the toll of their labor. They have no horses capable of bearing the weight of battle, nor can they match us in strength and effort, we who have arrived fresh. You yourselves remember well how easily we triumphed over their great multitude, destroying more than 50,000 of them in a single day. Take courage and do not fear, for tomorrow, before the 7th hour of the day, you will receive full consolation, freed from your enemies. Chapter 3, Book 3. The capture of the letter-bearer and the revelation of secrets to the enemy princes. The Count of Toulouse, who was absent, hastens at the summons of the other princes. Therefore, those who had been sent out, seeking a more convenient place to set sail, landed along the river bank. While they were searching for a suitable entry point, one of them was suddenly captured by our forces who rushed upon them. The other was killed in the tumult, pierced by a sword. The one who was captured was brought unharmed before the princes, and through threats and intimidation was compelled to confess everything, for what purpose, and by whom he had been sent. It was revealed through his account that Solomon had sent them to announce his arrival to the citizens, and that he, having gathered large forces nearby, planned to secretly attack our camp the following day. Having learned this, the captains of our legions ordered the captured man to be placed under guard. They sent messengers to urgently summon Lord Count of Toulouse and the Bishop of Puy, who had not yet reached them, urging them to hasten as quickly as possible. Upon receiving the message from their brothers, they, not sluggish in their concern, reproached any delay and traveled throughout the night. Very early, before sunrise, with a great multitude, banners raised, in the gleam of arms and with great clamor, they entered the camp. They had scarcely laid down their packs to settle in the place assigned to them, when, around the 3rd hour, as the prisoner had foretold, the aforementioned Solomon descended from the mountains with a vast cavalry force, estimated at 50,000, and moved towards the plains, approaching the city. Seeing this, our forces immediately rushed to arms. Urged on by the sound of trumpets, the blare of horns roused the cohorts. They arranged their ranks, restored their battle lines, and, fully observing the discipline of military affairs, in which they had complete experience and familiar practice, omitting nothing of what was necessary, they prepared to confront the enemy. Chapter 4, Book 3. Solomon descends from the mountains, violently attacks the camp. His army is defeated. Victory signs are sent to the emperor. He rewards the leaders. Solomon, having sent ahead a certain division of 10,000 cavalry, hurried to the southern gate, which had been assigned to Count Raymond of Toulouse for protection. When aware of the Count's arrival, he expected to find it as unguarded as it had been 2 or 3 days prior. However, his expectations were thwarted, as he found a larger force there than elsewhere. Ignorant of all this, he rushed to the designated place and fiercely attacked the Count's legions, which had barely set down their baggage. Met with a remarkable defense, his forces were broken, and the initial division was completely scattered, turning to flight. But then Solomon, following with a larger force, reinvigorated those who had been routed, compelling them to return with him against our forces. Meanwhile, Duke Godfrey, Lord Bohemond, and the Count of Flanders, fully armed with their troops, saw the enemy's larger and denser formations arriving. Observing that the Count's army was being worn out beyond its strength by the overwhelming numbers and fierce assault, they charged together, attacking the enemy legions with swords and lances at close quarters. Although the enemy seemed to have the strength and resolve to resist for about an hour, after losing around 4,000 men and capturing several others, they turned to flight. Our forces, with the Lord's help, secured this initial victory and continued the siege, setting up camps around the city without interruption. From that day, neither Solomon nor any of the infidel leaders dared to attempt anything similar, as long as the siege lasted. The aforementioned leaders performed excellently in the conflict, and Lord Tancred, Walter of Garland, the steward of the King of France, Guy of Possessa, and Roger of Barneville, also gained notable fame in this endeavor. To instill terror in the enemy, our forces ordered the heads of the slain to be catapulted into the city. They sent 1,000 of these and several captives to the emperor, thereby earning his great favor. In return, he sent a generous amount of money and various kinds of silks to reward the leaders of the armies, instructing that all necessary provisions and goods for trade be brought to them in abundance and without delay. Chapter 5, Book 3. The leaders are assigned their stations, and the city is besieged on all sides. Some noblemen fall in battle. It seemed expedient to our leaders to surround the city with a siege from all sides, as we have previously mentioned, and to place the leaders in suitable positions, so that, by causing distress to the citizens from every direction, they might more easily compel them to surrender. Therefore, by common counsel, they divided the perimeter into equal portions, assigning each to individual leaders. They placed the Lord Duke with his 2 brothers and their legions on the eastern side. Lord Bohemond, with Lord Tancred and the other leaders who had followed him, whose names we have previously mentioned, took the northern part of the city with their army. The Count of Flanders and the Prince of the Normans, with their cohorts, were positioned in order next to the aforementioned. The southern side was assigned to Raymond, Count of Toulouse, and the Bishop of Puy, with their companions. Next to them, Lord Stephen, Count of Blois and Chartres, with Lord Hugh the Great and some other illustrious and noble men, set up their camp. Thus, with the city surrounded on all sides, the leaders decided to take suitable materials from a nearby forest to construct machines necessary for undermining the wall, commonly called scrofas, as well as siege engines known as mangonels and stone throwers, to be made with all speed. Craftsmen were summoned and urged with all diligence to complete the work so they could assault the city. While they labored diligently on this and attacked the city with frequent engagements over the course of 7 weeks, on a certain day, during a battle, as was customary, they lost 2 noble and magnificent men, both valiant in arms. Lord Baldwin, surnamed Calderon, and Lord Baldwin of Ghent. One was struck by a stone, the other by an arrow, as they fought bravely in the assault on the city, meeting a miserable misfortune. After this, when the army, by the counsel and decree of the leaders, renewed the assault, William Count of Forez and Gallo of the island, while fiercely provoking the enemy in that conflict, were pierced by arrows and perished. Guy of Possessa, a nobleman from the kingdom of France, was seized by a severe illness there and passed away. The people of God, greatly distressed by their loss, gave them an honorable burial, providing funeral rites befitting noble and magnificent men, out of a sense of piety and charity. Chapter 6, Book 3. A siege engine is destroyed by the citizens, causing many of our men to perish. The lake hinders our efforts on a certain day, while all the leaders around the city were eagerly applying their siege engines to the walls, and striving by every means possible to weaken the walls, and secure an entrance, avoiding idleness and lazy holidays, in the manner of the valiant. Count Hermann and Henry of Asha, noble and renowned men from the German kingdom, applied a certain ingeniously constructed device to the walls with the effort and great strength of their household and retainers. This machine was made of oak beams, with strong walls woven around it, so that 20 knights, very robust in strength, could stand securely inside, protected from all missile attacks, and even the largest stones, as they attempted to undermine the wall. However, as we have mentioned, when this machine was applied to the walls, the citizens defending the wall from above crushed it completely with the force of large stones, so that its joints were broken, and it collapsed on all those beneath it. The entire populace grieved for the aforementioned nobles, as the work of many days was wasted uselessly and not without expense. They also mourned the brave men who had perished in such a miserable accident. Yet they consoled each other with the hope of achieving victory, especially because they did not doubt that those who laid down their lives for Christ in such an endeavor would attain a better life. For they rightly considered losing one's life in such a struggle akin to martyrdom. Thus, despising death and valuing the present life as nothing, they exposed themselves to any dangers more confidently emboldened by this hope. The leaders therefore pressed on with the siege of the city in unison, and each considered it glorious to show diligence in the part assigned to him and to harass the besieged more intensely. The work was fervently pursued, and with constant skirmishes and almost continuous fighting, the citizens were denied rest. However, the lake adjacent to the city greatly hindered our efforts and held back our endeavors from achieving the desired effectiveness, providing the citizens with every form of consolation. For by navigating it, they freely brought in supplies of food and provisions, and sometimes, even in the sight of our men, who did not wish to oppose them, they introduced a multitude of livestock. Chapter 7, Book 3. Our forces transport ships overland, occupy the lake. The citizens marvel at our ingenuity and despair. The beloved leaders of God gathered to deliberate specifically on how best to address this pressing issue. They finally agreed that the most effective course of action would be to send a large portion of the people, along with several legions of knights, to the sea. There they would transport ships, whether intact or dismantled, over carts and vehicles, or by any other means to the lake. Otherwise, their efforts and resources would be wasted, and the endeavor would fail. Those assigned this task reached the sea, guided mercifully by the Lord in their journey and purpose. They found ships of moderate size, which they easily obtained from the emperor. They brought these ships out of the sea and placed them on dry land. By coupling 3 or 4 carts together, as the length of the ships required, and placing the ships on top, they managed to transport them over a distance of 7 miles, or more in a single night, using ropes and the shoulders and necks of men and horses to the aforementioned lake. Among these ships were some not so small, capable of holding 100 or even 150 fighters. Once the ships were received and placed in the lake, the Christian army rejoiced greatly. The leaders gathered at the lake, bringing in rowers skilled in navigation, along with brave and commendable armed men, holding firm hope that, with the Lord's help, they would soon capture the city. Meanwhile, the citizens, seeing more ships on the lake than usual, were astonished. They wondered whether this was the work of their own forces bringing them aid, or that of their enemies. Eventually, realizing that our forces had transported the ships from the sea overland to the lake, they marveled at our strength and ingenuity, as we had accomplished what seemed desperate and nearly impossible. Chapter 8, Book 3. The city is attacked again from all sides. The Count of Toulouse attempts to weaken the tower, opposing him with engines and all his skill, but the citizens resist, and his efforts are in vain. With the lake occupied and the citizens' movements restricted by the fleet, it was publicly decreed and announced by heralds that each legion, as organized under specific leaders, should arm themselves vigorously to attack the city anew and inflict as much trouble on the citizens as possible, with greater urgency than before. Thus, each leader encouraged their troops and directed the armed forces to the assault, which was much harsher than usual. With increased boldness, some worked to undermine the wall, while others aimed to hurl large stones to weaken the fortifications. In the southern part, assigned to the Lord Count of Toulouse for attack, there was a particular tower notable for its height and thickness, near which the wife of the aforementioned Solomon was said to reside. The Count had devoted all his efforts for several days to demolish this tower, but to no avail. Despite assailing it persistently with 2 siege engines, He could not dislodge even a single stone due to the solidity of the structure. Therefore, to avoid abandoning his efforts as if defeated, he redoubled his efforts, increased the number of engines, and began to create cracks by launching larger stone masses and rocks of remarkable solidity, reducing it to dust with repeated blows. Seeing this, the army, gathering together and encouraging one another, scaled the rampart. Approaching the wall, they attempted to demolish or at least pierce the aforementioned tower. However, the citizens, aware that the tower threatened to collapse, filled it internally with stones and mortar, so that if the wall were undermined or weakened by the engines and fell, the new work would replace the old and hinder those. Nevertheless, our forces, hiding under a very solid shelter which they had forcefully placed against the wall, attempted to undermine the wall. Finally, they managed to create an opening large enough for 2 armed men to enter more easily. Using iron tools and much labor, the citizens, on the other hand, prepared to resist the persistent attackers with equal determination, countering strategy with strategy and strength with strength. They strove to repel the enemies and fend off the injuries inflicted upon them with bows, crossbows, all kinds of weapons, and by hurling small stones. Chapter 9, Book 3. The memorable deed of Duke Godfrey. Citizens set fire to our siege engines, the lamentable fall of a nobleman. Among those defending the wall from our attackers, there was a certain man more wicked than the rest, notable for his body and strength, who caused great destruction among our forces with his bow. Moreover, emboldened by the success he had enjoyed for far too long, he insulted and mocked our men, calling them lazy and accusing them of cowardice. This man was causing such havoc in the area assigned to the Lord Duke and his troops for assault, that the illustrious Lord Godfrey, unable to endure it, took up a crossbow, found a suitable position, and aimed at the aforementioned troublemaker. With a bolt directed through his vital parts, he struck him down, leaving him lifeless on the ground, thus delivering a just recompense for all the harm he had inflicted on our men. This act greatly intimidated the others, engaged in the same work, who, encouraged by his example, had been resisting more fiercely in that area. As a result, they hurled fewer missiles and insults. However, others who were diligently defending the city in different areas, unaware of this event, continued to protect themselves from the towers and walls with all their might, inflicting slaughter and wounds upon our forces. They also directed pitch, oil, fat, and other incendiary materials, along with burning torches, at our siege engines, consuming many of them where they were not carefully guarded. Those who were laboring diligently on the southern side to assault the aforementioned tower continued their efforts and focus. But seeing that everything they had undermined on the wall the previous day had been repaired overnight, they began to lose heart, realizing their efforts were in vain. As they were nearly abandoning their endeavor, a very brave and noble knight from the army of the Count of the Normans, wishing to inspire others by his example, donned armor and a helmet, covered by a shield, crossed the rampart, and fearlessly approached the wall. He intended to dismantle the new stonework that the citizens had erected that night and reopen the breach made the previous day. However, with the citizens pressing down from above with all their might, no one dared to approach to assist him, and he could not complete his task. Crushed by large stones near the wall, he perished before our eyes, with no one willing to help. His lifeless body was lifted with iron hooks and thrown within the walls to be mocked by the citizens. Eventually, stripped of his armor and helmet, his body was returned to us outside the walls. After being given a proper burial, the people mourned him, greatly praising his bravery and considering his death precious in the sight of the Lord, believing without doubt that his soul would be joined with the chosen spirits. For, as we have said before, there was one mind and the same belief among all, that those who fell in battle in this way deserved eternal life and were destined to be placed in the company of the saints in light. Chapter 10, Book 3. A craftsman offers his services to the princes, constructs a machine, undermines the tower, and causes its collapse. Meanwhile, as was their custom, the devout leaders of our legions gathered together. Realizing that their efforts were in vain and that they were wasting their time and energy, they deliberated among themselves to determine what counsel was needed in such a dire situation. While they were deeply engaged in this matter, enduring much anxiety, a certain Lombard approached the princes. Observing that all the strategies of the craftsmen were being thwarted and their labor was fruitless, he professed to have expertise in this art. He claimed that if he were provided with sufficient public funds and necessary resources to complete the work, he would, with the Lord's help, bring down the aforementioned tower to the ground within a few days, without harm to our forces, and provide a wide entrance for all who wish to enter, with public funds provided to the fullest extent and a suitable salary designated for the recompense of his labor. He constructed a machine with remarkable skill. This machine could be positioned against the wall without danger to those inside, even against the will of the enemy, allowing those hidden within to undermine the wall without fear, as was clearly demonstrated by the outcome. For having assembled and armed the device to his satisfaction, he gathered strong and armored men equipped with weapons and iron tools necessary for undermining the wall under the same machine. He then skillfully and cleverly positioned it across the ditch and applied it to the walls. The citizens, persisting in their usual defiance, hurled large stones and cast fire upon it. However, due to the height of the summit and the sloping sides, these could not adhere to cause damage to those beneath, leading them to lose confidence in their usual means of defense. They marveled at the strength of the machine, which they could not damage, and the ingenuity of the craftsmen. Meanwhile, those hidden beneath the protective covering worked securely, free from enemy attacks, to breach the wall and overturn the tower with all their might. They placed wooden beams and materials in the place of the dislodged stones to prevent the upper part of the wall from collapsing suddenly and crushing the machine, which could not bear the weight of such a massive fall. After making a sufficient excavation to bring down the tower, they set fire to the supports holding up the wall, placing suitable material to feed the flames. They then left the machine and quickly returned to their own. It happened that around midnight, with all the supporting material consumed and reduced to ashes by the devouring flames, the tower fell with such a crash that it shook even those at a distance with a certain terror. It disturbed hearts like an earthquake, instilling fear. At this sound, the awakened legions rushed to arms, readying themselves as if to violently enter the city. Chapter 11, Book 3. The capture of Solomon's wife and her sons. The citizens despair and negotiate surrender with Tyre, the Greek. Envoys are sent to the emperor. Solomon's wife, who had endured the hardships of the besieged city with great effort, was terrified by the fall of the tower, as is common for women. She secretly left the city with prepared ships, intending to move to safer places with her maidservants and household. However, our forces, who were stationed on the lake in ships to control the comings and goings of the citizens, diligently patrolled like wise men and discovered her departure. They captured her and brought her, along with her 2 very young sons, to the leaders, who ordered that she be kept under strict guard with other captives. The citizens, greatly dismayed by the breach made for the enemy and the capture of such a prominent woman, lost confidence in their strength. They sent envoys to the leaders, requesting a truce to discuss their surrender. Tyre, whom we mentioned earlier, being a very cunning man, foresaw the people's willingness to abandon their defense. He met with the city's leaders, advising them to honor the emperor in their surrender. He argued that the army of pilgrims present was hurrying to other matters and had not besieged the city as their main objective, but incidentally and in passing. They should consider the emperor, who was nearby, from whose commendable clemency they could expect much and always hope for better. Therefore, it was best to prefer the emperor over unknown men and a barbarous nation, so that the surrender would be made into his hands, which they could not avoid. Through him, the emperor would reclaim the city whose empire had been unjustly lost to the Turks not long ago. Persuaded by these and similar arguments, the assembly of citizens chose to surrender the city, their persons, and all their possessions into the emperor's hands, ensuring their safety. This decision did not trouble our leaders, as their attention was directed elsewhere, and they did not intend to linger. They hoped, however, that according to the terms of the agreement, the spoils of the city would be preserved for the army as compensation for their labor and the losses they had suffered. Nevertheless, before discussing the surrender, our army demanded the release of captives, both those whom Solomon had taken from Peter the hermit's army at the fortress of Civitote, and those captured by the citizens during the siege. All were returned to freedom, satisfying our army's wishes in this regard. Thus, with the leaders' consent and the people's agreement, envoys were sent to the emperor, saying, "The leaders and the Christian army who have labored faithfully in the siege of Nicaea for the love of Christ's name, have with the Lord's help compelled the city to surrender through great diligence and pressing urgency. Therefore, we direct this message to your serenity, urging and exhorting you to promptly send some of your leaders with sufficient forces to these parts, so they may preserve the city surrendered for the honor of your name and be capable of transferring the multitude of captives from here. For we, having surrendered the city to your majesty, will not delay in continuing the journey we have undertaken with the Lord's guidance." Chapter 12, Book 3. The emperor sends envoys to reclaim the city. He thanks the princes and sends gifts. The people are indignant. They complain of broken agreements. Captives taken to Constantinople are returned home by the emperor, honored with gifts. Upon hearing this, the emperor, filled with joy and gladness, dispatched some of his trusted and industrious household members, along with substantial forces, to those regions to take possession of the city and fortify it once taken. They claimed all the captives' wealth, both in gold and silver, as well as any kind of furnishings for themselves. Sending generous gifts to each of the princes, he sought their goodwill through letters and personal messages, expressing immense gratitude for their honorable service and the great expansion of the empire achieved through them. However, the people and the lower ranks who had labored diligently in the siege of the aforementioned city, hoping to recover their losses from the spoils of the captured citizens and the abundant wealth found within the city, were displeased. They saw that their efforts were not adequately rewarded, and that what was supposed to be shared was instead being claimed for the emperor's personal and fiscal use. This caused them great distress, to the point of regretting the labor and expenses they felt had been wasted. The princes also firmly asserted that the emperor had maliciously violated the terms of their agreements. In the series of agreements made between them, it was stated that if any of the cities that had belonged to his empire were captured during their entire expedition to Syria, by the mercy of the Lord, the city, along with its adjacent territories, would be restored to the emperor. However, the spoils, plunder, and all remaining wealth would be given to the armies as compensation for their labor and reimbursement of expenses without contradiction. Although it would have been easy and straightforward for our forces to drive the emperor's men far from the city and send them back to their lord empty-handed, which would have seemed justified. For it is unjust to keep faith with one who seeks to break agreements. They nevertheless kept the fear of the Lord before their eyes, and, eager to move on to greater things, overlooked the matter for the common good. They calmed the people who were taking it badly with reasonable persuasion, so they could fulfill their purpose. The Greeks who had been sent for this purpose entered the city, received the citizens' arms, and completed the surrender. Then, going out to the camp and standing before the princes, they pleaded for the lives and safety of the citizens, saying they had restored the city to their lord, the emperor, and submitted their necks to his authority. Thus, with the city captured and sufficient forces assigned for its defense, the wife of Suleiman, along with the 2 sons previously mentioned and a large number of captives, were transferred to Constantinople. There, they were treated not only kindly, but also very generously by the emperor, and were restored to their former freedom within a few days. It is said he did this with the intention of reconciling the Turks' favor to himself and inciting them against us with his benefits, and so that others, should the city ever be besieged again, would not be deterred from a similar surrender. The city of Nicaea was captured in the year of the Lord 1097, in the month of June, on the 20th day of the month. Chapter 13, Book 3. The siege is lifted and the army sets out. The leaders separate. Solomon confronts them again with countless troops. After lifting the siege by the command of the leaders, the army was once again called to march. With their baggage arranged, they set out on the 29th of June. For 2 days, the united legions advanced together, and by chance, that night they camped near a bridge drawn by the convenience of water. At dawn, before the light of day broke, while it was still dark, They prepared to resume their journey. Crossing the bridge, whether by chance or design, the leaders and their forces became separated. Lord Bohemond, the Count of the Normans, Count Stephen of Blois, Tancred, and Count Hugh of St. Pol took the left path and traveled separately that day. They reached a valley named Gorgoni, where they set up camp around the 9th hour by the bank of a flowing river, enjoying the convenience of pastures and grass. There, though vigilant, they spent a quiet night with sentries posted around. The rest of the army took the right path, completing their march, and set up camp in a similar pasture land with access to water, only about 2 miles from the aforementioned camp. Solomon, recalling the injury inflicted upon him and constantly remembering how he had lost a distinguished city, his wife and children, because of them was eager to repay them and, if possible, lay traps for them. Gathering a vast number of troops once more, he followed our army on the left, keeping pace almost equally. He had scouts within the army to continuously inform him of the traveler's status, waiting for the right moment to attack. When he learned from these scouts that the army was divided and that the smaller, weaker part was closer to him, he believed he had found the right opportunity. He descended from the mountains with his immense company. Barely had the dawn of the following day announced its arrival, and the dense shadow of night began to dissolve with the approaching light, when those stationed as lookouts to detect any distant enemy ambushes and alert the army saw the enemy. They sounded the trumpets, and, rushing with great speed, announced the enemy's approach. Thus roused by the sound of the trumpets and the herald's voice, the entire army rushed to arms, prepared their horses as if ready for close combat. It was morning, on the very day of the calends of July. The entire multitude of people was arranged in battle lines, with commanders appointed over each cohort, and leaders set over the wings of the infantry. They placed their baggage, impediments, and the weak multitude of the elderly, women, and infirm beside a nearby reed bed, shielding them with carts and vehicles to be more prepared for battle. Messengers were sent to the other parts of the army from which they had been recklessly separated, urging them to hasten, explaining the dire straits they were in. After everything seemed to be arranged according to military discipline in Lord Bohemond's camp, around the 2nd hour of the day, Solomon appeared, bringing with him an infinite host of Turks. What was more astonishing to our men was that in such a multitude, said to exceed 200,000, not a single one was found to be on foot. Our forces, as mentioned earlier, brought legions of both orders indiscriminately. Chapter 14, Book 3, A Battle Begins. William, brother of Tancred, falls, and Bohemond's entire army is in dire straits. Tancred is nearly captured. As the Turkish army approached, such a great tumult arose in the camp that hardly any voice could be heard. The clamor of arms, the clatter of horses, the blaring of trumpets, and the dreadful sound of drums, along with the cries of the combatants, seemed to rise to the heavens, instilling intense fear in the troops, who were largely unaccustomed and inexperienced in such matters. The Turkish forces charged into our army, unleashing such a multitude of arrows that they filled the air like hail, and scarcely anyone in our ranks was left unscathed. Hardly had the first volley descended from their bows when a second no less dense followed. Whatever the first had left untouched, the second did not spare. Our men, unfamiliar with this type of combat, and finding it all the more intolerable due to their lack of experience, saw their horses failing without remedy and themselves perishing from sudden wounds they could scarcely anticipate. They attempted to drive the enemy back by charging at them with swords and the sharpness of lances. However, the Turks, unable to withstand the weight of the assault, deliberately scattered to evade the charge, returning to their own lines without encountering resistance, their hopes dashed. As they returned to their ranks, with their mission unaccomplished, the Turks regrouped and once more unleashed a rain of arrows, leaving hardly anyone without a deadly wound. Our forces resisted as best they could, protected by armor, helmets, and shields, but their horses and the unarmed populace were struck down indiscriminately. In this conflict, nearly 2,000 notable men from both ranks fell, among them the noble young William, son of the Marquis and brother of Lord Tancred, who perished bravely fighting for his men, pierced by an arrow. Robert of Paris, a valiant warrior, also met his end in the same manner. Lord Tancred, meanwhile, thundered through the midst of the enemy, heedless of his own life and forgetting his station, and was barely rescued from death by Lord Bohemond, who intervened against his will. The enemy forces grew stronger, and as our men nearly faltered, they abandoned their bows, which hung uselessly from their shoulders, and pressed forward with swords in close combat. With the ranks broken, our men took to flight, retreating to their baggage and supplies. There, on the wagons and vehicles, they gathered under the cover of dense weed, hoping to find some refuge. Chapter 15, Book 3. The remaining princes arrive. They aid their oppressed brothers. Solomon is put to flight. His army is destroyed. Our forces carry off abundant spoils. The army is united again. While the army of the faithful was thus afflicted, and the strength of Lord Bohemond had almost completely collapsed, behold illustrious and magnificent men, Duke Godfrey, Count Raymond, Hugh the Great, Baldwin and Eustace, the Duke's brothers, and other God-devoted princes arrived, bringing with them 40,000 well-armed knights. Leaving their infantry and all manner of baggage in their camps, they swiftly flew to the aid of their comrades. As they approached Lord Bohemond's camp, those who had nearly succumbed regained their spirits and strength and returned to the battle, seeking to avenge the injury inflicted upon them, and to redeem their previous failures, they charged more boldly at the enemy. Pressing forward with their swords, they struck down those whom they had previously feared as superior, now unable to resist their strong right hands. The Lord Bishop of Puai, along with other ministers of the same office, admonished the people and urged the princes not to relent, but to be certain of the victory granted by divine favor. They encouraged them to avenge the blood of the slain and not to allow the enemies of the faithful and the Christian name to boast any longer. In these and similar ways, the men of God incited the people to battle, infusing as much strength as they could into their spirits. Thus, our forces attacked with greater vehemence than usual, pressing forward with their swords more boldly. They routed the enemy whose ranks were broken, not without inflicting countless casualties. Pursuing the fleeing enemy with such persistence, they continued the slaughter for 3 or 4 miles beyond the enemy's camp, which had been set in a fertile valley. With many of the enemy scattered in confusion and many killed, and having rescued some captives who had been violently taken from us, they returned to the enemy's camp. There they found immense quantities of gold and silver, abundant provisions, flocks, herds, crowds of donkeys and beasts of burden, and columns of camels, the likes of which our men had never seen before, along with some horses, tents, and pavilions of various colors and unheard-of design. Taking all these with them, laden with abundant spoils, they returned to their own camp with their plunder and booty. It is said that on that day about 3,000 powerful and renowned men from the enemy's ranks, who held the highest positions among their own, fell. Among our common people and the lower classes of both sexes, 4,000 perished. However, ancient records state that only 2 of our leaders fell there. The battle raged from the 2nd hour of the day until the 8th hour, with varying outcomes on the 1st day of July, with forces vastly unequal in strength and greatly dissimilar in number. Those who followed Solomon were said to exceed 150,000, counting only the cavalry. However, the number of our knights present in that great battle barely reached 50,000. Having obtained such a great victory by divine favor, to allow the wounded some rest and recovery, the armies were reunited. For 3 continuous days, they tended to their bodies in pleasant and verdant pastures, caring for their horses with abundant provisions and the infinite supplies left behind by the fleeing enemy. Our leading princes conducted themselves excellently in this perilous crisis, and some of the lesser nobles, namely Baldwin of Bourg, Thomas of Feria, Renaud of Beauvais, earned everlasting glory in this deed. From that day forward, it was decreed by common council that henceforth the armies would march together in an unbreakable bond, so that they might share in adversity and triumph in prosperity. Chapter 16, Book 3. The legions entering Pisidia suffer greatly from a lack of water. The army is miserably endangered. After spending 3 days there, as we have previously mentioned, to provide for themselves and their horses, they once again prepared for the journey at the sound of the trumpets, intending to continue the path they had begun. Having crossed all of Bithynia, they entered Pisidia. Seeking shortcuts, they accidentally descended into a dry and waterless region. There, exhausted by the excessive heat typical of a burning July and the relentless thirst, the people began to falter, with over 500 of mixed gender reportedly succumbing to the oppressive thirst and heat that day. It is said that on that day an event occurred which no other history records. Pregnant women, tormented by thirst and the extreme heat, were compelled to give birth prematurely. In their distress, they cast their offspring into the camp, some alive, some dead, and others barely alive. Other women, overwhelmed by a greater sense of humanity, embraced their children and rolled on the ground, forgetting their feminine modesty and exposing themselves, more concerned with the imminent danger of death than with maintaining the dignity owed to their gender. Even the stronger sex, the men, found little advantage in their robustness. Overcome by sweat and heat, they gasped for air with open mouths and flaring nostrils, seeking relief from the oppressive thirst which they could not find. Not only humans were subjected to these great dangers, beasts of burden and other animals, with their insides dried up and vital functions blocked, refused to serve. Even delicate birds, whose flight and prey usually delight the nobility, hawks and herons, for instance, were of no use to their masters, expiring in their hands. The keen-nosed hunting dogs, the cherished companions of their masters, abandoned them, panting and thirsty, collapsing along the roads. What was even more perilous for all was that the faithful horses, the companions in battle in whom their masters placed great trust for their own safety, and who previously displayed their pride with kicks and bites, succumbed to the danger of thirst and excessive heat, failing like common beasts of burden. Finally, as all suffered from such a severe lack of water, the Father of mercies and God of all consolation mercifully intervened. A long-desired and much-sought river was found. Upon reaching it, driven by intense longing, they rushed eagerly to the waters. There, finding an abundance of water as they had wished, they drank excessively, plunging into even greater danger. Many who had escaped the peril of thirst, as often happens in such situations, found death in their unrestrained drinking, which they had seemed to have avoided. Not only humans, but also many animals perished in this incident. At last, with the Lord's help, they were delivered from these dangers and descended into a region abundant and fertile with delightful streams, groves, and pastures. Near Lesser Antioch, recognized as the metropolis of the aforementioned Pisidia, they set up camp in the grazing lands. Chapter 17, Book 3. Certain leaders separate from each other and wander through the surrounding regions. The Duke nearly perishes fighting a bear. At this point, some of the leaders deliberately separated from the army, each leading their own smaller forces. The first among them was Lord Baldwin, the Duke's brother, accompanied by Peter, Count of Stadon, Reynard, Count of Toul, his brother Baldwin of Bourg, and Gilbert of Montclair, with 700 knights and several companies of foot soldiers. The second was Lord Tancred, with Richard of the Principality, Robert of Ansa, and some other noblemen with 500 knights, and also some infantry. All of them had the same purpose, to scout the roads, explore the surrounding regions, test their fortune, and report the outcomes of their endeavors to the leaders who had sent them, so that the army might advance more wisely and without risk. Having left the camp, they initially did not stray from the main road, passing by the nearby cities of Iconium and Heraclea. Eventually they turned right, beginning to hasten towards the coast. Meanwhile, the Duke and other leaders who had remained in the camp, drawn by the pleasantness of the location and the proximity of the woods, sought some recreation amidst the many hardships they faced, to briefly escape the consuming worries that constantly troubled them. They eagerly entered the forest for hunting, where, following various paths driven by different desires, they encountered diverse outcomes. Among them, the Duke, also seeking recreation and exercise, entered the woods and unexpectedly came upon a bear of immense size and terrifying appearance. The bear was fiercely pursuing a poor pilgrim who was carrying dry wood, and the man could barely find refuge from the approaching danger, loudly proclaiming his peril. By chance, the Duke arrived, and, as he was greatly compassionate towards his brethren, he quickly rushed to aid the suffering man. Seeing the Duke approaching with a sword, the beast, abandoning its previous pursuit, turned towards a stronger adversary, armed with teeth and claws. The Duke's horse was dangerously wounded, forcing him to fight on foot, yet he continued to press on with his sword. The bear, with its gaping maw and terrifying growl, disregarded the Duke's attack, ignoring the sword, and tried to close in on the combatant. The Duke, pushing the charging beast away with his sword, strove with all his might to pierce it with the blade. However, the bear, dodging the sword and wrapping its arms around him, attempted to throw him to the ground to more easily maul him with teeth and claws. Truly a remarkable night. The Duke did not abandon his sword. As a very strong man, he embraced the beast with his left arm and drove the blade with his right, plunging the sword up to the hilt, delivering death to the struggling creature. Yet he was grievously wounded and dangerously injured in the leg, achieving a victory that was all too bloody. Weakened by his severe wound and the excessive loss of blood, he lay on the ground, unable to rise. Eventually, the aforementioned poor man, who had escaped death thanks to the Duke's intervention, called out and reported the incident to the troops. The entire populace rushed to the spot where the brave champion, the protector of the armies, was said to be lying injured. With the lament and tears of all, the other leaders carried him back to the camp on a stretcher. With the diligent care of the surgeons, whose efforts and skill provided the necessary remedies, he was able to fully recover his health. Chapter 18, Book 3. The Count of Toulouse falls ill. The army passes through Lycaonia and reaches Merisia. Baldwin's wife died. During this time, the distinguished and illustrious Lord Raymond, Count of Toulouse, was struck by a severe illness and was carried on a litter. He became so gravely ill that, laid on the ground as if about to die, he nearly breathed his last. Consequently, the venerable Lord William, Bishop of Orange, performed the rites due to the souls of the faithful, as if he were already deceased. Thus, the legions of such great men, seemingly deprived of their counsel, nearly fell into despair of completing their journey and fulfilling their vows. Therefore, deeply concerned for their condition, all with one spirit, shedding tears, prayed to the Lord for their restoration to health. Prayers were offered during the celebration of divine services by the entire pilgrim church for them. The merciful Lord, graciously hearing their supplications and desires, restored them to health and full recovery, favoring the prayers of the supplicating people. Having crossed Pisidia, they entered Lycaonia and reached Iconium, the metropolis of that region. Finding it deserted, they suffered from a great scarcity of provisions. For the Turks, aware of our approach, had no confidence in resisting in any of their cities. Instead, they plundered the cities and devastated the entire region, fleeing with their wives, children, flocks, herds, and all their possessions to the inaccessible mountains, relying solely on the hope that our forces, wearied by the lack of provisions, would hasten to pass through their land. Nor were they deceived in this expectation, as our forces, fleeing the barrenness of the region and the lack of sustenance, hastened their march as much as they could. From there, passing through Heraclea, they reached the city of Merisia, where they set up camp and stayed for 3 continuous days. There, the wife of Lord Baldwin, the Duke's brother, who had been entrusted to his brothers when he departed, succumbed to a long and severe illness and passed from this life, resting in the Lord with a blessed end. She was a noble lady of English origin named Gutuera, commendable in life and manners. She was buried there with honorable rites. Chapter 19, Book 3. Tancred descends into Cilicia and besieges Tarsus. He honorably receives Baldwin, the Duke's brother, coming to the same regions. Meanwhile, the highly commendable Lord Tancred, taking advantage of a shortcut, was the first to arrive in Cilicia and besieged Tarsus, the metropolis of that province, with those who had followed him. Cilicia is one of the provinces located in the east. According to ancient authority, we call the east the Antiochene Diocese. Cilicia borders Celesyria to the east, Isauria to the west, the ridges of Mount Taurus to the north, and the Cyprian or Martuan Sea to the south. It contains within itself two metropolises, namely Tarsus, the homeland and birthplace of the apostle to the Gentiles, which is our current subject, and Anavarza, both with their subordinate cities. Hence, there are said to be two Cilicias, the first and the second. Tarsus is said to have been founded by Tarsus, the second son of Japhan, son of Japheth, son of Noah, according to ancient traditions, and the city's name is derived from its founder. However, Solinus has a different opinion about the city's founder, stating in the 43rd chapter of De Memorabilibus that Cilicia's mother city is Tarsus, which the most noble Perseus, son of Danaus, established. The Cydnus River runs through this city. Some say it rushes down from Mount Taurus. Others claim it is diverted from the Hydaspes River. Both could be true. That Tarsus first founded it, and that Perseus later restored or expanded it. After Lord Tancred and his men had persisted in this endeavor for several days, he compelled the citizens, through threats and persuasive words, to raise his banner and place it on the highest tower, signaling their future surrender. This was on the condition that, until the arrival of Lord Bohemond and the larger army, he would keep them unharmed and not force them to leave their homes or abandon their lands against their will. They, in turn, would surrender the city without difficulty to the arriving forces. This proposal seemed good and acceptable to Lord Tancred. The aforementioned city, like the entire region, had Christian inhabitants, namely Armenians and Greeks, except for a few who held military authority and oppressed the people with violent rule. The faithful were not permitted to serve in the military, but were engaged in trade and agriculture. Meanwhile, Lord Baldwin, the Duke's brother, having taken a detour with those who came with him, suffered great scarcity of provisions. After many wandering circuits, he happened upon a mountain peak, from which he could freely view the Cilician region and its cities down to the sea. Once he realized there were camps near Tarsus, suspecting them to be enemy tents, he began to view his journey with suspicion. Wanting to ascertain whose region it was and whose camps he had seen from afar, he descended to the plains with his entire company, driven by his usual boldness. Lord Tancred, having been forewarned by those he had stationed in higher watchtowers, prepared for a possible ambush by the enemy. Gathering his companions, he took up arms, believing the approaching forces to be enemy reinforcements for the city. He met them fearlessly, trusting in the Lord, and with banners raised, he encouraged his men and advanced to meet the newcomers. When they encountered each other and recognized from close up that the arms were not hostile, they approached more confidently and fell into mutual embraces. After exchanging warm conversations, they joined their forces and returned to the city to continue the siege. There, Lord Tancred received them with great hospitality and full of charity, providing a respectable feast that night from the flocks and herds he had gathered from the surrounding region. Chapter 20, Book 3. Baldwin orders Tancred's banner removed from the citadel. Tancred departs in anger. Gelfo occupies Adana. At dawn, Lord Baldwin and those with him saw Lord Tancred's banner placed on the highest citadel of the city. Stirred by envy and forgetting their previous agreement, wherein they had walked as if they were brothers, maintaining unity of spirit in the bond of peace, and had resolved to do so perpetually, they were indignant that, in their presence, Tancred had presumed to place his banner in the city, despite their having much stronger and larger forces. Lord Tancred, being of a modest nature and wishing to calm their indignation, argued that the placement of his banner did not reflect any dishonor upon them, for he had secured terms with the citizens by his own strength before their arrival, or any hope of their coming. However, Lord Baldwin, urged on by his companions and incited to act, did not consider the merit of the situation. Driven by his own spirit beyond what was due, he provoked Lord Tancred with insolent words, leading the matter so arrogantly that they nearly turned their weapons against each other, risking mutual slaughter. Consequently, Baldwin publicly threatened the citizens, summoning them and declaring that unless they removed Tancred's banner and raised his own in its place, he would, against the will of the one who had promised them safety, deliver the city and its surroundings to destruction. Seeing that Baldwin's forces were much larger and far superior, the citizens, under the same conditions and agreements they had previously made with Lord Tancred, removed his banner, and placed Baldwin's in the same citadel. Witnessing this great injustice, Lord Tancred was understandably indignant. Yet with wiser counsel and pious patience, he tempered his anger, fearing that a dangerous conflict might arise among the faithful. He broke camp and withdrew to a nearby city named Adana. Upon reaching it, he was not allowed to enter, for a certain Gelfo, a Burgundian by birth, had taken the city. Separated from the main army, he had led his own forces and, arriving by chance at the city, had expelled the Turkish forces and occupied it by force. Hearing that the city had come into the hands of our people by the Lord's will, Lord Tancred sent messengers to request entry for himself and his companions for the purpose of lodging and purchasing necessary provisions. Once admitted, all necessities of life, both for himself and his horses, were provided sufficiently, partly for free and partly for a price. Gelfo had found the city overflowing with gold and silver, flocks and herds, grain, wine, oil, and every convenience. Chapter 21, Book 3. Tancred forcefully takes Mamastra in the same region. At dawn, Lord Tancred entered the city, following the main road and hastening his journey, and with all his company, he reached Mamastra. Mamastra was one of the noble cities of that province, distinguished by its towers and walls, and by a large population. It was also notable for its fertile fields, rich soil, and exceptional beauty. Having set up camp nearby, Tancred attacked the city with continuous assaults and relentless engagements over a few days. With the Lord's help, he violently seized it, killing the infidels found within. There he discovered an abundance of wealth and a plentiful supply of provisions. Distributing portions to his men according to their merits, he enriched them all. The abundance they found compensated for the previous scarcity of food they had endured, allowing them to generously provide sustenance for themselves, their horses, and all their beasts of burden, refreshing their bodies with both rest and nourishment. Chapter 22, Book 3, Baldwin occupies Tarsus. 300 of our men perished tragically before the city gate. However, Lord Baldwin, after the departure of Lord Tancred, repeatedly urged the people of Tarsus, mixing powerful threats with his warnings, to open the city to him and allow his company to enter. It did not seem honorable to him to waste time in idleness until the army arrived and to sit occupied without purpose. Seeing that Tancred could not resist him, and that if they refused he would attack the city directly, the citizens, making a virtue of necessity and distrusting their own strength, opened the gates, allowing Lord Baldwin and his entire company to enter. They assigned him 2 twin towers to hold for the time being, while his companions were received in the homes of the faithful throughout the city. The Turks who were in charge of the city still held other towers under their control. Although they were more numerous and still possessed the greater fortifications of the city peacefully, they were suspicious of the company of our men whom they had admitted, and, having no hope of aid, sought an opportunity to secretly leave with their wives, children, and all their possessions. It happened that on the same night, 300 men from Lord Bohemond's expedition, following Tancred, arrived at the aforementioned city. By Baldwin's command, they were denied entry into the city. Weary from their long journey and lacking necessary provisions, they earnestly begged for hospitality and food from the city. Even those inside, the lower-ranking men, sympathizing with their brothers, extended their pleas, but were not admitted, because they were said to be of Bohemond's household and were hurrying to aid Tancred. Nevertheless, the people inside, not failing in brotherly compassion, unable to go out, provided bread in baskets and wine in skins over the wall with ropes, sufficiently supplying them to get through the night. Therefore, they settled as best they could before the city gate, since they were not allowed to enter, and rested there. On that same night, while both those inside and outside were asleep, enjoying the welcome rest of this silent night, it happened that the Turks and other infidels in the city, with their wives, children, servants, and all their belongings, opened the gates and silently departed, abandoning the city. They could not get along well with the guests they had received, suspecting their cohabitation. However, they were free to leave as they controlled 1 or 2 of the city gates. But to leave a bloody victory for their enemies behind them, after sending ahead their baggage and all their impediments, They killed nearly all those they found outside the gate, weighed down by sleep. Chapter 23, Book 3. The people take up arms against Baldwin, but are eventually pacified. A fleet of western men arrives at Tarsus. At dawn, as the full light of day spread, those who had rested in the city rose to find it empty. Astonished by the secret flight of the enemy, they examined the walls and gates, diligently searching for the route of their departure. As they carefully investigated each detail, they discovered the massacre the departing Turks had inflicted on the servants of Christ. Struck with deep sorrow and overwhelmed by rightful grief, they gave themselves over to lamentation. Divided among themselves, the second group took up arms against Lord Baldwin and the leaders, blaming them for the death and destruction of their brothers, because they had denied the grace of hospitality which rightly extends to all in need, to their fellow travelers. Thus, with a surge of just indignation, the people attacked their leaders, and if the leaders had not retreated to the higher towers, they would have suffered a massacre at the hands of their own people, who were nearly equal in number. Eventually, as the crowd was recognized and the schism, which had arisen from a just cause, grew more severe, efforts began to calm the tumult, though with excuses made to the people. After peace was temporarily secured and silence was imposed, the armed crowd quieted somewhat. Baldwin began to plead his case, asserting his innocence, swearing and protesting that he had barred them from the city for no other reason than his promise to admit no one until the Duke's arrival. Through the intervention of some nobles, with gentle persuasion that was necessary for the time and place, the people were pacified and reconciled with Baldwin. While they remained there in peace for several days, a fleet was seen at sea, scarcely 3 miles from the city. Knights and foot soldiers from both ranks hurried eagerly to the shore, where they conversed from the shore with those on the ships. They learned from them that they were men of the Christian faith. When asked about their homeland, they replied that they were from Flanders, Holland, and Frisia, where they had engaged in piracy for 8 years. Finally, moved by remorse and repenting of their sins, they had set out on this sea journey to Jerusalem for the sake of prayer. Recognizing them as faithful men, they invited them to the port, and with the exchange of handshakes and the kiss of peace, they were welcomed. Once the fleet was safely anchored, they were led to Tarsus. Among them was a leader named Guynemer, from the region of Boulogne, from the land of Count Eustace, father of Lord Godfrey Dite. After recognizing Lord Baldwin and knowing he was the son of his lord, Guynemer decided to leave the fleet and journey with Baldwin to Jerusalem. He was exceedingly wealthy, having grown rich from the wicked trade he had long practiced, and he had many followers in his service. Taking many of them with him, he decided to follow Baldwin. Thus, after arranging a sufficient guard of 500 men from both their companies for the city, they set out again to test their fortune. Chapter 24, Book 3. Baldwin, after capturing Tarsus, comes to Mymistra. He and Tancred fight each other but soon reconcile. As they set out, not straying from the main road, they arrived at Mymistra, which, as we mentioned earlier, Lord Tancred had recently seized by force and was holding with a strong hand. Upon reaching the city, they assumed they would not be allowed entry, and thus set up camp outside in the orchards. Tancred, hearing that Baldwin had pitched his camp near the city, was greatly angered, recalling the wrongs he had suffered, undeservedly at Baldwin's hands. Enraged, he called his men to arms, ready to repay Baldwin in kind for all the injuries inflicted upon him. Tancred sent ahead some archers to wound or capture Baldwin's horses scattered in the pastures. Then suddenly, with 500 armored knights, he charged into Baldwin's camp, catching them almost entirely off guard before they could take up arms. However, once Baldwin's men armed themselves and prepared to resist, a fiercer battle ensued, with both sides fighting stubbornly. The conflict became so intense that many fell and some were captured on both sides. Eventually, Tancred's forces, outmatched in strength and numbers, could no longer bear the weight of the battle and fled, retreating into the city. Between the city and Baldwin's camp lay a river with a very narrow bridge. As Tancred's men hurried back into the city, the narrowness of the bridge caused many from both sides to perish, while others managed to retreat within the city walls. Perhaps greater losses would have been suffered on both sides, fueled by burning hatred, had night not fallen to end the conflict. Among Tancred's followers, Richard of the Principate, his kinsman, and Robert of Ansa, noble and distinguished men who had urged Tancred to seek vengeance, were captured. From Baldwin's side, a noble and distinguished man, Gilbert of Montclair, was taken. Their absence greatly disturbed both armies, as they feared these men had perished in the previous day's skirmishes. With the dawn of the next day, as the sun rose, tempers cooled and anger subsided somewhat. Remembering their vows and with divine mercy guiding them, they returned to their senses. Sending envoys to seek peace, they exchanged captives and, satisfying each other, returned to full favor, sealing their reconciliation with a kiss of peace. Chapter 25, Book 3. Baldwin returns to the main army. Tancred attacks and conquers all of Cilicia. Neighboring princes hurry to reconcile with him by offering gifts. From there, Lord Baldwin, with all his company, returned to the main army, which, as we mentioned earlier, had already reached Mæsia at the urging of his allies. He had heard of the dangerous predicament in which Lord Duke had found himself before Antioch in Pisidia, and being greatly concerned for his well-being, he wished to be more fully informed of his condition in person. Meanwhile, Tancred, having gathered the remaining people who had arrived by sea and thus strengthened his forces, traversed all of Cilicia. He attacked and burned the enemy garrisons he found there, killing the enemies within by the sword. Reaching a place called Lesser Alexandria, he likewise violently captured it, bringing the entire region under his control. Hearing this, the Armenian and Turkish lords who lived in the mountains, fearing that Tancred might ascend to them and capture their people and overthrow their towns, hurriedly sent envoys to seek his favor and establish friendship. To more easily achieve their aim, they sent great gifts of gold, silver, horses, mules, and silks, forming an alliance and avoiding the wrath and anger of such a great prince through generous offerings. Thus he was a man who prospered in all things, for the Lord was with him, guiding all his works as those of a faithful servant. Chapter 1, Book 4. Baldwin, brother of the Duke, returns to the main army, takes up arms again at the urging of Pancratius, descends to the northern region, and occupies the entire area up to the Euphrates. While Tancred was thus vigorously subjugating all of Cilicia to himself, and the main army had already reached Mæsia, the aforementioned Baldwin, having seen his brother, on whose account he had returned to the army, and having learned of his recovery, was once more restless. Envious of Tancred's publicly prized valor and spurred by rivalry, he gathered his companions and proposed to set out again to test new ventures. However, those who were approached by him on this matter were wary of accompanying him, knowing how much malice he had shown against Lord Tancred at Tarsus in Cilicia, relying on the larger company. He had become detestable to almost everyone due to this fault of his, and if not for the respect owed to the Lord Duke, Bohemond and his followers would not have left unpunished the injury he had inflicted on Tancred. Consequently, he found few companions for his journey, rebuked severely by his brother, a servant of God. Baldwin acknowledged his fault with all humility and promised the noble man's due satisfaction for his offense. Since he had erred more from another's suggestion than from his own impulse, he obtained forgiveness and reconciled with everyone. For he was otherwise commendable in all respects, and no further word of this kind was heard about him. Now Baldwin had a close associate, a noble Armenian named Pancratius, who had escaped from the emperor's prison and had become familiar with Baldwin at Nicaea, always accompanying him on his journeys. This man was valiant in arms, but of perverse faith, and exceedingly deceitful. He persistently urged Lord Baldwin almost hourly to take up arms and accompany him to a region that could be easily occupied with few men. Finally, with 200 horsemen and a considerable number of people, led by the aforementioned Pancratius, Baldwin set out for the northern region and entered a most prosperous land. The inhabitants of this region were of the Christian profession and worshippers of the true God, except for a few who resided in the garrisons treating the faithful people, who were forbidden to bear arms as they pleased. Upon entering the region, the local Christian inhabitants, abhorring the rule of the infidels and handing over the garrisons to him, Baldwin gained control of the entire region up to the great river Euphrates within a few days. His name became so formidable to the surrounding enemies that they abandoned their fortified garrisons and fled without anyone pursuing them. To the faithful who had received him, his presence brought such strength, and from strength confidence, that, as it is written in the prophet, one would chase 1,000 and two would put 10,000 to flight. Not only did the common people adhere to him in spirit, but the Christian princes in those parts, allied with him and cooperating with his purpose, offered their devoted services with shared forces and resources. Chapter 2, Book 4. His fame spreads far and wide. He is summoned by the citizens of Edessa. Crossing the Euphrates, he hastens there, enduring ambushes on the way. The people of Edessa meet him and bring him into the city with great joy. After some days had passed, the fame of this magnificent man spread far and wide throughout the neighboring provinces, proclaiming his valor, faith, and commendable steadfastness of spirit. This news reached the citizens of Edessa, filling their entire city with the rumor that such a great leader from the Christian army had arrived, one who could completely break their yoke of servitude and restore them to freedom. Consequently, both those who governed the city and the elders, who held all authority there, sent a delegation with letters and verbal messages, striving to summon him to them. Edessa is a noble metropolis of Mesopotamia, also known by the name Rages. It is the city to which the elder Tobias sent his son, the younger Tobias, to reclaim 10 talents of silver from his kinsman Gabelal, which he had lent him when he was still a child. The citizens of this city, immediately after the Lord's Passion, received the saving doctrine of Christ through the apostle Thaddeus. They were found worthy in every way, both by the preaching of such an apostle and by the letter of the Savior, which he sent in reply to their king Abgar, as is found in the first book of ecclesiastical history written by Eusebius of Caesarea. In this city, as they had received from the beginning and from the times of the apostles, they persevered in the sincerity of faith, enduring the yoke of infidels to the extent that they were compelled to pay annual tributes and taxes. They were also forced to redeem their vineyards, fields, and any properties outside the city through almost continuous exactions. However, within the city no one dared to reside unless they were faithful. This city alone, among all the cities of that region, remained untainted in its freedom from infidels, who had long occupied the surrounding provinces, and it had neither been subjugated nor allowed any inhabitant of another profession. Yet, those living outside in neighboring cities and fortresses inflicted such great troubles on these citizens that they were not permitted to leave the city or manage their affairs outside. A certain Greek, by nationality, advanced in age and without children of either sex, governed this city. He had been sent to the city as a governor from the time when the entire province was subject to the Byzantine Empire. When the Turks arrived before his term of office had expired, he was compelled by necessity to remain and continued his jurisdiction. Neither was he able to return to his own land, nor did the people compel him to relinquish his administration. However, he was an ineffective leader, unable to repel the troubles from his subjects or procure any peace. Therefore, the citizens, convening among themselves with his knowledge and goodwill, as we have mentioned, sent envoys to Lord Baldwin to seek some remedy for their troubles. Understanding the request of the people and their leaders, Baldwin, after consulting with his own, agreed. He prepared for the journey and, with only 80 knights, crossed the Euphrates, leaving the rest of his retinue to guard the fortresses and towns granted to him on this side of the Euphrates. Meanwhile, the Turks living beyond the Euphrates, having foreknowledge of his arrival, laid ambushes for him. There was a town on the route governed by an Armenian, where Baldwin took refuge to avoid the ambushes set for him, and he was kindly and hospitably received by the lord of the place. After resting there for 2 days, not daring to proceed, the Turks, who had lain in ambush for 2 days, grew weary of the delay. They suddenly appeared before the aforementioned town, with raised banners and stronger forces, violently seizing the livestock they found in the adjacent pastures. Our men, being inferior in number and strength, did not dare to confront them and remained within the town. Finally, on the 3rd day, when the Turks departed and returned to their own lands, Baldwin continued his journey and reached Edessa. There he was met by the city's leader, the entire clergy, and people with trumpets and drums, hymns and spiritual songs, and was received with great honor and the favor of all. Chapter 3, Book 4. The Duke, regretting his decision, envies Baldwin's success and attempts to rescind the agreement, but ultimately adopts him as his son through deception. However, the Duke who had summoned him began to secretly envy the honor and favor the people had shown to the newcomer. He started to withdraw from the terms of the agreement he had previously proposed. He had called Baldwin with the intention that he would share equally in all the goods, revenues, and tributes the city possessed during his lifetime. And after his death, Baldwin would inherit everything in full, changing his mind. The Duke began to offer that if Baldwin would provide assistance to the city and its citizens against the Turks' aggressions and curb their violence, he would designate a fair annual compensation for his efforts, according to the judgment of a good man. Lord Baldwin completely rejected this, unwilling to serve as a mere mercenary and prepared to return. But when the citizens learned of this, they hurried to the Duke, urging and insisting that he should not allow such a great leader, so necessary for their freedom, to leave. They pressed him to bind Baldwin to them according to the original terms of the agreement, so that both he and the entire city might enjoy the desired peace. Seeing the unanimous insistence of the people and the fervor of their affection for Baldwin, the Duke considered it dangerous to resist and oppose their demands. Reluctantly, and though he suspected Baldwin's intentions, he consented. Under the guise of a generous recompense, he adopted Baldwin as his son in the presence of the citizens, solemnly granting him an equal share of all goods for as long as he lived, and full succession after his death. The people rejoiced, placing their complete hope for freedom in him. From that day on, confident in Lord Baldwin's protection, they recalled the injuries they had suffered from the Duke more freely than before, intending to seek revenge if the opportunity and time allowed. This intention was later clearly demonstrated by subsequent events. Chapter 4, Book 4, at the request of the citizens, he besieges Samosata. The citizens conspire against their useless leader, recalling the many injuries he inflicted upon them. Near them was an ancient and exceedingly fortified city named Samosata, governed by an unfaithful man of Turkish origin named Balduk. He was valiant in arms, but deceitful and wicked. This man subjected the citizens to many troubles, imposing taxes, land levies, and various burdens upon them repeatedly. For all these grievances he held their children as hostages, showing them no kindness, and forcing them to serve him in mud and brickwork. Because of these hardships, all the citizens fell at the feet of Lord Baldwin, pleading unanimously and with tears, imploring him to protect them from Balduk's oppression and to enable them to reclaim their children, who were unwillingly detained by him. Wishing to graciously grant their initial request and thereby earn greater favor from the people, Baldwin gathered the populace and armed them, then proceeded with a strong hand to the aforementioned place. There, after several days of frequent skirmishes and persistent assaults on the city, with the Turks inside bravely resisting and relying on the city's fortifications, he saw that he was making no progress. Leaving 70 soldiers in a nearby and somewhat fortified location to deny the Samosatans any respite, and to continually plot ambushes, he returned to Edessa, seeing that Lord Baldwin was a valiant man and successful in all his endeavors, and deeming it unworthy that a useless man should have equal standing in the city with one worthy of being its liberator and the founder of its peace, the citizens with common counsel summoned Constantine, a noble and powerful man who held the most fortified strongholds in the nearby mountains. They proposed to make Lord Baldwin their leader and singular prince after killing their current leader. The citizens hated him due to his actions, as he was said to afflict them with many false accusations, violently extorting gold, silver, and any precious items from them. If anyone attempted to resist him, he would immediately, with money given, incite the enmity and hatred of the Turks against them, so that they feared not only the burning of their vineyards, gardens, and crops, and the seizing of their flocks and herds, but also frequently feared for their lives. Chapter 5, Book 4. The people of Edessa kill the Duke. Baldwin is appointed their lord. He purchases Samosata. Gathering together and mindful of their troubles, the people saw that a path to the long-desired freedom lay open to the guests they had received. According to their plan, they rushed to arms and attacked the tower where the Duke resided, striving with fierce determination to bring it down. Seeing the fervor of the populace and the indignation they held against him for his deeds, the Duke, concerned for his life, called upon Lord Baldwin and begged him to intercede with the people for his safety, offering his treasures in return. Baldwin, wishing in good faith to protect the citizens from harm and to dissuade them from their intent, realized that his efforts were in vain and only further incited the people. Returning to the Duke, he earnestly advised and urged him to seek safety and preserve his life by any means possible. In desperation, the Duke sought a remedy where none existed. Lowering himself by a rope through a window, he was struck by 1,000 arrows before reaching the ground and perished. His lifeless body was dragged through the streets, and even after his head was severed, the people's wrath against him was scarcely satisfied. The next day they reluctantly appointed Lord Baldwin as their ruler, despite his resistance, making him swear oaths of fidelity. They solemnly introduced him with great honor into the city's stronghold, handing over all the treasures and immense wealth that had been amassed over many years, with the city now at peace. Balduke, whom we mentioned as the ruler of Samosata, saw Baldwin's growing influence and his dominion over the entire region. He offered the city for sale at the price of 10,000 gold coins. After much deliberation, Lord Baldwin, recognizing the city's fortifications, and that it could not easily be taken by force, paid the vast sum and received the city and its hostages with great honor. This act first won him such favor among the citizens of Edessa that they regarded him not only as their lord, but also as a father ready to fight to the death for his safety and glory. Chapter 6, Book 4. He besieges the city of Sororgia and violently occupies it, earning immense favor among his people. In the same province, there was a city named Sororgia, filled with inhabitants who were unbelievers, located near Edessa. A certain Turkish satrap named Balak governed it. This Balak inflicted many injuries and continuous troubles upon the citizens of Edessa. Therefore, the people of Edessa petitioned Lord Baldwin, who readily agreed to gather an army and besiege the aforementioned city. Thus, on the appointed day, he set out to fulfill the people's desire by laying siege to the city. After setting up camps around the city and arranging siege engines with appropriate provision, he began to attack the city with great vigor. Seeing the determination of the man and doubting their own strength, the citizens, struck with great fear, sent envoys to him and obtained peace on the condition that, upon surrendering the city, their lives and safety would be preserved. After taking possession of the city and leaving a sufficient number of his own men to guard it, along with appointing one of them to manage its affairs, and imposing an annual tribute on the citizens, he returned to Edessa with great glory. As a result of the assault on this city, a passage was opened for those wishing to travel freely from Antioch to Edessa. Previously, the city situated between the aforementioned city and the Euphrates had posed an obstacle to travelers. Having said this about Lord Baldwin, let us return to discuss what remains concerning the larger army. Chapter 7, Book 4. Certain members of the main army violently seized the city of Artasia. The Antiochenes, stirred by this news, hastened there with a large force. They laid traps for our men, attacked the city, and, achieving nothing, returned, but not before securing the bridge. Meanwhile, while Lord Baldwin was laboring across the Euphrates in the region of Edessa, as previously mentioned, the main army had reached Merisia through the rugged mountains and steep valleys. This city was inhabited by Christians, except for a few who resided in the city's garrison, while the rest lived freely. Upon hearing of our arrival, these inhabitants, terrified, fled secretly, leaving the city to the faithful alone. When the devout army arrived, they camped on the green pastures before the city walls, strictly forbidding any violence against the citizens. As a result, there was an abundance of goods available for trade and complete peace. Having learned from the reliable accounts of the locals that there was another city nearby, abundant in all good things and much more fertile, held by the Turks, named Artasia, Count Robert of Flanders, with the common council, set out there with some nobles, namely Robert of Roseto and Gosselin, son of Conan, Count of Montague, along with 1,000 armored men. Upon reaching it, he immediately surrounded it with a siege. The Turks, relying on the strength of the place, abandoned the city and retreated to the fortress. However, the Armenians and other faithful inhabitants of the city, realizing that those who had arrived in such splendid armor were from the army they had long awaited with great desire, seized the opportunity for freedom, took up arms, and turned their swords against the Turks, who had oppressed them with violent rule for many years. They swiftly killed them all, throwing their heads outside, and opened the gates to invite the faithful outside into the city with great devotion, providing them and their horses with all necessary provisions according to the full laws of hospitality. This city, also known as Chalcis, like the aforementioned Myresia, is one of the suffragan cities that owe allegiance to the throne of Antioch. It is 15 miles from Antioch. This news spread far and wide throughout the region, prompting the citizens of Antioch to take up arms and prepare to attack those who had gathered at Artasia and occupied the city by killing its citizens. Therefore, about 10,000 of those who had gathered at Antioch for the city's defense hurried there with all speed. As they approached the place, they sent ahead 30 light cavalrymen with the fastest horses, while the rest remained hidden in ambush. Those sent ahead, acting as scouts to lure our men into a reckless pursuit, began to roam freely before the city of Artasia as if to drive off plunder. Our men in the city, unable to bear their arrogance and free roaming, rushed eagerly to arms and, pursuing them somewhat incautiously, fell into the ambushes they had carefully set. Emerging from their hiding places, they tried to prevent our men from returning to the city so they could not find refuge against the larger attacking forces. However, with the Lord's help, our men bravely repelled them and returned safely and unharmed with all their company into the city. Seeing that it was not an easy task to reclaim the city so suddenly, they began to besiege it. After assaulting the city for an entire day and making no progress against those inside, who resisted valiantly, and hearing that a larger army was approaching whose arrival was too dangerous to await, they wisely decided to return to Antioch, securing the bridge that lay between with their soldiers. The count, therefore, with those who were with him, diligently preserved the city that the Lord had granted him until the arrival of the main army. Meanwhile, the young man of excellent character, Gosselin, son of Lord Conan, Count of Montague, was seized by a severe illness and passed away. He was honorably buried there with proper funeral rites. Chapter 8, Book 4. A large army reaches Artesia. From there, after sending scouts to explore the routes, they approach the bridge and cross the river, despite enemy resistance. Barely at dawn, the Turks who had come from Antioch departed from Artesia when suddenly it was reported that a larger army had entered the territory of the same city and had set up camp not far from the city. While they were deeply concerned for their brothers who were said to be enduring a siege at Artesia, they decided collectively to send 1,500 armored soldiers to aid them. They instructed that if they could reach the city and lift the siege, leaving behind enough guards to defend the city, the Count of Flanders and other nobles with him should return to the main army. Lord Tancred had also returned, having received the same instructions from Cilicia, where he had brought the entire region under his control. Others had likewise returned, who had been scattered in various pursuits, except for Lord Baldwin, the Duke's brother, who was making significant progress day by day in the region of Edessa, with the Lord's mercy guiding him. Thus, with the army reassembled and the forces gathered, they issued a decree that henceforth no one should separate from the army without orders. Breaking camp, they directed their forces toward Antioch, taking the shortest routes. And because they had heard of a strongly fortified bridge over the river that lay in their path, fearing that the army might face some obstacle there, they ordered Lord Robert, Duke of the Normans, with his company to advance and scout the routes, so that if any difficulty arose, he could inform the following legions and advise the leaders accordingly. Leading his army were noble and renowned men skilled in the use of arms carrying banners, Lord Urard of Pisato and Roger of Barnet. Thus separated from the main army, the Count with his cohorts, advancing ahead of the larger forces, reached the aforementioned bridge. The bridge was made of stone, with very strong towers at each end, constructed of solid work, as was the entire bridge. 100 strong and valiant men, skilled in the use of bows and archery, were assigned to guard them and to violently prevent anyone from crossing the river. Moreover, 700 horsemen had arrived from Antioch, positioned on the far bank of the river, having occupied the fords to completely prevent our forces from crossing. The river over which the bridge was built is called the Orontes, commonly known as Fur, which flows from that place past Antioch and then descends to the sea. Some dream that it is the far, far river of Damascus, but we have found that those who assert this are mistaken. For Far and Albana originate from Lebanon, flowing through the fields of Damascus near the city itself, heading eastward, where they are said to disappear in the sandy desert. The Orontes, however, begins near Heliopolis, also known as Malbec, and flows through Caesarea and the aforementioned Antioch into the Mediterranean Sea. When the Count of the Normans reached the bridge, he was prevented from crossing by those on the towers above the bridge, and by those who had occupied the far bank of the river. Thus, a fierce battle ensued there as our forces tried to cross the river by force, while the enemies attempted to completely block those wishing to cross, and to drive them away from the fords by unleashing a hail of arrows. While both sides were fiercely engaged in this struggle, behold, the main army approached. Realizing that the Count and those who had gone ahead were engaged in battle at the bridge, they hastened their march to aid their struggling comrades and to clear the way for themselves by driving off the enemy. After all the legions arrived, prompted by the herald's voice and trumpets, they seized their weapons and with all their might violently took the bridge, forcing the enemies to flee. Meanwhile, others who could not fight near the bridge due to the narrowness of the place so as not to remain idle found a ford, crossed the river, and secured the far bank, driving off the enemy. With the entire army, along with carts, vehicles, and all kinds of supplies, transported across the river, they camped 6 or 5 miles from the city in lush and expansive pasture. The next day, advancing again, they followed the royal road between the mountains and the river and set up camp within a mile of the city. Chapter 9, Book 4, Description of the city of Antioch and its dignity. Antioch is a glorious and noble city, considered either the second or third in rank after the city of Rome, though this is a matter of great debate. It is the leader and governor of all the provinces contained within the eastern region. In ancient times it was called Reblata, where King Zedekiah of Judah was brought with his sons before Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon. There, in the presence of their father, his sons were ordered to be killed, and Zedekiah himself was subsequently blinded, after the death of Alexander the Great Antiochus, who inherited part of his kingdom, surrounded the city with strong towers and walls, restored it to a better state, and commanded it to be called Antioch after his own name, establishing it as the capital of his kingdom and arranging it as a permanent residence for himself and his successors. In this city, the Prince of the Apostles held the episcopal chair and was the first to perform the pontifical office. The venerable Theophilus, who was very powerful in the same city, dedicated a basilica in his own house. Luke, who originated from the same city, wrote both his Gospel and the Acts of the Apostles here. He also succeeded St. Peter as the 7th bishop in order in the same church. Here, too, the first assembly of the faithful was held, where the name of Christians was first dedicated. Previously, those who followed the teachings of Christ were called Nazarenes. Later, by the authority of that synod, they were called Christians, deriving the name from Christ, because it received the preaching apostle freely and without difficulty, and was unanimously converted to the faith of Christ. It was given a new name, Theopolis, meaning city of God. Thus, the city that once bore the name of a wicked and impious man was henceforth called the dwelling and city of him who had called it to faith, receiving a fitting reward from the Lord. It had once ruled over many regions as a teacher of error, but later, in the way of the Lord and with honorable moral discipline, it retained those same regions as its suffragans. The patriarch of this God-beloved city is said to have jurisdiction over 20 provinces, 14 of which have their own metropolitans with their suffragans. The remaining 6 are governed under 2 primates, commonly called Catholics. One is the Aenion, and the other is the Hieropolitan, who is from Baghdad, along with their suffragans. All these are collectively called the East. as gathered from the Council of Constantinople, which states, "The bishops of the East shall have care only for the East, preserving the honor of the primacy of the Church of Antioch," as contained in the rules of the Nicene Council. Chapter 10, Book 4, The Province's Location and Description. The province, known as Syria Celes, is recognized as part of Greater Syria and is noted for its most advantageous and pleasant location. It stretches through valleys possessing excellent farmland and fertile soil, almost entirely irrigated by streams and springs, and is uniquely charming. It lies between mountains sloping from the east to the west, with a length of about 40 miles and a width varying between 6 and 4 miles depending on the area. In its upper part, there is a lake formed by nearby springs, rich in fish, with a river flowing through the valley to the sea near the city, about a mile away. From this lake, a stream emerges which later joins the same river below near the city. The mountains flanking it on both sides, though very high, provide sweet and clear waters. Up to their highest peaks on their slopes and sides, they offer excellent opportunities for agriculture. The southern mountain, like the river that flows past the city, is called Orontes, according to Jerome, who states that Antioch is situated between the Orontes River and the Orontes Promontory. The lower part of this mountain extends into the sea with great height, claiming a special name for itself, commonly called Mount Parlier. Some consider it to be Parnassus, dedicated to Bacchus and Apollo, supported by the presence of the Daphne Spring, which some regard as Castalian, sacred to the Muses and famous for philosophers' schools, originating at the foot of the same mountain in a place called Bohemon's Ladder near the aforementioned city. However, this opinion is incorrect. Parnassus is known to be a promontory in the Ionian region, part of Thessaly, as Ovid describes in the first book of the Metamorphoses. Phocis, fertile land, when it was land. But at that time, part of the sea and a plain of sudden waters. There a mountain with 2 peaks reaches the stars, named Parnassus, and surpasses the clouds with its summit. According to Solinus, this mountain is called Cassius, as he states in the 41st chapter of his Polyhistory. Near Seleucia is Mount Cassius, close to Antioch, from whose peak during the 4th watch of the night the sun's globe is visible, and with a brief turn of the body as the rays dispel the darkness. Night is seen on one side and day on the other. But do not be misled by the equivocal name of Seleucia. Know that there are 2 cities both called Seleucia. The first is the metropolis of Isauria, more than 5 days' journey from Antioch. The other is close to Antioch, scarcely 10 miles away, near the mouth of the Orontes River, a place now called the Port of St. Simeon. The aforementioned spring, called Daphne and Castalian, was said to have a temple dedicated to Apollo, frequented by pagan superstition, to receive oracles and answers to ambiguous questions. Julian the Apostate, after abandoning Christ and the doctrine of piety, frequently visited this place while staying in the Antioch region before going to Persia to consult Apollo about this matter. As Theodore asserts in the 31st chapter of the Tripartite History, when Julian sought responses from the Python at Daphne about the victory in the Parthian War, and he accused him of the proximity of the martyr Babulas's body, he ordered its removal. This is also stated more clearly in the 10th book of Ecclesiastical History. Julian gave another indication of his madness and frivolity, for when he sacrificed to Apollo at Daphne, in the suburb of Antioch near the Castalian spring, and received no responses to his inquiries, he asked the priests of the demon the reason for the silence. They said the tomb of the martyr Babilas was nearby, and therefore no responses were given. Although the aforementioned spring is called Castalian, it should not be understood as the Castalian spring, also known as Pegasion Cabeline and Aganipi, that one is said to be in the aforementioned Ionia. According to Solinus, who states, "In Thebes is the place Helicon, the forest Cithaeron. The river is Menas, the springs are Ethusa and Hypodia, Salmas Durs, but above all Aganape and Hippocrene, since the first discoverer of letters, by equestrian order, found them, while exploring what places they inhabited, the poet's license was ignited to spread both equally, and that the hoof of the winged horse was revealed, and that drinking from it inspired literature. The mountain to the north, commonly called the Black Mountain, appears rich and fertile, irrigated by springs and streams, providing many conveniences to its inhabitants, with forests and pasture. In ancient times, many monasteries of religious men are said to have existed there, and even now it supports and nourishes many venerable places of God-fearing people. Through the middle of this valley, the river mentioned earlier flows to the sea. The city is situated on the mountain closer and more inclined to the south, between the mountain and the river, so that from the higher parts of the mountain, the walls begin and extend down the slope to the river, enclosing a large area within, both from the sloping side of the mountain and the plain, stretching from the mountain's base to the river. Within the wall's enclosure are two remarkably high mountains. On the summit of the more prominent one is a very strong and impregnable fortress. These two are separated by a very deep but narrow valley through which a torrent descends from the mountains, enters, and flows through the middle of the city, providing many conveniences to the citizens. Moreover, in the same city, there are several springs, the most notable being at the eastern gate, called St. Paul's. And the Daphne Spring, 3 or 4 miles from the city, is artificially channeled and aqueducted to supply water at designated times in many places. The walls, whether on the mountains, the slope, or the plain, are built of very solid construction, dense and with proportional height, surrounded by frequent towers most suitable for defense. In the lower western part, near the city's farthest parts, the river is so close to the walls and mountain that the bridge crossing it is connected to the city gate and wall. The city's length is estimated by some to be 2 miles, by others 3. It is 10 or 12 miles from the sea. Chapter 11, Book 4. Who was the lord of the city, and how, upon hearing of our arrival, they fortified the city with forces gathered from neighboring cities. The lord of this most illustrious city was a certain Axianus by name, a Turk by nation, who belonged to the family of the great and most powerful prince, the Sultan of the Persians, whom we mentioned earlier, namely Belfito. He had violently subjugated all those provinces under his rule. Eventually, after subduing the peoples and nations, wishing to return to his own lands, he distributed all the provinces he had claimed to his nephews and household servants, so that, mindful of such great benefits, they would be perpetually bound to him by a bond of loyalty. In this distribution, as we have previously stated, Nicaea with its adjacent provinces was assigned to his nephew Solomon, to another nephew named Ducac. He granted the city of Damascus with its suffragan cities and surrounding regions, bestowing upon both the title and dignity of sultanate. Solomon, because he bordered the Greeks, constantly endured battles with the Byzantine Empire. Ducac, on the other hand, had continuous and almost unending conflict and persistent war with the Egyptians, whose growth and formidable strength were suspect to the aforementioned Sultan. To a certain servant of his, named Asungur, who was the father of Zengi and grandfather of Nur ad-Din, he granted the famous city of Aleppo. To Axianus, the subject of our present discourse, he granted the city of Antioch with its modest boundaries with the same generosity. For up to Laodicea in Syria, the Egyptian caliph possessed all the regions. Upon hearing that such a great army of faithful princes was approaching, Axianus sent frequent messengers, both by word of mouth and by letters, to all the princes of the entire East, especially to the Caliph of Baghdad and the most eminent and powerful Sultan of the Persians. It was quite easy and straightforward for him to persuade them of what he requested, for they had been forewarned long before of our arrival, and Solomon, who had seen them with his own eyes and through reliable experience, had informed them with a faithful report of their numbers and invincible strength. Both parties, therefore, with much insistence and profuse tears, sought help, one to avenge the injury inflicted, the other to protect his homeland from their attack and to repel their violence. They promised him their support and pledged the assistance he implored, which, as the event itself later demonstrated, they fulfilled with faithful interpretation. Meanwhile, Axianus, concerned about our arrival, with as much diligence as possible, gathered and brought in forces from the neighboring provinces and nearby cities, and anticipating a siege day by day, he collected supplies of food and provisions, gathered weapons, and urged the citizens with fervent zeal to bring in materials for constructing various kinds of machines, iron, steel, and other necessities usually required for such purposes. The citizens, eagerly concerned for the public welfare and the defense of the city, applied themselves with all diligence so that nothing would be lacking that might provide relief to besieged citizens, thus scouring the region. They plundered the suburbs, bringing with them grain, wine, oil, and other necessities of life, as well as flocks and herds. They filled the city with essentials, fortifying themselves with great foresight and considerable effort against the impending hostility of the enemy. Many noble and great men from all the regions through which the same army had passed had gathered, fleeing before our forces, who, due to the fortification and strength of the place, which seemed insurmountable without any invitation, had come to the same city with the sole hope of obtaining safety. Thus, with their numbers increased, it was said that there were in the city, both from the citizens and the gathered auxiliaries, 6,000 or 7,000 horsemen, and the forces of foot soldiers ready for battle were said to exceed the sum of 15,000 or 20,000. Chapter 12, Book 4. The deliberation of our princes and the approach of the armies to the city. Seeing the city so near at hand, our leaders gathered together before advancing to deliberate on the immediate course of action. Among the princes there were some who, due to the approaching winter, attempted to persuade others to postpone the siege of the city until the beginning of spring. They argued that the army was divided among various cities and castles and could not easily be recalled before spring. Furthermore, it was said that the Emperor of Constantinople would send them countless reinforcements, and that a new army would soon arrive from beyond the Alps. Both of these reinforcements, they argued, should be awaited so that with increased strength they might more easily achieve their goal. Meanwhile, they suggested dividing the army and directing it to more prosperous areas for wintering, so that with the return of spring, their forces replenished and their horses refreshed with fodder, they could rise again stronger to their rightful tasks. However, others believed it far more expedient to immediately and suddenly surround the city with a siege, lest the citizens, given a truce, might fortify it more diligently, and those summoned for their aid might have ample time to gather larger forces. In this significant deliberation, the faction prevailed that argued for immediate action, claiming that delay was dangerous, and that the strength of the expedition should not be divided. Thus, it was agreed by common council to advance to the city unanimously and encircle it with a siege. Consequently, breaking camp, they approached the city and, on the 18th day of October, set up camp before it. Although it was said that the number of our forces capable of bearing arms was 300,000, excluding women and children, they could not completely encircle the city with their camps, except for the mountains, which, as we have mentioned, were enclosed by their walls, and where no attempt was made to place camps. The part of the city extending from the mountain's base to the river on a flatter area could not be entirely enclosed by a continuous siege. During our arrival and the positioning of our camps, despite the great noise, the blaring of trumpets, the neighing of horses, the clashing of arms, and the confused shouting that seemed to rise to the heavens, the city remained in such silence throughout that day, and for several following days that no sound or noise was heard from it. It was reasonably believed to be empty of defenders, although it was abundantly supplied with both provisions and well-armed soldiers. Chapter 13. Book 4. The leaders positioned themselves around the city in suitable stations and besieged the city. The citizens are struck with fear. In the part of the city situated on the plain, there were 5 gate entrances. On the higher side, facing east, there was one gate, which today is called the Gate of St. Paul, because it lies below the monastery of the same apostle, situated on the slope of the mountain. The second gate, directly opposite the first, and as far from it as the entire length of the city, is the western gate, now called the Gate of St. George, because it is near the basilica of the same martyr, on the northern side. There were 3 gates leading to the river. The upper gate is called the Dog Gate, with a bridge in front of it, crossing the marsh adjacent to the walls. The second gate is now called the Duke's Gate, and the river is about a mile away from both. The third gate is called the Bridge Gate, because there is a bridge there crossing the river, between the aforementioned Duke's Gate, which is in the middle, and this last gate on that side. The river runs so close to the walls that it does not separate from the city. Therefore they left this gate and the gate of St. George unbesieged, as the army could only reach them by crossing the river, while the other 3 upper gates were surrounded by the siege. Lord Bohemond besieged the upper gate with those who had followed his camp from the beginning. Below him, Count Robert of Normandy, Count Robert of Flanders, Count Stephen of Blois, and Lord Hugh, the Great set up their camps with their Normans, French, and Britons, extending from Lord Bohemond's camp to the Dog Gate. Near the same gate, Lord Raymond, Count of Toulouse, and the Bishop of Puy, along with other nobles who had followed their camp, and with an immense multitude of Gascons, Provençals, and Burgundians, set up their camps, occupying the entire space up to the next gate. Near this gate, Duke Godfrey, with his brother Eustace, Baldwin Hainaut, Reynard of Toul, Conan of Montaigu, and other distinguished and illustrious counts and nobles who had followed his camp from the beginning, set up their camp with Lotharingians, Frisians, Swabians, Saxons, Franconians, and Bavarians, occupying the remaining parts almost up to the bridge gate, positioned in a triangle between the city, the river now adjoining it, and the camps of the other leaders. In the aforementioned region, there were orchards, which our men cut down entirely, using them to construct barriers for themselves and their horses. The citizens, observing from the towers and walls through the lattice work, marveled at the gleam of arms, the diligent effort of the works, the manner of encampment, and the formidable multitude, both in strength and number. Comparing the present times with the past, and the current distress with the previous state of tranquility, fearing for their wives, children, ancestral homes, and most importantly, their freedom. They considered those fortunate whom a friendly death had spared from such dangers, granting them an end so they would not be engulfed in so many calamities. Thus, in suspense from day to day, they awaited the destruction of their own and the assault on the city, almost certain that without the city's downfall and the shipwreck of its freedom, such a siege, striving with all its might, could not be lifted. Chapter 14, Book 4. Our forces construct a wooden bridge over the river to forage more freely. Sudden raids by the citizens on the camp of the Count of Toulouse. Those in the camp, needing to procure fodder for their horses and essential provisions for themselves, were accustomed to cross the river out of necessity and venture a little farther. Often they would return unharmed and in safety, as the citizens remained within the city and did not yet dare to venture outside. This routine led them to cross the river several times a day, though it was done with great difficulty, as the river was impassable and had to be crossed by swimming. The citizens, aware of this, would frequently and more often secretly cross the river by a bridge. They would attack our men who were carelessly scattered while seeking necessities, inflicting death and wounds. They relied on the fact that our forces could not easily return to camp, as the river posed an obstacle. Similarly, those in the camp, although they saw their men being mistreated before their eyes, could not easily provide the desired assistance. Therefore, the leaders deemed it entirely necessary to construct a bridge there from whatever materials were available. This would allow them to more easily counter the enemy's ambushes and quickly retrieve their men wishing to return to camp. It would also provide a more direct and trouble-free route for their foot soldiers summoned for their needs, especially those wishing to descend to the sea. Having found several ships, both in the river and the upper lake, they tied them together with suitable connections. They placed beams and appropriate wooden materials on top, weaving wicker hurdles over them so that it provided a solid crossing for many at once. As a result, the people gained greater convenience from this construction. This wooden bridge was about a mile away from the stone bridge adjacent to the city and was positioned near the Duke's camp, directly opposite the gate assigned to the Duke for guarding. This gate, even today, is called the Duke's Gate after the one to whom it was entrusted, so that his camp lay between the aforementioned gate and the newly constructed bridge without interruption. Not only did our forces face dangers through the aforementioned bridge and its adjoining gate, but also through the upper gate, which was the third from it, known even today as the Dog Gate. Many dangers confronted our forces there. As previously mentioned, there was a stone bridge over a marsh adjacent to the city, formed both from the spring at the eastern gate of St. Paul and from the continuous flow of other streams and rivulets. Through this bridge, night raids were made on the camp of the Count of Toulouse, who happened to be assigned that gate for guarding. During the day, sudden assaults sometimes occurred. The gate would open and a sudden hail of arrows would be unleashed. With many of his retinue wounded or killed, they relied on the fact that they could only be pursued over the bridge. After making their attack and causing casualties, they would quickly retreat over the bridge to the gate, returning safely within the city. This resulted in the aforementioned count, the Bishop of Puy, and other nobles who had camped in that area, suffering greater losses of horses, and much more damage to horses and mules than the legions of other leaders. Chapter 15, Book 4. The Count employs various strategies against them. Finally, the gate is blocked with heaps of stones. The Count and the revered bishop, unable to bear the losses of their men with equanimity, called their forces together and ordered them to prepare for the dismantling of the aforementioned bridge using hammers and iron tools. Thus, on a certain day, clad in armor, helmets, and shields, they gathered at the bridge and attempted with great determination to dismantle it. However, the solid construction resisted all their iron tools, and the citizens hindered their efforts by shooting arrows and hurling stones. Seeing that they were making no progress, they abandoned their initial plan. Changing their strategy, they decided to erect a siege engine opposite the bridge, from which armed men could restrain the citizens' sorties. Gathering suitable materials and summoning craftsmen, they quickly completed the engine within a few days. With great effort and at the risk of those pulling it, they erected it like a tall tower in front of the bridge and assigned it to the Count for guarding. The citizens, seeing the engine close to the wall, rushed there with all speed and directing their siege engines against it, hastened to weaken it with frequent hurling of stone. Those stationed on the towers and walls also shot arrows and all kinds of projectiles at those in and around the engine, striving to keep them away from the bridge. While those on the wall attacked from all sides and shot more frequently, pushing our men back somewhat with the barrage of arrows and projectiles, others opened the gate and rushed out with great force, violently seizing the bridge. Engaging in close combat with swords, they approached the engine, drove away those assigned to guard it, set it on fire, and quickly reduced it to ashes. Seeing that even this did not fully prevent the troubles brought through that gate, our leaders erected 3 siege engines the following day. They hoped that with their continuous firing and stone hurling, they could weaken the walls and gate and hinder the citizens' exit. Thus, as long as the engines continued their assault, no one dared to exit through that gate. However, when the engines ceased their operation, the citizens resumed their usual sorties, causing many troubles for the nearby fortress, realizing that this too was ineffective. And following the advice of some, they transported massive rocks, which barely 100 men could roll, and enormous beams, with the strength of 1,000 armored men, protected by the entire army, beyond the bridge. They piled them in front of the gate, creating such a heap that the gate could no longer be opened usefully by the citizens, as the mound of stones blocked their efforts. Thus, by this strategy, the citizens' assaults through that gate were broken, and their sudden sorties ceased. Chapter 16. Book 4. Our forces go out to forage, encounter the enemy, and engage in a fierce battle. Many from both armies fall, some pierced by weapons, others drowned in the river. On a certain day, 300 men from our army, both cavalry and infantry, crossed our bridge to forage and began to scatter throughout the region, as was their custom, to seek necessary supplies. This practice had become a habit, driven by pressing necessity and the fact that they had often returned unharmed from those parts, even though they carried many necessities with them. This led them to a false sense of security, believing that their success would continue indefinitely, and that no misfortune, as often happens in military affairs, would befall them. However, the citizens, observing them from the city, emerged in greater numbers, crossed the stone bridge, and swiftly advanced towards those they saw wandering carelessly. They suddenly attacked, killing many and putting the rest to flight. As they hurried to the ship bridge, hoping to reach the camp, those who first reached the bridge blocked it, and many who tried to cross the ford found death in the waters where they thought they would find safety. Others, unwillingly pushed by the crowd, were also driven into the river from the bridge. The force of the waters overwhelmed many of them, dragging them into the depths and swallowing them eagerly, never to return them. When this became known to our forces, Several thousand armored men rushed to arms, crossed the river, and met the enemy returning from slaughtering our men and rejoicing over their spoils. They pursued them with great determination, inflicting heavy casualties up to the city bridge. But the citizens, seeing the slaughter and wounds of their own and sympathizing with the fallen, opened the gates and in greater numbers and boldness than usual crossed the stone bridge. They fiercely attacked our forces to provide necessary aid to their own, initially resisting strongly. But eventually overwhelmed by the multitude, they turned our men to flight and pursued them up to the ship bridge. In this encounter, many of our infantry fell by the sword, and many more were drowned in the river. As for the cavalry, while they pressed tightly on the bridge, pursued by the enemy, they were thrown headlong into the river with their horses, armor, helmets, and shields, and were seen no more, suffocated by the river's whirlpool. Thus, our army suffered a siege no less severe than those within the city. The citizens, aware of our movements and external enemies lurking in the woods and mountains, laying ambushes and often triumphing over us, prevented our forces from venturing out of the camp or straying far to seek provisions. Even within the camp, there was no safety, as everyone feared that a large enemy force, said to be gathering from many places, might suddenly descend upon them. It was such that a prudent man might reasonably question which side had more to fear, and whose condition was better, those besieging or those enduring the siege. Chapter 17, Book 4. As necessities were consumed, famine began to prevail, and the people suffered from scarcity. To recount every single event that occurred during such a prolonged siege, over various locations and nearly every day, would be too lengthy and contrary to the concise history we diligently seek. Therefore, setting aside the specifics, let us pursue the general account. Amid these constant and varied events of war, as the siege dragged into almost the third month, provisions began to fail in the camp, and the army suffered from a lack of food. Initially, they had an abundance of necessary supplies, and their horses did not lack fodder. However, like the imprudent, they assumed that their situation would remain unchanged, making no provisions for the future. They squandered the abundance granted to them, consuming in a few days what could have sufficed for many if managed with proper moderation. There was no restraint in the camp, no prudent frugality. Instead, there was luxury and excess everywhere. This was not only in matters concerning human sustenance, but also in the food for beasts and the fodder for horses. All moderation was entirely absent. Consequently, the army was reduced to such dire scarcity that, as famine intensified, nearly the entire populace perished. Groups of 300 or 400 would gather, swearing oaths among themselves to divide all profits equally and in good faith. They would set out together, scouring the entire region to procure sustenance by any means possible. At first, before the citizens became accustomed to coming out against them and laying ambushes, and while the suburbs were still overflowing with flocks, herds, grain, wine, and other provisions, they would return with much plunder, abundant spoils, and ample food, which had previously contributed to the camp's opulence, but now, with the surrounding areas exhausted, and the Turks who had previously been weakened by fear, regaining strength and courage to defend their territories. They would return empty-handed, or more often all were slain, leaving no one to report their demise to the camp. Thus, hunger and deprivation grew stronger each day, so much so that bread sufficient for one person for a single meal could scarcely be found for 2 solidi. An ox or cow, which initially sold for 5 solidi, was now sold for 2 marks. A lamb or kid, which used to be given for 3 or 4 denarii, was scarcely found and sold for 5 or 6 solidi. For a horse, necessary food for the night could barely be obtained for 8 solidi. Consequently, of the more than 70,000 horses brought by the arrivals, scarcely 2,000 remained in the camp, the rest having perished from hunger and cold. Those that seemed to survive were wasting away daily from starvation and were gradually weakened by the harshness of the cold. Moreover, the tents and pavilions of the camp had rotted, so that many who still had provisions were forced to expire from the harshness of the cold. The inundation of water and the relentless rain were so severe that both food and clothing rotted, and there was no place to keep either their heads or necessary belongings dry. Such a plague had oppressed the legions in the camp that there was no longer space for burial, and funeral rites were denied to the dead, those who still seemed to have some vigor left in them to avoid perishing in the same peril. Secretly fled either to the Edison territories, to Lord Baldwin, to Cilicia, to those in charge of the cities there, or to any other places that had already come under our control. Thus, with some departing, others consumed by illness and hunger, and others slain by the sword, the army was so diminished that scarcely half of it seemed to remain. Chapter 18, Book 4. Bohemond and the Count of Flanders go out with a great army to forage. Meanwhile, the citizens secretly attack the camp, causing damage and injury to our forces. Seeing the affliction of the people and the constant troubles they faced, the devout princes, moved by compassion and distressed by the suffering army, gathered together as they often did to deliberate on how and what remedy could be applied to such great evils. After many different opinions were expressed, it seemed most expedient that some of the nobles, taking part of the army with them, should enter the enemy's lands to bring back plunder and necessary supplies. Meanwhile, others would remain in the camp to protect the army with all diligence. Thus, it was decided that Lord Bohemond and the Count of Flanders would undertake this task, while the Count of Toulouse and the Bishop of Pai were left to guard the camp. The Count of the Normans was absent, and Duke Godfrey of Lorraine was bedridden with a severe illness. Having gathered suitable forces from both cavalry and infantry, as much as the weary army could provide, they set out into enemy territory. Hearing that Bohemond and the Count of Flanders had departed, the Count of the Normans was absent, and the Duke was ill. The citizens, seizing the opportunity and emboldened beyond their usual daring, planned by common council to attack our camp. Not neglecting the opportunity that the absence of the princes seemed to offer, gathering a multitude from the entire city, they assembled at the bridge gate, and with the entrance opened, some crossed by the bridge, others through the ford below, striving to rush into the camp. However, the Count, with a band of cavalry, met them, and after killing 2 of them, forced the rest to retreat back into the city. During this skirmish, it happened that our cavalry pursued a riderless horse, whose rider they had thrown to the ground in an attempt to capture it. Seeing this, the unfortunate and indiscreet populace, thinking that our cavalry was fleeing out of fear, also took to flight, and in their panic, crowding together, they caused their own deaths, seeing our forces retreating without being pursued. The citizens again crossed the bridge, pressing upon the fleeing soldiers, and from the stone bridge to the naval bridge they inflicted great slaughter upon them, as our men crowded and impeded each other's path. 15 cavalry and 20 infantry were lost, partly by the sword, partly by the river. Encouraged by this success, the enemies returned to the city with glory. Chapter 19, Book 4. Those who went out to forage encounter and defeat the enemy, returning with abundant spoils. The aforementioned leaders, Lord Bohemond and the Count of Flanders, who had gone out to forage by common council to alleviate the scarcity of provisions in the camp, entered the enemy's territory with their troops. They compensated for the misfortune of our men with more fortunate deeds. Having captured a certain enemy village filled with all kinds of goods, Bohemond sent scouts to various parts to inform him of the region's condition upon their return, and to gather more plunder if possible. It happened that some of these scouts returned, reporting a multitude of Turks nearby. Bohemond sent the Lord of Flanders with a respectable company against them, while he followed with larger forces, ready to provide assistance if needed. The Count of Flanders, being a valiant and magnificent man, charged boldly at the enemy, and did not return to Bohemond until he had put the rest to flight, killing 100 of them with the sword. As he victoriously returned to the main forces, other scouts reported that much stronger enemy lines were approaching from another side. With increased forces and an augmented company, Bohemond again sent the Count of Flanders against them, while he followed with the remaining troops to provide support if necessary. By the Lord's mercy, the enemy was caught in narrower places, and seeing that they could not engage with arrows or bows, but only with swords, which they were not accustomed to, they turned to flight. Pursuing them for nearly 2 miles, they inflicted great slaughter. Returning with victory, horses, mules, abundant spoils, and diverse plunder gathered from the entire region, they safely and unharmed returned to the camp. The army rejoiced at the success of their brothers, and began to breathe a little from their labors. However, since the plunder was small, and could barely suffice for a few days for such a large multitude, the scarcity of the army was not greatly alleviated. Chapter 20. Book 4. Sweyn, son of the king of the Danes, following the army, is killed by the Turks with his forces near the city of Philomelium. Meanwhile, a certain rumor full of sorrow and anxiety had struck the hearts of everyone from the regions of Romania, adding a heavier burden to their present miseries. It was said, and indeed it was true, that a noble and powerful man, the son of the king of the Danes named Sweyn, a man distinguished and illustrious by birth, character, and appearance, driven by the desire for the same pilgrimage, was hastening to the current siege with 1,500 well-armed young men of his nation to aid our forces. Having left his father's kingdom later than others, he had hurried greatly to join the legions that had gone before him with all his company, but hindered by personal matters, he could not achieve what he had hoped for. Therefore, leading his troops separately, without the company of any other leaders, he set out on his journey, and following the path of others, reached Constantinople, where he was treated with great honor by the emperor. Arriving safely at Nicaea and hastening to the army in the regions of Romania, he descended with all his company. While he was encamped between the cities of Philomelium and Termessus, and was somewhat less cautious, a large force of Turks attacked him suddenly and by night, and they were slain by the sword in their very camp. However, having been forewarned by the noise of the approaching enemy, they rushed to arms. But too late, and before they could fully prepare to meet the enemy, they were overwhelmed by the unexpected multitude, and nearly all fell. Yet resisting long and valiantly, so that they would not seem to have given their lives in vain, they left behind a bloody victory for the enemy. Chapter 21. Book 4. Tetinus, a deceitful man, departs the army under the pretense of seeking supplies and aid from the emperor, never to return. Tetinus, whom we have mentioned earlier, was the emperor's envoy, assigned by the emperor himself to accompany our army as a sort of guide. He had followed our legions up to the present day, seeing the hardships that beset the army and fearing, as he was a fearful man, that the leaders might not persevere in their purpose, and that the people might be entirely destroyed by the enemy's swords in a single day. He approached the council of princes with great insistence. He began to persuade them to lift the siege and move the entire army to nearby cities and fortresses, where they could find the necessities of life in greater abundance, and frequently harass the people of Antioch until the emperor's army, which he had gathered from various nations into countless thousands to provide them aid, would arrive at the beginning of spring. He added that because he had decided from the start to share in their labors and wished to partake in both their prosperity and adversity, he was willing to take on greater effort for the common good and public benefit. Namely, he would hasten directly to the emperor, urge the army to make haste, and arrange for the transport of necessary provisions from all the regions inside the city. Although our leaders had recognized from the beginning that his intentions were deceitful and treacherous, no one opposed his words, nor was there anyone who stood against his schemes. Then, to disguise his deceit and plan with any pretext, he left his tent and most of his household, either neglecting their safety or secretly signaling them to follow him to a designated place on an appointed day. He departed, pretending he would soon return. But the faithless and wicked man was never seen again, destined for eternal damnation. He left behind a pernicious example. From that day, whoever could secretly withdraw from the camp began to flee in secret, forgetting their oaths and the public commitment they had fervently made from the beginning. Meanwhile, famine grew stronger, and the leaders could not find any immediate remedy for such a great evil. Although pairs of chosen leaders with large alternating forces often entered enemy territories and frequently returned victorious, they neither brought back spoils nor necessary provisions. The enemy, having learned of the fame of their army that used to go out for plundering, moved their flocks and herds, and any other animals they had, to inaccessible mountains and deeper places where our forces could not reach, and even if they did, it was not easy to carry off the spoils. Chapter 22, Book 4. As famine spreads and pestilence afflicts the people, a 3-day fast is declared by the bishops. Duke Godfrey regains full health, and the army finds solace in his recovery during this time as famine. And from famine, pestilence, along with other dangers increased daily around the army, the elders of the people and those with more practiced judgment saw that the sins of men demanded this, and that the Lord, provoked anger, was justly inflicting these scourges on a stiff-necked people. Coming together and keeping the fear of the Lord before their eyes, they anxiously began to deliberate on how they might, by quickly washing away their transgressions with repentance, making suitable amends for past faults, and guarding against similar future offenses, render the Lord's indignation appeasable. Therefore, by the command and authority of the Bishop of Puy, who was acting as the apostolic legate, and other God-loving bishops, with the agreement and earnest request of the lay princes and the entire army, a 3-day fast was proclaimed. The purpose was that with their bodies afflicted, their souls might rise stronger in prayer. When this was completed with all devotion, they also decreed to separate foolish and frivolous women from the army, forbidding adultery and all forms of fornication under penalty of death, and prohibiting feasting, drunkenness, the dangerous game of dice, reckless oaths, fraud in weight and measure, all deceit, theft, and robbery. With these decrees established and strengthened by the consent of all, they also appointed certain judges over the enforcement of these matters, granting them full authority to investigate and punish. However, some violators of these sanctions were later found, and upon being accused and solemnly convicted by the aforementioned judges, they were punished according to the severity of their crimes, deterring others from committing similar offenses. By the Lord's abundant grace, as the people were called back to a better way of life, the Lord's fierce wrath was partially appeased. Immediately Lord Godfrey, who was the singular pillar of the entire army, began to fully recover from the severe illness that had long troubled him due to a wound inflicted by a bear at Antioch in Pisidia. This brought great consolation to the entire army in their affliction. Chapter 23, Book 4. The annoyance of spies sent by the enemies is quelled by a memorable deed of Lord Bohemond. Meanwhile, rumor and widespread fame had already filled the entire East, and had not left untouched the southern kingdoms and foreign nations, that such great forces of Christians had arrived, and were besieging the city of Antioch with a strong hand. Consequently, each king, concerned for his own position, sent spies to our army to become more informed about the character, strength, and intentions of such a multitude. There was such a number of them in the camps that almost every day, as some departed to report back to those who had sent them about the state of the army, new ones arrived under the same conditions. It was not difficult for such men to hide among us, as they had knowledge of languages, and pretended to be Greeks, Syrians, or Armenians, imitating the speech, customs, and dress of such people. To address this issue, the leaders gathered to deliberate on what should be done, seeing that it was not easy to expel such spies from the camps, since they were indistinguishable from the aforementioned nations in language, customs, and attire. They decided, until a fuller deliberation could be made on what action to take against them, that it was best to share their plans with fewer people. This was to prevent the plans from spreading to those who might reveal them to the enemies, to the detriment of the Christian people. When they could think of no other way to counter such wickedness, Lord Bohemond, known for his sharp intellect and keen mind, is said to have told the leaders, "Brothers and lords, cast all this concern upon us, for we, with the Lord's help, will find a fitting remedy for this malady." Thus the council of leaders was dissolved, and each returned to his camp. Bohemond, mindful of his promise, around the first dusk of night, while others in the camp were busy with preparations for dinner as usual, ordered some Turks he had in chains to be brought out. He handed them over to the executioners and commanded them to be slaughtered. With a large fire prepared, he ordered them to be roasted thoroughly, as if for a meal, and carefully prepared. He instructed his men that if anyone asked what such a meal meant, they should respond that it had been agreed among the leaders that henceforth Any enemies or their spies captured would be forced to provide food for the meals of the leaders and the people from their own bodies in a similar manner. Hearing that such things were happening in Lord Bohemon's camp, those on the expedition, amazed by the novelty, all rushed there. As a result, the spies in the army, terrified and believing the decree to be serious and without pretense, drew clear evidence from what had happened. Fearing that something similar might happen to them, they left the camps and returned to their own, telling those who had sent them, "This people surpasses the savagery of any nation, or even wild beasts. It is not enough for them to plunder cities, castles, and all kinds of enemy property, to imprison them, or to torture them more cruelly than enemies, or at least to kill them, but they must also fill their bellies with their flesh and fatten themselves on the fat of their enemies." Thus, this report spread to the farthest parts of the East, and it terrified not only the neighboring, but also the distant nations. The entire city trembled, struck by the novelty of the word and the harshness of the deed. Thus, through the diligence and effort of Lord Bohemond, this plague of spies was partially quelled, and our plans were less disclosed to the enemies. Chapter 24, Book 4. The Egyptian Caliph sends envoys to the princes, seeking an alliance in their favor. The Egyptian Caliph, among the most powerful of the infidel leaders in wealth and military might, had sent his envoys to our princes. The purpose of this mission was as follows. For many years, an ancient enmity and grave hostilities had existed between the Easterners and the Egyptians, arising from their differing superstitions and opposing doctrines. These hostilities had been relentlessly maintained up to the present, with the kingdoms frequently clashing in mutual conflicts, striving to extend their borders against each other, as was discussed in detail in the first book of this work. Depending on the times and the varying fortunes, sometimes one side, sometimes the other, would gain the upper hand, and the kingdoms would grow accordingly, so that whatever happened to one seemed to diminish the other. At that time, the Egyptian ruler controlled all the regions from the borders of Egypt to Laodicea in Syria, a journey of 30 days. Meanwhile, the Sultan of the Persians had recently claimed Antioch, which bordered the Egyptian kingdom, shortly before our arrival, and had occupied all the regions up to the Hellespont, as we have previously mentioned. The Egyptian therefore viewed the growth of the Persians or Turks with suspicion. Yet he was greatly pleased that Nicaea had been lost and that Solomon and his forces were said to have been poorly treated. He was also glad that our forces had laid siege to Antioch, considering the Turks' losses as his gain and their troubles as his peace. Fearing, however, that our forces might falter in their efforts or grow weary from the prolonged struggle, he sent trusted envoys chosen from his household to encourage our princes to continue the siege. Promising his support and assistance, they were to win the hearts and favor of the princes, forging alliances and friendships with them. These envoys, faithfully executing their master's command, traveled by ship and arrived at our camp, very concerned with fulfilling all that had been entrusted to them. Although they were received quite hospitably and honorably by our princes and were frequently admitted to their councils to deliver their messages, they marveled at the endurance, strength, and weaponry of our forces. They were wary of such a large assembly, foreseeing what was to come, for what the Caliph deceitfully plotted for the downfall of others, he was later forced to experience himself. For after the city of Antioch was conquered and restored to the Christian faith and its former freedom, everything from that city to the river of Egypt, which borders Gaza, a journey of 15 days, was reclaimed from his oppressive rule by the grace of Almighty God, and is today held by the faithful people. Chapter 1, Book 5. The citizens of Antioch call for and obtain aid from neighbors. Their allies set up camp near the fortress of Harenc. Meanwhile, the citizens of Antioch, along with their lord, were deeply concerned about their situation. Observing the perseverance and endurance of our forces, who could not be deterred from their mission by hunger or the harshness of the cold, and who strove to continue their efforts despite numerous hardships, they sent letters and frequent envoys to summon neighboring leaders for assistance. They earnestly pleaded and tried to persuade them to be moved by compassion for their brethren, and not to delay in providing swift aid. They suggested a strategy for more effectively coming to their aid. The allies should approach the city and lie in ambush, waiting for the citizens to engage with the enemy near the bridge, as usual, keeping them occupied. While both the inner and outer forces were thus engaged, the allies would suddenly attack and catch them off guard, ensuring that none could escape death as they would be surrounded from both front and rear. As a result of their persistent efforts, a large force was secretly and quietly gathered from Aleppo, Caesarea, Hama, Amisa, Hierapolis, and other neighboring cities. Following their instructions, they approached and silently set up camp near the fortress called Harenc, which is scarcely 14 miles from Antioch. Their plan, as devised by the Antiochenes, was to launch a surprise attack while our forces were occupied with the assault on the city. However, the local inhabitants, who were known to be of great service to our forces, informed them of the situation and the arrival of the enemy. The leaders, thus forewarned, convened to deliberate on the matter. It was finally decided that all the knights in the army, equipped with horses they could use, would quietly and without disturbance leave the camp at the first light of night, following the banners of their leaders in silence. Meanwhile, the foot soldiers would remain in the camp, vigilant in its defense, until the leaders, with the Lord's guidance, returned from their mission. Chapter 2, Book 5. Our leaders, leaving foot soldiers to guard the camp, advanced with cavalry to meet the enemy and returned victorious to the camp. At the first twilight of night, as had been agreed, they left the camp via the ship bridge, taking with them scarcely 700 knights. They set out for the place situated between the lake, which we mentioned earlier when discussing the city's location, and the Oronte River, which are about a mile apart. There they rested for the night. Meanwhile, the enemy, unaware of our approach, had crossed the same river by the upper bridge that night. When morning came and the first light touched the earth, our forces quickly seized their arms and organized their army into 6 divisions, each with designated leaders. The Turks, already nearby and informed by scouts that our forces were approaching, sent forward 2 divisions of their own, followed by the larger mass of their troops. By divine intervention, our forces, though scarcely 700 as mentioned, appear to be countless thousands, arranged in squadrons according to military discipline. As the legions gradually advanced towards each other, the enemy's front lines began to charge at us with great force, launching a hail of arrows before retreating to their ranks. Our forces, disregarding their assault, advanced with customary vigor, wielding lances and swords, driving the enemy into a compact mass. The narrowness of the terrain, with the lake on one side and the river on the other, prevented the enemy from maneuvering. Unable to resort to their usual tactics of skirmishing and archery, and unable to withstand our relentless assault, they placed their hope of safety solely in flight. Turning their backs, they fled. Our forces pursued them eagerly, killing and causing immense slaughter all the way to their camp named Harenc, which was 10 miles from the battlefield. Seeing their forces routed and nearly all fallen to the enemy's swords, the townspeople, fearing to remain in the fortress after their defeat, set the town on fire and fled. However, the Armenian inhabitants of the region and other faithful who were numerous there occupied the town and surrendered it to our leaders before they returned to the camp. About 2,000 of the enemy fell that day. Bringing back 500 heads, filled with good hope, and rejoicing in the double triumph they had achieved, they returned to the camp with 1,000 strong horses, which were greatly needed, and immense spoils, giving the Lord the greatest thanks. Chapter 3, Book 5. The citizens are gravely dismayed upon learning of their allies' defeat. Meanwhile, the citizens, waiting throughout the night for the promised aid, fervently wished for daylight to arrive. They hoped that, as the enemy attacked from outside, they too could emerge from within and overpower our forces, who were unaware and unprepared for such an assault. However, as the last part of the night gave way to dawn, they saw no signs of their allies' arrival. Upon learning from scouts that our leaders had intercepted their reinforcements, they gathered together and rushed out through the city gates. Nearly the entire day, they fiercely engaged our forces until, alerted by lookouts on the city's heights of our approaching troops, they retreated back into the city. From the towers, walls, and higher places, they observed the approaching legions, uncertain whether the camps belonged to their own or to ours. Finally, as our forces drew nearer, and they began to recognize our arms and saw us carrying spoils and plunder, they realized that their forces had been defeated. Disheartened by such a great disappointment, they fell into deep lamentation. As our forces approached the city and set up camp, they launched 200 Turkish heads into the city with siege engines as a sign of victory and to increase the citizens' grief. The remaining heads were ordered to be displayed on stakes before the city, so that both these and those would serve as a thorn in their side, increasing and multiplying their distress. It is said that the number of those who had intended to come to the aid of the Antiochenes was 28,000, as was more fully confirmed by the accounts of captives. This event took place in the month of February on the 7th day, in the year of our Lord 1097. Chapter 4, Book 5. Our forces build a fortress. Genoese ships arrive in port. The people descend to the sea and fall into an ambush. At the same time, our leaders decided to construct a fortress on a certain hill above where Lord Bohemon's tents were pitched. This was to ensure that if the Turks ever attempted to break into our expeditions, the new fortification would serve as an obstacle to them and act as a protective barrier for our camps. Once this was accomplished and assigned to diligent guardianship, the entire army was positioned so securely that it was as if they were surrounded by the city's walls. To the east, they had this new fortification. To the south, the city wall and the marsh adjacent to it, and to the west and north, the river bending towards the city. As the siege extended into its 5th month, some Genoese ships carrying pilgrims and supplies emerged from the sea into the river's mouth. They awaited and frequently requested through messengers that some of the leaders be sent to safely escort them to the camp. The enemy, knowing that those on the expedition frequently traveled to the sea, and that those on the ships were eager to return to the camp, blocked the roads and paths, laying frequent ambushes for travelers and causing destruction among them. As a result, no one dared approach the camp except in a large company. During these days, our leaders decided to erect a fortification at the head of the bridge, where there was a shrine of their superstition to restrict the enemy's free passage over the bridge. However, since many from the army had descended to the sea and intended to return to the camp after completing their business, Lord Bohemond, the Count of Toulouse, Lord Everard of Posado, and Count Garner of Gris were chosen to escort the Egyptian envoys back to the sea and to bring back those in the port, both the newcomers and those who had descended from the camp. When the Antiochenes heard that these leaders had gone down to the sea, they sent 4,000 well-prepared soldiers to meet them, instructing them to lay ambushes and not to fear confronting them boldly if they returned incautiously. It happened that on the 4th day, as they were returning, leading a multitude of unarmed people and beasts laden with supplies and all kinds of equipment, the enemy suddenly attacked them from ambush in some narrow places. The Count of Toulouse led the way, while Lord Bohemond protected the rear. Although they were valiant men and commendable in every way, they could not control the unadvised crowd according to their will, nor could they add strength to those whom nature had denied it. After resisting for a long time, both for their own honor and to avert danger from others, they saw that delay would bring peril upon themselves and that it was no longer useful to labor in vain. Taking care of themselves, they left the unequal conflict and retreated to the camp with those who could follow them. The common people, abandoning their baggage and impediments, fled partly to the woods and partly to the mountains. Those who could not flee were slain by the enemy's swords. A great slaughter of our people occurred there. However, reports of the number of the slain varied. Yet the opinion of many is that up to 300 of mixed sex and age fell. Chapter 5, Book 5. The Duke's Counsel and a remarkable deed against the misfortune that occurred. Meanwhile, a rumor reached the camp that those ascending from the sea had all fallen completely due to enemy ambushes and an unexpected attack along the way. However, regarding the lives or deaths of the leaders, there was no one who could report anything for certain. Nevertheless, Lord Godfrey, being a man both energetic and most ready for arms, bore as much concern for the people of God as for his own children. He summoned all the leaders and legions and commanded them without delay to take up arms. A proclamation was issued under the penalty of death, forbidding anyone from daring to withdraw, at such a critical moment of need. Instead, all were to rush to arms to avenge the blood of their brothers. Without delay, as if they were one man, all the legions gathered. Once assembled, they crossed the bridge of ships. Dividing the army into ranks, he appointed leaders over them. Lord Robert, Count of Normandy, Lord of Flanders, Lord Hugh the Great, and Lord Eustace, his brother, assigning each a separate division and placing them in suitable positions. He infused courage with his words, inviting them to valor, and as to prudent men, he revealed his plan, saying, "If, as we have been informed, due to our sins and with the Lord's permission, the enemies of the Christian name and faith have triumphed over our lords and brothers, I see nothing else remaining, illustrious men, than that we die with them, or avenge the great injury inflicted on our Lord Jesus Christ. Believe me, neither life nor safety is dearer to me than death or any kind of suffering, if the blood of such great leaders is shed upon the earth without punishment, or if the slaughter of such a devout people of God does not find swift vengeance. It seems to me, therefore, that the enemies, somewhat elated by their present victory, will act more imprudently. Presuming on their strength, they will not fear to return through us to the city, bringing spoils and plunder. For prosperity often makes those whom it favors incautious, just as, conversely, greater ingenuity often comes to those in miserable and afflicted circumstances. Therefore, if it seems right to you, let us be prepared here, supporting a just cause, and have certain hope of obtaining victory in him whom we believe we serve. Let us receive the enemies, if they wish to return through us, with the edge of the sword, in the manner of enemies, mindful of the injury inflicted and not degenerating from our ancestral virtues. This speech pleased them and seemed good in the eyes of all. While they were still engaged in this discussion, behold, Lord Bohemond returned from the sea and joined the camp. Shortly afterward, the Count followed. The people, almost deprived of the comfort of such great leaders, received them with tears and full affection. Having understood the Duke's counsel, they approved the plan and declared that it ought to be done. Axianus, knowing that his men had been victorious and fearing for the return of the others, especially because of the legions that had unusually left the camp, ordered all those in the city skilled in arms to gather at the bridge gate under a public edict, so that they would not delay in offering assistance to their returning men if needed. Meanwhile, our men, having sent scouts, carefully inquired about the route they should take, placing their hope for victory in the Lord. Chapter 6, Book 5. The returning enemies are cut down by our swords before the city gate. 2,000 of them fall. The Duke splits an armored man in half. Without delay, as our forces arranged their battle lines and raised their banners, they awaited the enemy's approach. Suddenly, scouts arrived, announcing that the enemy was nearby and urging our men with loud cries to arm themselves and go out to meet them. As the enemy drew near, close enough that it seemed our forces should advance, they called upon divine aid from above. Encouraging each other, they brandished their spears, recalling their former valor, and charged at the enemy in unison, pressing them closely with their swords. While they attacked with their usual vigor, remembering the injuries they had suffered, they gave the enemy no respite. The enemy's strength withered, and overwhelmed by fear, they turned to flee, racing towards the city bridge. However, the illustrious Duke of Lorraine, experienced in such matters, anticipated their movements. He occupied a slightly elevated position before the bridge with his men, cutting down those whom the noble leaders pursued with swords, or forcing them back into the battle from which they had fled to meet their end. The Count of Flanders, a valiant man skilled in arms, followed with his companions, cutting down the enemy ranks, frequently and boldly reminding them of the wrongs they had committed against us. Similarly, the Count of the Normans, not straying from his father's valor, exerted himself mightily in the same task. The Count of Toulouse, inflamed with zeal for God, and Hugh the Great, mindful of his royal blood and not departing from such high dignity, along with Count Eustace, the Duke's brother Baldwin, Count of Hainaut, and Hugh of St. Paul, pursued the enemy with such ferocity and strength that with their forces crushed, they were slaughtered like sheep without resistance. Aesigianus, having ordered the city gates closed behind those he had sent out to fight, hoped to inspire greater courage in them by cutting off their retreat, thinking it would encourage them to fight harder. However, in trying to aid them, he unwisely led them to ruin. Unable to withstand our forces' assault and the pressure of our arms any longer, their only hope of salvation was flight. Deprived of this hope, they were cut down and perished by the sword, those who might have escaped death by that route. In the camp, the clamor of arms, the clash and flash of swords, the neighing of horses, and the cries of the shouting people were so intense that without the clear distinction of armor types, many might have been led into perilous confusion or escaped unfortunate fates. The city's matrons, with their daughters and children, as well as the elderly and unarmed populace, watched the slaughter of their people from the towers and walls, lamenting their destruction with groans and tears. They considered the past times fortunate, and those who had died earlier fortunate as well, for they were spared these calamities. Those who had once been deemed blessed for their fertility now, with a change of song, proclaimed the barren fortunate and much happier than mothers. Meanwhile, Asixianus, seeing his people utterly defeated and the remainder exposed to the sword, destined for imminent slaughter, ordered the gates to be opened with all speed to allow the remnants of the populace to find safety. Once the passage was opened, such a crowd and tumult of fleeing people surged over the bridge that, with the enemy pursuing and pressing upon each other in fear, countless were driven into the river, the Duke of Lorraine. Though he had conducted himself excellently throughout the entire conflict, gave such a remarkable display of valor near the bridge as evening approached, that his deed was deemed worthy of eternal remembrance, making him renowned to the entire army. After severing the heads of many armored men with his usual strength without repeating a blow, he split one of the enemy, who was pressing forward more boldly, in half, despite his armor, so that the upper part from the navel fell to the ground. While the lower part, still on the horse, was carried into the city, the people were astonished at the novelty of the deed, and such a marvelous act could not remain hidden, as it was proclaimed everywhere. It is said that about 2,000 of the enemy fell that day. Had not the untimely night, envious of our glory and victory, intervened, the matter of the Antiochenes would undoubtedly have been concluded that day. The traces of the slaughter around the bridge and in the river were so evident that the river, its color changed, flowed red with blood to the sea. It is also reported and confirmed by some faithful who left the city and joined us, that 12 of their chief leaders were cut down by the sword in that encounter, inflicting an irreparable loss on the city. Chapter 7. Book 5. Our forces construct a fort at the bridgehead and send a victory sign to the ships. With the return of daylight following its usual course, the leaders gathered once more, offering thanks to the Almighty for the victory granted to them, and to deliberate on the pressing matters at hand. It was agreed by all that it would be advantageous to return to their original plan, and construct a fortification at the bridgehead. This would hinder the citizens' exit and provide our forces with a safer means of movement. There was, as we have previously mentioned, a place of worship for their superstitions, where they had also designated a burial site for their dead. During the past night and the following part of the day, they had transferred and buried the bodies of their deceased there. When our people learned of this with certainty, they violently stormed the site, driven by the prospect of spoils buried with the dead. They desecrated the graves, exhuming the buried and extracted gold, silver, and precious garments from the tombs. This revelation provided clarity to those who had doubted the number of the slain, as the battle had been concluded during the night. It brought them greater joy regarding the previous day's events. Besides those who drowned in the river under various circumstances, those buried in the city, and those mortally wounded awaiting imminent death, 1,500 were found at the aforementioned location. Of these, 300 or more heads were sent to the port, greatly delighting our forces who had returned from the previous day's conflict. This act also greatly intimidated the Egyptian envoys who had not yet departed from the port. As a result, those who had escaped the previous day's danger and were hiding in the mountains, caves, forests, and thickets, upon hearing of our victory, returned to the camp. Many soldiers, believed to have fallen in battle, returned safe and sound, thanks to the Lord. With the people gathered back from various places, they unanimously and zealously constructed a solid wall for the fort at the bridge's beginning, using stones excavated from the tombs, and fortified it with a deep trench. While the leaders deliberated on who would guard it, and none were willing to take on such a burden, each offering various excuses, the noble Count of Toulouse, beloved by God, volunteered himself. For the sake of public benefit, he took responsibility for the new fortification. By doing so, he fully reconciled himself with the favor of the entire expedition, which he seemed to have greatly lost over the past year. Since the previous summer, throughout the following winter, due to an illness, he had been so inactive and nearly useless that he appeared to neglect the army's care, which other leaders tirelessly supported according to their abilities and dedication. He showed generosity to no one, nor did he extend the grace of affability to anyone, which was more notable in him because he was said to have more power and wealth than all others. To excuse both his idleness and avarice, he gladly took on the aforementioned burden. Furthermore, it is said that he gave 500 marks of refined silver to the Lord of Pi and certain nobles for the restoration of horses lost. Encouraged by this act, his household, confident in recovering the loss of their horses, pressed the enemy more vigorously than usual. The envy against the Count for his previous inaction was alleviated, and he was called by all the father and protector of the army.